Chapter 1. Travis Devine took a shallow breath, ignored the heat and humidity that was rising fast along with the sun, and rushed to board the 6:20 train, like it was the last flight out of Saigon. He was wearing an off-the-rack pearl gray suit, a wrinkled white shirt that needed laundering, and a muted dark tie. He would rather be in jeans and a t-shirt, or camis and army jump boots. But that couldn't happen, not on this ride. He was freshly showered, although already starting to perspire. His thick hodgepodge of hair was as neatly combed as he could manage it. His face was shaved and mildly scented with a nondescript cologne. He wore cheap tasseled loafers shined fore and aft. The imitation leather briefcase held his company-issued laptop with special encryption and no personal use permitted thereon, along with breath mints and a packet of Pepsid AC. He no longer took the neat little power pills he'd popped when suited up to fight for his country. The army used to give them out like gummy bears so the grunts would battle longer and harder on less sleep and less to eat. Now they cost money. His primary weapons, instead of the army-issued M4 carbine and M9 sidearm of yesteryear, were twin Apple Mac 27-inch screens, connected by digital tethers to mighty, encrypted clouds seeded with all the data he would ever need. It was all bullshit, really, and, strangely enough, more important to him than anything else on Earth right now. What they taught you in the world of high finance was simple really, win or lose. Eat or starve. It was a binary choice. No Taliban or Afghan soldier pretending to be your ally before banging around into the back of your head. Here, his chief concerns were quarterly earnings projections, liquidity, free and closed markets, monopolies and oligarchies, in-house lawyers who wanted you to stick to the rules, and bosses who insisted that you didn't. And, most significant of all, the person sitting right next to Devine at the office. They were mortal foes. It was him or them in Wall Street's version of mixed martial arts. Devine was commuting south to the big city on Metro North's Harlem line. At age 32, his entire life had changed. And he wasn't sure how he felt about it. No, he was sure. He hated it. That meant things were working according to plan. He sat where he always did when commuting into the city, third row, window seat on the starboard side. He switched to the port side on the way back. The train puttered along with no real ambition, unlike the humans it carried. Sleek trains ran like cheetahs in Europe and Asia, but here they were snails. Yet they were faster than the cars stuck in the murderous traffic that piled in and out of the city morning, noon, and night. Generations before him had ridden this very same route to make their living in the sweatshop spires of Manhattan. Many had died along the way from the usual suspects: widowmaker heart attacks, strokes, aneurysms, the slow death of neurological disorders and cancers, a liver painfully scuttled by too much alcohol, or self-inflicted deaths among those who could take the strain no longer. Devine lived in Mount Kisco in a sagged townhouse shared with three 20-somethings trying to forge their futures in various ways. He had left them all asleep as he tried to shape his future day by day. The train would continue to fill as it wended its way along to Manhattan. It was summer, the sun was well on its way up, and the heat was building. He could have lived in the city, and paid a lot more money for the easier commute. But he liked trees and open spaces, and being surrounded by skyscrapers and concrete at all times was not his preference. He had actually been mulling over where to live when a realtor who knew a friend of his had called out of the blue and told him she had found him a room at the townhouse. It was cheap enough that he was able to save a bit. And lots of people commuted into the city, even though it made for long days and nights. But that philosophy had been beaten into his psyche for most of his life. You work till you drop, Travis, his father had told him over and over. Nobody in this world gives you a damn thing. You have to take it, and you take it by working harder than anybody else. Look at your sister and brother. You think they had it easy? Yes, his older brother and sister, Danny and Claire. Board certified neurosurgeon at the Mayo Clinic, and CFO of a Fortune 100, respectively. They were 8 and 9 years older than he was, and already minted superstars. They had reached heights he never would. He had been told this so often, nothing could persuade him not to believe it. Devine's birth had clearly been a mistake. Whether his father forgot the condom or his mother didn't realize she was ovulating and failed to keep her lustful man at bay, out he had popped and pissed off everybody in his family. His mother went back to work immediately at his father's thriving dental practice in Connecticut, where she was a hygienist. He'd learned this later, of course, but maybe he'd also sensed his parents' indifference to him as an infant. That indifference had turned to fury when Devine was a senior in high school. That was when he'd been accepted into West Point. His father had roared, playing soldier instead of going out into the world and earning a living. Well, boy, you are off the family payroll starting now. Your mother and I don't deserve this crap. However, he'd found his place in the world of the military. After graduating from West Point, he'd gone through the arduous Ranger School, passing the crawl, walk, and run tests, which was how the 3 phases were described. By far the hardest part had been sleep deprivation. He and his comrades had literally fallen unconscious while standing up. He'd later qualified to become a member of the elite 75th Ranger Regiment. That had even been tougher than Ranger School, but he had loved the Special Forces and the dangerous and demanding quick-strike missions that came with being a member. These were serious accomplishments, and he had written to his parents about them, hoping for some praise. He had never heard back from his mother. His father had sent an email asking him what national park he would be assigned to now that he was a ranger. He had signed the email, "Proud father of Smokey the Bear." He might have assumed his dad was utilizing his sense of humor, only he knew his father didn't have one. Devine had earned twin purples, a silver star, and a slew of other bits of medal and ribbons. In the world of the army, he was known as a combat stud. He would only term himself a survivor. He had gone into uniform as a boy and come out as a war machine. 6'1" and 1/4 inches, as the army had precisely measured him, he had entered West Point a lanky 180 pounds of average physique. Then the army, and his own determination, had transformed him into 225 pounds of bone, muscle, and gristle. His grip was like the jaws of a croc, his stamina was off the charts, his skills at killing and not being killed placed him at the top of the food chain with orcas and great whites. He'd risen to captain right on schedule and had worn the twin silver bars proudly, but then Devine had called it quits because he had to. It had torn him up back then. It still tore him up. He was an army man through and through, until he could be one no longer. Yet it was a decision he had to make. After that he had sat in an apartment for a month wondering what to do, while old comrades phoned, emailed, and texted, asking him what the hell was he doing leaving the uniform. He had not gotten back to any of them. He had nothing he could say to them. A leader who had never had an issue giving orders and being in command, he couldn't find the words to explain what he had done. He did have the post 9/11 GI Bill to help him. It paid for a full ride to an in-state public university. It seemed a fair trade-off for nearly dying for his country. He'd gotten his MBA that way. He was the oldest person in his class at Cowell & Cumley, the minted powerhouse investment firm where he worked at an entry-level analyst position. When he'd applied at Cowell, he knew they had looked upon him with suspicion because of his age and unusual background. They had outwardly thanked him for his military service, because that was always automatic. But they probably had to fill a veteran's quota, and he was it. He didn't care why they had picked him so long as he got a shot to make himself as miserable as possible. Yes, he thought, as he stared out the window. As miserable as possible. He had tried later trains into the city, but there were too many suits on board just like him, heading to work, heading to war. He needed to get there first, because whoever got there first, with the most, often was victorious. The military had also taught him that. And so he stepped onto the 6:20 train every morning, and traveled to the city as punishment. And as much as he hated the work and the life that came with it, that penance would never manage to match his crime. Chapter 2. The 6:20 train passed through bucolic countryside lurking outside a metropolis of unequaled breadth and complexity. Along the way, it picked up people at stations set in affluent small towns that existed mostly to serve the hungry beast due south. It finally chugged past an enclave of homes that were some of the most expensive in the country. It seemed unfair to call them mere homes. A place nearly as large as a shopping center should have a grander name, even mansion or estate didn't cut it, Devine thought. Palace, maybe, yeah, palace seemed to work. He lifted his gaze from his laptop, as he did every morning when passing by this area. Every time he looked out, another structure was going up, or an existing one was being made even more lavish. The cement trucks drove in with wet loads for larger and more elaborate pools, the houses went higher or wider, or a guest house was being built or a putting green added. It kept the working class employed, so there was some good in the greed and pretentiousness, he supposed. The train slowed as it approached a bend and lazily snaked upward over a lumpy knoll. It slowed some more, coming nearly to a stop. There was a signal switching hitch here that the train people either couldn't or wouldn't do anything about. To say they had a monopoly was to say the earth revolved around the sun, so why would they give a damn? And as they came to a complete halt, Devine saw her. He had seen her only a few times before, and only when the weather turned warm. He had no idea why she was up so early, but he was glad she was. The privacy wall was high, but not high enough to block the sight line of those on the train at this point on the knoll. He knew who the owner of this particular palace was, and he also knew that there were height limits on perimeter walls and fences here. The owner had planted trees along the rear wall to compensate for this, but because of the space between the bottom of the tree canopy and the top of the wall, there was a fairly large gap that one could see through. It was an oversight, he knew, that the owner would no doubt rectify one day, though Devine hoped not, at least while he was riding the 6:20. He felt a bit like Jimmy Stewart in Rear Window, the champion voyeur movie of all time. But he wasn't looking out the window because his leg was broken and he was bored, as was the case with Stewart's character. He was looking out the window because of her. The woman had sauntered out from the rear door of the largest palace in this enclave. Sauntered was the only word that worked for how she moved. It was a smooth, leisurely pace, like a panther just getting warmed up before breaking into a sprint. The hips and glutes and thighs and shoulders all moved in the most gloriously primal choreography. The place looming behind her was all modernistic, with glass and metal and concrete whipped into odd geometric shapes. Only the mind of an architectural savant snorting nostrils of coke could have conceived it. She had on a short, white terry cloth robe that clung to her tan thighs. When she took it off, revealed was an emerald green string bikini and a body that seemed too flawless to be genuine. Her hair was all blonde highlights with intricate cuts and waves that had probably cost more than his suit. Devine looked around to see who else was watching. All the guys were, of course. One of the women had glanced up from her computer, seen the lady in question, looked at the gents with their faces burned to the glass, and turned back to her screen in disgust. Two other women, one in her 40s and dressed like a hippie, and one in her 70s, didn't look up. The former was on her phone. The latter was diligently reading her Bible, which had plenty of warnings about sins of the flesh. The woman placed her painted toenails in the water, shivered slightly, and then in she dove. She did a graceful arc under the water, pushed off the other side, and came back up to where she had started. She hoisted herself out and sat on the pool surround facing his way. She didn't seem to notice the train or anyone staring from inside it. Devine could imagine at this distance all she might see was the train's glass reflecting the sunlight. With her body wet, the tiny bikini seemed to have shrunk. She looked to the left and right and then behind her at the house. Next, she slipped off her top and then her bottom. She sat there for a long moment totally naked. Devine could glimpse coming lead white and tan skin. Then she jumped once more into the water and vanished. It was about this time that the train started up again, and the next palace in the enclave appeared, only it didn't have a beautiful woman skinny dipping in its pool. In fact, this homeowner had planted not trees but tall, thick Leland cypresses that left no gaps through which one could peer. Pretty much every other man on the train car groaned under his breath and slumped back with a mix of ecstasy and disappointment. Devine eyed some of them. They looked back at him, smiled, shook their heads, and mouthed things that sounded basically like, "Dude, WTF was that?" Devine had never seen her stripped down before. He wondered what had caused her to do it beyond some sort of playful impulse. He wondered about many things in that particular palace. It was fascinating to him what people did with all that money. Some were philanthropic, others just kept buying bigger toys. Devine told himself that if he ever got to be that rich, he would not buy the toys. He would give it all away. Yeah, sure you would. At the next station more people got on. And then at the next station still more. As he looked around at the mostly 20-somethings on the train, who were already on their fired-up laptops and yanking down data clouds, and scanning documents and fine-tuning presentations and excelling at Excel, Devine knew that the enemy was everywhere. He was completely surrounded. And that should have panicked the former soldier. And yet this morning, all Devine could think about was the naked woman in the water. And it wasn't for the obvious reasons. To the former ranger and army scout, something about the lovely woman just seemed off. Chapter 3. When he heard the ding while he was sitting at his desk at Cowell and Cumley, Devine checked the message on his phone's personal email. He looked at it for a long moment, wondering whether it was a joke or he had simply lost the ability to read. She is dead. It was the shortest of declarative sentences, its noun, verb, and predicate adjective filled with ominous potency. Then he checked out the rest of the email. Apparently, Sarah Hughes had been found hanging in a storage room on the 52nd floor of the very building Devine was in, the message told him. She had been found by a janitor, her high heels lying on the floor beneath her. The woman's neck was elongated, her spine cracked, her life over. Or so the mysterious note said. She had just turned 28, Devine knew, and had been at Cowell and Cumley a little over 6 years. Hughes was tall and lean, with a long-distance runner's build. No slouch academically, she'd earned her MBA from Columbia while toiling here, and had obviously made the cut. Normally, the weed out was complete after 1 year. Devine had been here 6 months, which meant he had another 6 to go before he was either shown the door or elevated to the next level. He looked at the missive again. Sarah dead? It can't be. Devine had secretly dated Hughes while they both worked at Cowell. They had slept together, but only once. He had wanted more, maybe much more, in the way of a relationship with her. But then it was over. And now she was dead. He focused on the sender. He didn't recognize the email address at all. In fact, he suddenly realized, it didn't look like any email address he'd ever seen. It didn't have a domain name, or a suffix like .com or .gov, it wasn't a Gmail. It was just a series of numbers. Who had sent it? And how? And why to him? He looked around at the other cubicles where fingers rat-a-tatted keys and commerce moved on and fortunes were won or given back. This email hadn't gone out to his company email account. The compliance folks would be able to see all of that. This had come directly to his personal email. And no one around him was reacting like they had gotten a similar message. Am I the only one that got it? Is it for real? Is it a hoax? Is Sarah really dead? He wrote a reply to the email, "Who is this?" and sent it off. Then he looked at his screen and saw that his reply had failed to go. He tried again with the same result. Okay, this seems to be a one-way message stream. Devine rose and headed for the door. Not one head lifted to see him leaving. Their battle was won on the screens in front of them and by the amount of time their butts stayed in these chairs. The pie just got one slice bigger, some of them were doubtless thinking, as they heard Devine walk out. He stepped onto the elevator and headed to the 52nd floor. As he approached the 51st, on impulse, he hit the button for that floor. But even with his security card, the floor button did not light up. In his 6 months at the firm, Devine had never met anyone who had access to that floor. It was known, informally, as Area 51. He had heard rumors that no one worked on that floor. He had been on the sidewalk and counted the floors from the top down to the 51st, and wondered what was really going on there. Then again, it might just be the firm's high-frequency trading platform. All the major investment houses had them. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a uniformed policeman stationed there came forward and put his hand out to stop Devine. Something's happened, thought Devine. The email wasn't a sick joke. He felt a wave of dread spill over his body. Floors closed, sir. Devine lied and said, but I work on this floor. Not today you don't, said the cop, and he looked like he meant it. Nobody does. Devine caught the eye of Wanda Sims, a senior member of staff who had been assigned as the admin liaison for his incoming class of burners, as the group of interns was known, as in burning the candle at both ends. She hurried over to him, looking gray and haggard. He hit the button to hold the doors open. Oh, it's terrible, Travis, just terrible. They're keeping everyone off the floor. I just had to go around and check to make sure no one was here. She was around 15, dressed diplomatically in the pre-approved black dress and black hose and black shoes, attire of cowl and comely, but it could have been Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, J.P. Morgan, Merrill Lynch, or any of the other usual suspects. Glasses dangled from a chain around her neck, along with her security RFID card on a lanyard. Why, what's happened? What's going on, Wanda? She seemed flustered enough to not wonder why he was on this floor during the workday. You haven't heard? It's Sarah Hughes. Did you know her? I remember she was a mentor to your class of interns. No, not very well, he lied. What happened to her? She's dead. He didn't have to pretend to be surprised. The realization that the message was accurate hit him like an IED. Dead. What happened? She killed herself, or so I overheard the police saying. Hanged herself. Oh my God. Folks, if you don't mind, thanks, butted in the cop. Sims took Devine's arm. Come on, I can talk on the way. She swiped her card through the reader in the elevator car and pushed the button for the ground floor. Wait, what floor are you? She asked. I can never keep track. I'll go all the way. I have an errand to run. She made a show of hiking her eyebrows. As a rule, death in the building or not, burners didn't leave their desks until it was time to slink home and fall asleep for a few pitiful hours before the hamster wheel started to crank again. So, about Sarah? The doors closed and Sim said, One of the custodians found her in the supply closet this morning hanging from the ceiling. Apparently, she lifted one of the panels, hung a cord around a metal pipe there, and jumped off a chair. The person who sent me that note knew all of this. How? And why tell me? When was she supposed to have done this? Late last night or very, very early this morning. It seems she had on her same clothes from yesterday. I guess they can tell from the condition of the body how long she'd been dead, she added, turning pale. Meaning she never went home? Apparently not. He thought about the email. Did she leave a note? Not that I've heard. And she seemed so level-headed. You probably know she worked in the M&A division, she added, referring to mergers and acquisitions. She was really going places. The sky was the limit. Mr. Cowell was her personal mentor. I can't believe she's dead. I've never even seen a dead body, I mean, not unless it was in a coffin. Have you? Devine eyed her and said truthfully, never in an office building. Her parents will be an absolute wreck. They live out of the country, so it will take a bit of time for them to get here. And it certainly won't be a good look for the firm, she put a hand to her mouth. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I mean, someone has died. They reached the ground floor and Sims stepped off. Aren't you coming? I forgot I have something to finish up, said Devine. I'll see you later. Devine swiped his card in the reader and pushed the button for his floor. He imagined Sarah Hughes doing this yesterday and perhaps not knowing it would be the last time she ever would. Or maybe she did know. Suicides were often planned. It certainly sounded like this one had been. As he shot skyward in the elevator shaft, Devine reflected on the fact that he had not told Sims the truth, since he did know Sarah Hughes very well. Given time, they perhaps could have grown to love each other. But it hadn't turned out that way. And now Sarah Hughes was no more. And he needed to know why. Chapter 4. A cloudless, starry night, and Travis Devine was mostly unaware of it. He hadn't really looked at the sky since going to work for Cowell and Cumley. He had gone from the office to the subway, taken it to Grand Central, and was now on the evening train heading home. From there he would walk from the station. On leaving the Cowell building he had nodded at the night security guard, as he always did. For obvious reasons, he related to men who carried guns. The bulky man usually glanced at the clock behind his desk, nodded back, and gave him a patronizing look as if to say, really? Seriously? Is this shit really worth it, dude? Come on. How much damn money do you need? But not tonight. Not after Hughes's death. They just exchanged somber looks. On the train Devine had his AirPods in and was half listening to a financial news channel on his phone. Money was already being made and lost overseas in Asian markets that would be officially up and running in about an hour. He would rather be listening to Janis Joplin or AC/DC, but he was now a budding financial whiz with a job to do and a career to build. He had no moments to waste on Me and Bobby McGee or Highway to Hell, and with the latter, he was probably already on it. The train car was packed with weary, sweat-logged warriors, some of whom would have the next 2 days off to lick their wounds and get ready for another week's slog on Monday. He was nearly cheek to jowl with the man seated next to him. Devine's mother was a first-generation American of Greek extraction, and he had taken after her in looks, while his siblings had favored their Irish father. Devine had dark, wavy hair, olive skin, a thickened nose, rugged chin, square jawline, and deep-set eyes that seemed to automatically broadcast. Brooding, regardless of what he was actually thinking. Some people just thought he always looked pissed off. And maybe he was. And his 5 o'clock shadow seemed to sneak up on him at noon. It didn't look exotic or cool, it just looked grungy. He leaned toward the window when they reached the knoll and the commuter train slowed even more. The rear lights were on in the palace of the skinny-dipping woman. He knew she had taken a chance earlier that morning by stripping down in public. These days everybody had a camera in their phone, which put her in danger of being plastered across social media platforms for all of eternity. But maybe she didn't care. Which intrigued him even more. Party lights were strung up around the outdoor area now, resembling tiny stars that had lost their buoyancy. The pool surround was littered with guests in chic dress that managed to be both casual and, he was sure, costly. It took Devine a few moments to find her in the crowd as the train ground to a stop when the mysterious signal problem reared its head once more. She had on a white, clingy dress that slid to mid-thigh and, like the bikini, accented the woman's tan. Her shoes were golden stilettos. She had a drink in hand and was talking to another woman of nearly equal beauty. He watched her laugh and the other woman followed suit. Devine wondered what they were talking about. He also wondered what made women like that laugh, or be happy. Then Devine started to feel guilty and also stupid for maybe wishing he could be part of that world, especially after learning of Sarah Yu's death. I don't want to be like the guy who owns this palace. I will never be like him. I hope. He was about to turn away when he saw the very man he was thinking about walk up to the women. He was in his 40s, with short, dark hair and a bulky gym build, too heavy in the arms and shoulders, and too light in the legs. The army built you from the ground up, with legs and core being the dominant muscles. The frat boys always did the biceps curls and couldn't squat or deadlift shit. They looked strong and were puny. The army would kill them during basic. With his clothes and manner, the man was clearly trying to look younger and hip and very nearly succeeding. His name was Bradley Cowell, his boss of all bosses, and the force behind Cowell and Cumley. Devine didn't know the name of the young woman who paraded at dawn in her bikini or less. It angered Devine that Cowell was having a party on the same day one of his employees had taken her own life. And a woman he was supposedly mentoring. Cowell put a hand around the blonde's hips, his fingers dancing over her bottom and then gripping it. He next planted a kiss on her that seemed to go on and on, while others around them stared and exchanged embarrassed smiles. Damn. Lucky son of a bitch. I mean, look at that shit. Look, dude. Devine turned to see the beefy, perspiring young man in a dark blue Brooks Brothers suit next to him staring at what he was staring at. He could sense both the man's sweaty stink and his lousy envy. All about the damn money, opined Sweaty. But that's gonna be me one day, swear to God, and he sounded like he meant it. Devine stared at him for a moment, perhaps seeing himself in the man's fired-up rhetoric. When he had told his father he was getting an MBA, the old man was thrilled. When he'd gotten the job at Cowell and Cumley, Devine Sr. had taken his son out to dinner, and they had even gotten drunk together. It was the first time Devine had had that sort of experience with his father. It had been intoxicating, and he wasn't talking about the booze. It was the first time Devine could remember his father's being proud of him. And it was the first time Devine, as an adult, had felt positive feelings toward his old man. And when he woke up the next morning, he had never felt more depressed. This wasn't about reward. This wasn't about making money and owning his own palace one day. Or making his father proud. That ship had long since sailed. This was about paying one's debts. The train gathered speed as the signal problem vanished. Later, Devine trudged out of the station. He would walk home, go to sleep, and then rise early. He would perform the workout he had pretty much done every day since leaving the army. He would shower in the darkness, eat his breakfast, and head to this very same station as the sun rose. At least tomorrow was Saturday. Which meant he had only one more day of toil until his only day off for the week. But his plans were about to be disrupted. Chapter 5. Mr. Devine. Travis Devine. He looked over as the man got out of the car parked in front of the station, which also housed an Italian restaurant. Yeah. The man walked over. He was black, about Devine's height and lean, maybe 45 or a bit older, bald head, and furrowed skin on his brow. He wore a dark blue suit that looked good on his athletic frame. His shoes were black and rubber-soled. He flashed a badge and an official ID housed in a cred pack, like he was a magician doing a card trick. Detective Carl Hancock, NYPD. Devine grew rigid. What can I do for you? You mind coming over to the car where we can talk? What about? Come on, what do you think? Sarah Hughes. She's dead, didn't you know that? Devine didn't like the guy's manner. It was blunt and seemed to leap to lots of conclusions. The brown eyes, clearly visible under the streetlight, scrutinized Devine and came away suspicious. I heard about it, along with everyone else. Right. This way, sir, if you don't mind. Won't take long. That's what they always say. And before you know it, years have gone by. He sat in the passenger seat of the car, where the smell of spilled coffee and the vapory veil of cigarette smoke was suffocating. Hancock rolled down a window and said, "Sorry about that. Fact is, I don't smoke and I don't drink coffee and this isn't my ride. And they ain't supposed to smoke in here, but they do. Motor pool checkout. Serious budget cuts. Don't think they've bought new wheels for 10 years or so. Gotta dry. Clean my clothes every time I pull duty in one. No problem, I've smelled a lot worse. That would be first in Afghanistan and then in Iraq, correct? Captain Devine." He didn't like that the NYPD knew this about him. That showed they had already investigated him and sent a detective all the way out here on the very day Sarah's body was found. Former captain. And I've been to bars in the city that smelled worse than those places. You were wounded, twice. But you look all there. Yeah, in all the places you can see. Hancock's demeanor changed. Is that right? You got problems up here, he tapped his temple. No, I'm just fine up there. Devine slid up his pants leg to reveal a thick, hardened scar that wrapped both ways around his calf like the tentacles of an octopus. If you ever wanted to see the bomb pattern of an IED, there it is. Hancock glanced at the old wound and said, "Damn, looks like it hurt. I didn't have time to feel it. The blast knocked me ass over heels unconscious. But when I woke up, I did. Thank God for morphine." He let his trouser leg drop. "But I thought you wanted to ask about Sarah Hughes." The official notebook came out. "You knew her?" "Yes." "How?" asked Hancock. "We worked at the same firm, Cowell and Cumley." "But you knew that. So how exactly did you know her?" "We met at some company mixers. We went out in groups for drinks, some dinners before the recruitment BS was over and our noses got pressed to the grindstone. She was sort of a mentor to my intern class." "How did she strike you?" "Talented and hard-charging." "But why did you come all the way out here to ask me questions?" "I was there all day. I'll be there tomorrow. And my understanding was she died by suicide, so why are the police involved?" "It's speculated that she killed herself. My job is to rule out all other manners of death." "And you work on Saturdays?" "In my world, detective, it's only the day after Friday. And I don't see how I can help. I didn't work directly with her. I haven't seen her in months, in fact. Last time was a group dinner at Per Se, Columbus Circle. Over 50 people, with wine included. Must have cost the firm a small fortune. But it's only money. Impressive memory. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. His words were flippant, his stare was not. And the only time I'll ever be inside per se is if someone croaks there. In my line of work, you tend to remember things pretty exactly. You work hard at that place, I take it. Let's put it this way, I have but one set of balls to give for Cowell and Cumley, and that might not be enough. You're funny for an investment type. I just crunch numbers and give them to the real investment bankers, and they make all the money and get all the girls. How much money are we talking about? Devine knew the man didn't really need to know this for his investigation. It was very American to be nosy about the wealth of the very rich. Whole industries were built around disseminating that information to the fascinated masses. The firm has various divisions, and the comp and profit sharing are split differently depending on which camp you fall into. Partners on the very low end get mid-seven figures. People like Bradley Cowell. Maybe $250 million or more per year in official comp and stock options. He also gets percentages of all the profit streams, so that goes on top of his base. Hancock was shaking his head this whole time. I make $110,000 a year. And I thought I was doing great till you laid that shit on me. How do you think I feel? I don't even make what you make, and I see all those dollars on the screen every day and they just pass right by me. The man's eyes glittered once more, like a dog picking up a scent. And so you resent that? Them getting all the girls and the dough? I resent no one about anything. You work hard, you earn it, it's yours. I hope to do the same. And the girls? Like Sarah Hughes? Give me a break, okay? I can get girls if I want to. And Cowell has a strict rule against employees dating. If he finds out we were seeing each other, I'm screwed. Okay. Anything else about Hughes? Like what? The usual. Depressed? Ever spoke to you about suicide? Probably everyone who works on Wall Street at one time or another has contemplated suicide, either in pitiful jest or for real. That include you? Asked Hancock. Look, I saw guys shot up, blown up, and cut up right in front of me. I'm not taking my own life because a Wall Street firm busts my chops. So, nothing else you can tell me? Devine glanced out the car window and seemed truly amazed to see the stars in the sky. His next words were said in a calm, even tone, because that was how he was suddenly feeling. Sarah was a nice person. She never talked to me about killing herself. She never seemed depressed, quite the opposite. She used to pep us up when we were getting ground down. But like I said, it's been a while. And even a day at Cowell and Cumley is like a lifetime, Detective Hancock. So why stay? Devine assumed a stoic look and hit the play button in his head. It's the American dream. I'm trying to create my own. You don't strike me as the type to give a shit about making truckloads of money. You must have me confused with someone else. I do want the money and everything that comes with it. But there are a lot of things you can do with that money. You can use it to help other people. So you're busting your ass to help others, Hancock said with a shit-eating grin. I did it in the army. Any reason I can't do it on Wall Street? Come on. Just tell me the truth. It can't be that bad. But Devine didn't open his mouth, because he had nothing more to say. And it was that bad. Chapter 6. Hancock had offered to drive Devine home, probably just to see where he lived. Devine accepted, and a few minutes later he climbed out of the car in front of the white two-story brick townhouse with a one-car detached garage that was part of a small community of like structures. It was not poor, it was not rich. And neither was it just right. "Nice place," said Hancock. "It's the only thing I could really afford this close in that had trees and some grass." "You think this is close in? Where do you commute in from?" Hancock smiled and said, "Trenton. I rest my case, and I'm not even a lawyer. If I need to follow up on stuff. You know where I live and work. I'm easy to find. I'm not going anywhere unless Cowell and Cumley decides to pull my plug. If so, you can catch me at the unemployment office." Hancock drove off in his ratty motor pool coffee and nicotine ride. Black smoke poured out of the tailpipe and coated the white brick, and Devine, with a nice, cozy blanket of carcinogens. Coughing, he unlocked the door and walked in. The front room held one of his 3 roommates, the big-bellied Will Valentine. He worked from home and was employed as a white hatter, a person hired by tech firms and banks and other industries to try to hack through their security systems. They had become friends, and Valentine had even taught Devine some ingenious ways to electronically sneak into various databases. He was also Russian, but had changed his name to something very American. He had shown Devine his passport. His real name was long and unpronounceable, at least for Devine. Lots of consonants strung together had never been his thing. "I get many more girls with American name," Valentine had explained. "But I tell clients truth, that I am Russian. They know we are best at hacking. You wait and see, I will get rich. I fucking love capitalism. And I love your women." Devine never could tell if the guy knew he was playing a Hollywood version of a Russian now free in America, or if he really was like that. Valentine was now snoring softly on the sofa, mumbling in his native language. To Devine, spoken Russian always sounded menacing. As though the spoken words were uniformly "and now, you will die horribly, comrade." Valentine's laptop was perched on his substantial gut and was being lifted into the air with each inhale and dipping with every exhale. The TV was on but muted. It looked to be one of those limited series that moved at the speed of light, just begging to be binged. An open and empty Domino's pizza box was on the carpet next to the couch. Twin empty bottles of Michelob rested next to it. The Russian was definitely an American in diet now. Devine went over and touched the open laptop. Its screen came to life, but didn't reveal its treasure box of data. A large dragon came on instead and breathed a wall of fire at the attempted digital trespassing. Cute, thought Devine. He peered into the dining room, which held not a stick of furniture but only a human being. Another roommate, a black woman named Helen Spears, was on a mat in the middle of the green carpet doing yoga. She was barefoot and performing a downward dog pose in a tight-fitting lycra one-piece. Spears had just graduated from law school at NYU and was almost never home before Devine was. She was petite and lithe and lovely. And one day she would be in court righteously carving people up with the law. "Early night," he said. Spears had AirPods in. She nodded and said between deep yoga breaths, "Got stood up on a drink in Soho, if you can believe that. I'm releasing endorphins in retaliation." "No, I can't believe that," he replied, but she had moved on to child's pose and wasn't listening. He walked up the stairs to the second floor. His third and final roommate, Jill Tapshaw, was a truly brilliant person who had started her own online dating company, known as Hummingbird. He marveled at her guts and drive. And brain operating on a different plane from the rest of the world. While Valentine and Spears had come to live here about the same time Devine had, Tapshaw had been here only a little over 4 months, but she was friendly and outgoing, and he had gotten to know her. Her company was a true startup because she ran it from her bedroom and also from a 2-room office in a strip mall in downtown Mount Kisco, about a half-mile from here. She had 5 full-time employees other than herself and about 3 dozen independent contractors working remotely, she told him. They specialized in bringing together people fearful of reaching out on their own, or of enduring the usual online dating experience. It was a need and she had filled it. Tapshaw had told Devine the site already had millions of users and over 100,000 paid subscribers from all over the world. And we're now adding tens of thousands of new users a day. We raised $500,000 in our round A and $5 million in our B a year later. I'm projecting a home run for a round C, at 5 times that, at a great valuation. Next, we tack on some tasteful piggyback ads and banner bucks for peripheral revenue streams. With enough capital I can dominate my space. And then we execute different but compatible product silos under separate corporate entities, all under Hummingbird's umbrella brand, to provide a sort of dating-to-grave experience. You want to invest? It's still relatively cheap. Last chance. Friends and family and roommate discount. Cowell and Cumley paid shit to the burners. They just did their 80 to 90-hour grunt workweeks in the hopes of the payoff at the end. Most of Devine's money went for rent and the ride in and out. And then there was that other thing called food. But nevertheless, though he legally wasn't a qualified investor under the securities laws, he'd bought $1,000 worth of stock in the little bird that flitted around flowers sucking up nectar and paying it forward. Which was where she had gotten the name, Tapshaw had told him. You can spend $100,000 on a branding firm to come up with horseshit and then focus group the hell out of it for another $100,000, or you can do it on your own for free. He tapped on her bedroom door and called out her name. Getting ready to Zoom with a Taiwanese venture capital group, Tapshaw's voice barked. Their birth rate is plummeting. Is it urgent? Is the place on fire? Are you bleeding to death, Travis? No, he called through the door. All good. Just don't forget to eat, she kept a jar of peanut butter and a stack of celery sticks in a glass with water in her room. She was thinner than a rake and seemed to prefer it that way. She'd told Devine she hadn't been on a single date in over a year, not even digitally. Do as I say, not as I don't do, Tapshaw had quipped. Restless and edgy and not wanting to sleep despite being tired, Devine went to his room, changed into athletic shorts and a t-shirt and Saucony running shoes. He left the house and had just started his run when a black sedan pulled up beside him. There were 2 men inside. Serious-looking men. Suits and shades, even in the gathering darkness. Mr. Devine. Travis Devine, a strange man said for the second time tonight. He stopped running and said, yeah. The man flashed a badge, a federal one with an agency Devine instantly recognized. Your presence is requested, please get in. Requested by who? The man moved just enough so Devine could see the pistol in the shoulder holster. Get in. Devine looked around, and, like the soldier he had once been, he followed orders and got in. Chapter 7. The ride took 30 minutes. They were heading south, toward the city. Neither man spoke, and Devine knew better than to ask questions. First the NYPD and now the feds, he didn't like all this personal attention. They pulled off into a small town much like Mount Kisco, extremely affluent in some parts, just as extremely working class in others. They drove to the very back of a nondescript office park where there was a single brick building. There were no cars parked out front and no signs on the building. The windows were blacked out and it looked abandoned. The man parked and got out along with his colleague. He held the car door open for Devine and they walked up to the front of the building. The man flashed an RF card in the face of a reader port and Devine heard the door click open. This was looking both way too official and far too clandestine. He figured neither boded well for him. I shot the sheriff, but I did not shoot the deputy. The driver led the way inside, Devine in the middle, the other guy bringing up the rear. Devine would have expected nothing less. It was the way you transported either prisoners or soon-to-be prisoners. Automatic lights came on as they walked through an open space. Devine was led to an interior door. The man knocked and a voice said, "Come." The door was opened and the man motioned Devine in. He closed the door and Devine looked around the small space and then at the man sitting behind the desk. "Sit down, Devine," said the man. "We have a lot to go over, so pay attention. There is no time to waste." Devine sat. The fellow looked like a well-worn slab of granite. His gray hair was bristly and cut short. His features were chiseled and fierce. The salt and pepper eyebrows swooped in all directions. The decades-old suit never had been expensive or of good quality when brand new, but it was so unremarkable as to still be serviceable now. The red and blue striped tie was too wide for the times, the collared button-down shirt a bit worn around the edges. He couldn't see the man's shoes from here, but if he had to guess, Devine would speculate they were black, and pedestrian, and shined to spit-polish perfection. There was something about him, his bearing, the way he gave commands, because they were commands, the breadth of the shoulders, the ominous thickness of the hands. He was now a suit who was once a soldier. Devine could just tell. And really still a soldier because it gets into your DNA and there is no way to separate it from you. It becomes you. The man silently studied him. "Gauging the size of my balls." Devine stared back, waiting. He had done this so many times with military superiors that it was second nature. Exemplary record at West Point. Then infantry officer basic, ranger school, jump school, striker battalion out of Fort Lewis. Line platoon company commander for a year and a half with a string of commendations. Made first lieutenant right on schedule. Company XO for 6 months. Next up, line platoon commander, ranger battalion, so your ranger tabbed and scrolled, added the man, referring to the fact that Devine had graduated from ranger school and been assigned to the 75th Ranger Regiment. Promoted to captain and got your silver bars right at the 4-year mark. Bradley company commander out of Fort Stewart for 18 months. Then ranger battalion out of Hunter Army Airfield. Ranger company commander, then staff officer. All along the way, tours of combat duty in Afghanistan and then Iraq, and special ops missions in 10 other shitstorm countries, where if you messed up you get a flag on your coffin and a dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base. Devine was impressed that the man had recited his military CV from memory. Some parts of it even Devine had forgotten. The man leaned back in his chair and studied Devine. "You have shrapnel in your shoulder and leg, and they'll stay with you until the day you die. You were picked up for 0 to 4 major at the 8-year mark below the zone," he added, referring to the Army's esoteric promotion vernacular. "In due time you would have had the golden oak leaf on your uniform, Devine. And then you quit. I wonder why." The man didn't ask it as a question. He had thrown it out as a statement. But still, Devine decided to try to answer. "I did my time. I took my shots and pretty much all of them hit the target. They took their shots at me. Some hit, most missed. I moved on. It was time. I didn't relish pressing my luck. Don't bullshit me, son. I don't have the patience. I'm not. My name is Emerson Campbell. Retired Army 2-star. Never got the 3rd or 4th ones because I don't play the political games necessary to do that. And so let me be clear, former Captain Devine, I know exactly why you left the service, and it has nothing to do with your luck running out." He opened a manila folder that was lying in front of him. He took out some photos and arrayed them in front of Devine. He pointed to one picture. Lieutenant Roy Blankenship. You knew him. You served together. He pointed to another photo. Captain Kenneth Hawkins. You knew him, served with him as well. So what? Patience, Devine. We've been interested in you for a while now. Is that right? Who do you think got you the room at that townhouse in Mount Kisco? Devine's eyes widened at this. A realtor who was a friend. Right. A friend of a friend. We have lots of friends, Devine, who do what they're told. Why did you care where I lived? Let's just say it was a convenient spot for us, considering we have this office nearby. And you take the train in. And you pass a certain house there every day, right? The man could only mean one thing. Brad Cowell's palace, you mean? Palace, eh? You're right. And I'm glad you pick things up fast. Maybe. Our time won't be wasted. He took out another picture, clearly a morgue shot of the now deceased Roy Blankenship with ligature marks around his neck. He was killed, murdered, you also know that. Even though Army Sid ruled it a suicide. The guy was cremated, evidence lost, a total clusterfuck. But you know who killed him. Kenneth Hawkins, his superior officer, his comrade in arms, did the honors. And you know exactly why he did it. Says who? Muttered Devine. He was feeling sullen and trapped, because he was. And he also knew exactly where this was headed. Says the evidence. Hawkins murdered Blankenship and made it look like a suicide. He got away with it. Until he didn't. As you know. But, to refresh your memory. He took out another photo of a very dead Kenneth Hawkins. And you know who killed Hawkins. Do I? Devine felt every muscle in his body tense. The nightmare had finally come home to roost. He could feel the walls of the small space close in around him. Hey, it was a nice, if short, ride. But you've got to pay the piper. I guess I did shoot the deputy after all. You do, because you killed him, replied Campbell. I didn't kill him. You two fought, out in the Moonscape Mountains of Afghanistan. He was badly injured from that fight. You walked away and left him. He died there. You could have saved him. You chose not to. How would you describe that? You have no proof of. We have proof of everything. Enough to take years of your life away. With that said, I'm going to make you an offer that is akin to your winning the goddamn lottery, son. Now, the choice for you is astoundingly simple. Those men outside are Army Sid special agents. You can either go with them to be charged and thrown in the brig to await a military trial. Devine interrupted, you can't court-martial me. I'm a civilian now. Civilian courts have ruled that military retirees can be prosecuted under military law for crimes committed after they left the service. In your case, the crime was done while you were in uniform. So there is no question that the Army will be the one prosecuting your case. And you will be convicted and sent to us for a very long time, Campbell added, referring to the United States disciplinary barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, the military's max security prison. Unless you agree to work with us. And who exactly is us? The shop I now run. It's a small office within the Department of Homeland Security, and has a joint operation agreement with the Department of Defense. It's aptly called the Office of Special Projects. It has about 500 operatives, of which I control 50. I'd like to make you the 51st. It has a wide latitude of core interests, with the security of this nation driving all of them. When I took off the uniform I didn't forget my oath, did you? What do you want me to do? A woman died at your place of employment. Sarah Hughes, yes. You knew her. I did. The fact is, there is something going on at Cowell and Cumley, Devine, something seriously not right. We have heard chatter, we have run down a few leads, but we have made no real progress. And we have no grounds to execute a search warrant or bring people in for questioning, and we're light years from federal prosecutors impaneling a grand jury. We need information, Devine. A lot of it. We need to ferret out whatever the hell is going on there. You are admirably suited to investigate this matter since you are already there. That is the reason you're here. That is why we've been watching you. That is why you now live in Mount Kisco, and why you pass Cowell's house every day. We want Brad Cowell badly. And we need your help to do it. So, I'm to be your plant inside. I don't care what nomenclature you use. I just want results. And if I do what you ask and I'm successful, then you will have accomplished the mission. And I will ask you to serve your country again as a member of the Office of Special Projects. And when does this service end? Asked Devine. Campbell glanced down at the photos of the dead men. You ended Hawkins's life about 50 years early. What is avoiding the consequences of that worth to you? If you know all about it, as you claim to, then maybe you understand why I did what I did. I tried like hell to get Sid to take a second look. I went through my chain of command and got stonewalled. Hawkins had friends at high levels, and the army didn't want the bad optics of one officer's killing another. I understand perfectly. I might have done as you did in the same circumstances. However, the law makes no exception. But I am giving you a chance to avoid the penalty that would befall anyone else in your situation. You might consider yourself the luckiest bastard on earth, hence my reference to your winning the lottery. He paused. So, what is your decision? Because I need it right now. But I can't promise that I'll find out what you want me to. I can only promise to do my best. Will that cut it? When does a soldier ever get a pass on trying to complete a mission? You either complete it or you don't. You sure as hell know the United States Army doesn't hand out participation trophies, son. If Sarah hadn't been killed, would you have just arrested me instead of making this offer? I don't answer pointless questions. Are you in, or do I call the Sid boys to do their thing? It was a choice in name only. I'm in, said Devine. Campbell took out a file from a desk drawer. Excellent. Now, let's get down to basics so you can better understand exactly what it is we want you to do. A good soldier apparently once more, Devine settled back to receive a briefing in his orders going forward. Chapter 8. Devine was dropped off back at his home. He went to his room, looked up Emerson Campbell online, and saw the same stern face staring back at him. A Vietnam platoon leader involved in some of the most hellish battles of that long, ugly war, Campbell was the recipient of nearly every combat medal under the sun. He was also, like Devine, Ranger tabbed and Ranger scrolled. He had been engaged in pretty much every combat situation the United States had during the intervening years, including the First and Second Gulf Wars. He'd ended up a two-star commanding Fort Benning in Georgia, where Devine had earned his Ranger status, though their paths had not crossed there. He had the rep of being iron hard but fair, a soldier's soldier. He cared more for his troops than he did for the next star on his shoulder. Then his career had seemed to stall. One article reported that Campbell had been brutally honest during some congressional testimony, and the Army brass hadn't liked that level of candor from one of its senior officers. He'd then been apparently forced into retirement and gone into the private sector. He'd resurfaced a few years later with some civilian position at the Pentagon. After that, he'd dropped off the radar. Well, the old man was back on the battlefield, it seemed. Devine stripped off his running clothes and changed into jeans, heavy boots, and a long-sleeved t-shirt, then grabbed his motorcycle helmet and went downstairs and out the back. In the one-car garage was Tapshaw's Hunter Green Mini Cooper. She was the only one with a car, for her 1-mile jaunt to work. Spears took the train into the city like Devine did, and Valentine performed his heavenly hacking remotely from his room. Or the couch. Next to the Mini was Devine's BMW motorcycle. It was the only thing he had ever splurged on. He'd bought it used with money saved up from his army pay. He fired up the motorcycle and soared off into the night. He had been given a mission, and as a soldier, he had never liked to let time lapse between an order given and its execution. The problem was the file that Campbell had on Cowell and Cumley was very thin. But there was enough there that Devine could understand someone like Campbell being deployed to see what was up. And now I'm right in the middle of it, sink or swim. He zipped along curvy roads going faster than he should have at night, but he didn't really care. At least he was finally flying along with a purpose beyond making money for Brad Cowell, a man who already had far too much wealth. 10 minutes later he arrived at Cowell's private enclave, the rear of which he saw from his train every morning. It was ablaze with lights, like a movie premiere, for all to see. High-dollar showroom-level cars were parked in the palace's motor court. Wrought iron gates kept out the uninvited, of which Devine was assuredly one. He took off his helmet and watched. The people he had seen from the train earlier were filtering out now. No doubt they had to get back to their fabulous homes and do fabulous things before getting up the next day to continue being fabulous. But maybe he was just being fabulously cynical and envious. As he continued to watch, his focus suddenly centered on one man. It was the thick-chested and skinny-legged Bradley Cowell in the flesh. He slid clumsily into the driver's seat of a deep blue Bugatti Chiron that probably cost more than Devine would earn in 10 years, even if he did make it at the firm. Cowell fired up the engine, and it sounded like a Boeing 777 powering up to takeoff thrust. He slid it into gear and in 2 seconds made it to the gates, which barely had time to open on the motion sensor before the muscle car blew past. He turned right and headed south. Devine knew Cowell had a penthouse on the top of the building where Devine labored every day. He might be going there tonight, swapping a palace in the burbs for sleeping closer to the sky. Devine kicked the bike into gear and raced after the Bugatti. He had a second job now. It was called serving his country once more and keeping out of prison. Chapter 9. The Bugatti and the motorcycle breached the island of Manhattan from the north and wended their way south like synchronized swimmers. Traffic was light at this hour, and Devine had no trouble following the supercar. The damn thing seemed to glow in the dark. It would have made the dark night's ride look like a drab Ford Escort puttering along. Devine had met Brad Cowell exactly one time. Well, he hadn't really met the man, but it was the closest he was ever likely to get. It was Devine's recruiting class's official first day, and the company's leadership and the great man had been rolled out to greet them. They were gathered in one of the conference rooms where huge deals were routinely closed and enormous amounts of wealth changed hands. Devine could almost smell the money in the air. 45 strong, the incoming class was looking spit-and-polished and serious and focused and grateful for this amazing, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity with a world-class organization, blah, blah, blah. Then in came the man himself, followed by an 8-person platoon of anal-looking people dressed in corporate armor right down to the slash of pocket squares, precisely knotted ties, and, for the sole woman in the group, a black business suit, black stockings, black pumps, and a rigid face heavily lined from years of toil in this place. She was just like the buzzsawed male lieutenants on that score. Cowell's pocket square seemed to have been mitered to an impossibly perfect angle with the horizontal line of his breast pocket on his 20, $100,000 custom-made suit. Devine wasn't guessing about the cost, because the man told all of them that was what the Italian tailor had charged him when Cowell had him flown in from Milan on his private wings to mold 20 of these suits to the investment king's stocky frame. And he made sure to share with them that the talented paisano charged Robert De Niro and George Clooney and Brad Pitt the same price. The magnate's hair was parted seemingly with a laser's precision. His teeth gleamed so white and straight that Devine found himself running his tongue over his own in an attempt to remove the grime of his breakfast. The shoes were unlike any he had ever seen, the softest of probably Italian leather, triple-strapped, polished to a sheen that was possible only by a practiced human hand. Cowell's gray shirt seemed grafted to him like a second skin of liquid chrome. "I came from nothing," Cowell began in his address to the class of newbies. "And built everything you see here entirely on my own." And it was true, or so the official business press had always dutifully reported. A string of Cowell's ancestors had inherited great wealth, but his grandfather apparently had been a lousy businessman and lost half the fortune. Cowell's worthless father had sponged off his inheritance, and what he didn't lose in gambling, he squandered in bad investments. When Brad Cowell had come along, there was little if anything left. But he had worked hard and graduated summa cum laude from his Ivy League college. After that the man had, in around 2 decades, built his eponymous firm up into the same league as Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan and Merrill Lynch. No one spoke much of the other named partner, and comely. She was reportedly in her 70s and lived primarily in Palm Beach, or was it Palm Springs? No one that Devine knew had ever seen the woman. She had never come to the office, at least that Devine was aware. It was rumored that she was a reclusive heiress who had provided Cowell with the initial stake he needed to build his empire, and one of her rewards had been her name on the firm, and even more money in her already deep pocket. However one kept score, Cowell was one of the hottest commodities in the most important financial center in the world. "There are 45 of you here now," Cowell had said, looking around the room and lingering on just a few. Devine had a feeling this was all scripted and that these minions had already been preordained to be passed on up the chain. He hadn't been one of them. "Only 10% of you will make it to the next round. They will have a shot at getting to the next level, which will come with ample financial and professional reward. The losers, well, he didn't have to finish this part. Everyone in the room knew what happened to losers. They got flushed down the toilet and went to work at places that didn't have arrogant billionaires at the helm." Cowell stared them all down. "I would wish you all luck," the smirk came back. "But luck, I can assure you, will have nothing to do with it." Then he had made an impressive leap and landed upright on the table, causing one already tightly wounded young woman he had flown past on this maneuver to cry out and nearly fall out of her chair. Devine guessed she would not be one of the 10% to move on to a financial mecca. Cowell glowered at them all from his now high perch. "This place, this space, this world, isn't about luck. It's about brains and talent and belly fire. You have to want it more than the next guy." He eyed the 7 women in the group, 1 black, 1 brown, 2 Asian, 3 white, strictly adhering to the firm's diversity program, along with the 38 men, 37 of whom were white and the other Latino. That summed up diversity in the ranks of the high finance world, Devine mused. "Excuse me, the next person." The suit platoon clapped, and Cowell cried out, "So, what are you waiting for? Get your asses to work. And may the best people win." Prompted by this voice command, they had all stood like obedient dogs and filed from the room, while Cowell watched them from his intimidating perch. The guy just seemed to bask in this shit, Devine had thought at the time. His opinion had not changed. The Bugatti kept blasting south, through Midtown and next downtown and then straight to the financial district. There it turned onto Exchange Place, 1 block south of Wall Street, to the building where Sarah Hughes had died. It turned into the parking garage at Cowell and Cumley. The Bugatti's window came down, Cowell held up his phone to the reader, and the garage door cranked up. The $3 million muscle car pulled in and the door closed behind it. The man had not only his own parking space but also his own private elevator, right to the penthouse. Devine knew this, because Wanda Sims had told him. Devine imagined the man going up in his silver tube. As he continued to watch, lights came on, but on the 52nd floor, because Devine took a minute to count down from the top. The penthouse was 4 floors higher. So why was he on that floor, where Hughes had died? The next moment he saw someone else he recognized walking down the street. She reached the front doors of the Cowell building, swiped her card, and entered. He watched as she hurried across to the elevator bank. Devine couldn't see the security guard. He might be making his rounds. With this interesting development, Devine parked his bike on the street, locked down the front tire, and walked over to the building. He used his security card to get in. He took the elevator up to the 44th floor, where he knew the woman he'd seen had her office. He looked all around, but she wasn't there, and the only lights on were the security ones. Then he thought about the lights on the 52nd floor, or the death floor, as he now imagined it to be. If Cowell was there, was the woman meeting him for some reason? He took the elevator up to that floor, poked his head out, didn't see anyone, and got off. The place was apparently no longer an active investigation scene. He imagined Hughes's parents were frantically traveling here from out of the country. All that way to look at your daughter on a morgue slab. He could hear nothing other than the sparse traffic from down on the street and the occasional plane going by. He tried to figure out in which direction the light he'd seen come on was located. He started down a corridor and then turned to the left. And stopped. The blue and yellow police tape was strung across the doorway. The storage room where Sarah Hughes had died. Devine decided he needed to see it for himself. This didn't tie directly into what Emerson Campbell had tasked him to do, but if something nefarious was going on at Cowell's business, Hughes's death might be connected somehow. At least he couldn't rule it out at this point. And Devine had cared greatly for Sarah Hughes. He needed to understand why she had taken her own life. Looking at the place where she had drawn her final, tortured breaths seemed like a good start. Chapter 10. He first noted the chalky white fingerprint powder on the lock. He used his shirt sleeve to cover his hand and tried the knob. The door swung open. He was looking at a dark room until he flicked on the light with his elbow. There was the chair she'd likely stood on, still lying on its side, like it was dead, too. The cord she had used was no longer there, though the ceiling panel was still removed and sitting on the floor, like a tooth missing from a mouth. It had powder on it, as did the chair. Floating through his mind was the image of Sarah Hughes standing on the chair, slipping the cord around her neck, and then pushing the chair away. He wondered if Hughes had had second thoughts, regretted her decision, and pulled against the cord around her neck that was killing her. At what point did she realize it was useless? That she was going to die? Did she scream for help that never came? And then just. He closed his eyes and shook his head with the absolute misery of this tragic image. She had been a wonderful, caring person. But everyone had their dark, unspoken side, of which no one else, not even close friends and family, was aware. And I'm the poster boy for that. He looked around the space and observed things one would expect to encounter in a storage room. Cleaning supplies, cardboard boxes, a vacuum, boxes of file folders, reams of copy paper, printer ink cartridges, an old fax machine, Christmas decorations, a whiteboard on a stand. She would have seen all these things while dying. It didn't seem fair. Staring bug-eyed at Christmas decorations knowing you wouldn't live to celebrate the next one. He punched off the light and closed the door, then he heard the noise to his left, down the hall. Halfway there, he already knew what he would find. It wasn't hard. Moaning and groaning and lustful whimpers. He stopped, looked around, and spotted a door with the necessary sight line. The office in question was in the corner. The lights inside were off and he could well understand why. You would take no chances doing what they were doing, even with the blinds drawn. He stood behind the door, but left it open a crack so he could see clearly. 10 minutes went by and the moans and groans stopped. A few mumbled words. Feminine to his ear. Perhaps of praise, or relief that it was over. Another minute passed, a light came on inside the office, and then the door was jerked open. Out staggered Brad Cowell, smoothing his hair down and putting his costly shirt tail back in his very expensive pants and notching his crocodile leather belt closed. He took a moment to slowly zip up his pants like he was reholstering his gun. He looked sweaty and triumphant. Devine took out his phone and snapped several shots of Cowell, as well as the woman who was clearly visible in the room behind him. Her head was turned to the side, and she was staring at Cowell, seemingly surprised that he was leaving her so abruptly. She was the same one he had seen going into the building earlier. Only now she was naked and lying on the desk on her back, with her thighs still akimbo. Cowell must have finished, jumped up, and headed on his way. He took 3 more pictures of what he was seeing. Then he turned the video function on and held the camera up. He did not like spying on people, particularly at a moment like this. But if something dirty with national security implications was going on here, he instinctively knew having this stick to hold over Cowell's head might come in handy. The woman called out, "Where the hell are you going, Brad?" Cowell turned back and said, "Early morning. Need some shut-eye. And thanks, sweet cheeks. It was great. Next week, same time, but I'll let you know where. Don't know what came over me tonight, except you are so hot it makes me lose my damn mind," he laughed. The woman, Devine noted, did not. Cowell passed by Devine's hiding spot, no doubt heading for the elevator. If he were a betting man, Devine would say the Bugatti was done for the night and Cowell was going to sleep, this time for real and not on a desk. A couple minutes later, Devine glanced back in the direction of the office, from which the woman stepped out, now dressed. Her name was Jennifer Stamos. She was 28 and had been at Cowell for 6 years. In fact, she had been in Sarah Hughes's class. Devine knew this because she was in the firm's employee directory, which was accessible to all at Cowell. It did not contain addresses, like an old phone book did, or other personal information. This was strictly business-related. It was known, firm-wide, without a shred of originality, as the book. It contained all the things each person had done while at Cowell, every deal, every triumph, every failure, every screw-up. Cowell kept score like no one else. Everyone had a numeric and alphabetical grade that, combined, served to define their firm-wide ranking for all to see, and, to ratchet the pressure up even more, that ranking was updated daily. Devine knew this glorified digital pissing contest was designed to make the competition even more intense. To see how far you were falling behind, or racing ahead, all you needed to do was check the book. And then you ran harder and harder to catch up and then pass the front runners. Or else you ran harder and harder to get further ahead. Or you worked your ass off and still fell behind and got depressed as hell. It was cruel and inhumane, and it was also just the way things worked in this world. Stamos, he knew from the book, had been a clear second in her class. But that was not the case now, because Sarah Hughes was no longer in the race. Stamos had just taken over the lead by default. She was beautiful. Long, dark hair that fell straight to her shoulders. Olive skin, full lips, lovely features, green eyes that Devine had watched seemingly spike with electrical current when she was animated. She had been to several of the mixers. He had watched her dance and joke and drink, and even do a stupid line of coke in a back room, and not like it. In off hours her choice of dress had been sexy and chic. At leisure, she possessed a flippant, playful style that made her appear vulnerable and approachable. Coupled with her prodigious brains and sheer business talent, it was a truly potent combination that had captivated Devine and many others at the firm. She looked nothing like that right now. She appeared shrunken and depressed. Her hair was tangled, her blouse was untucked from her jeans, and her painful-looking stiletto heels, which cranked her 5'3" stature to 5'7", were in her hand. Devine knew that Hughes and Stamos had not been friends. There was no room for that within the same class or even outside classes. The women knew that it was unlikely both would make the long haul at Cowell, because things simply did not work that way in this arena. But Devine wondered if Stamos felt badly for having sex in an office with the head of the firm on the same day that her chief competitor had been found dead only a few feet away. He at least hoped she did. Stamos stopped at the women's restroom for a few minutes. When she came back out, Devine followed her, but waited for the elevator doors to close behind her before he rushed forward and pushed a button to summon his own elevator car. Stamos was heading out of the glass doors when Devine's elevator reached the ground floor. He nodded to the guard, who was back behind the desk and watching him curiously. Then the guard glanced at the departing woman and his eyebrows went up, and a knowing grin spread over his face. Stamos was walking down the street and looking at her phone. Devine thought he knew what she was doing, and he headed over and unlocked his bike and slipped on his helmet. The Uber appeared 3 minutes later and she got in. Devine followed. The Uber dropped the woman off at a bar in Greenwich Village that, on Friday night at midnight, was just starting to rock. Chapter 11. She was standing at the far end of the beer-slopped bar. The place was full of young people and the occasional person over 50 trying and failing to fit in. Devine looked to be the only 30-something there, but maybe his math was off. And he looked older than he actually was. Mortal Kombat just did that to you. He threaded his way through sweaty, drunk, and getting drunk bodies that were coiling and uncoiling around him like snakes before copulation. Then he pulled up and did a swift observation. Next to Stamos was a man holding a half-empty glass of beer. He didn't know if the guy had arranged to meet her here, but he didn't think so. To Devine's mind, you didn't have sex with your boss and then meet your boyfriend for drinks minutes later. The guy was around 6'3" or so, and lean, about 40 pounds lighter than the more muscular and stockier-built Devine. He was lanky, coordinated, seemed light on his feet. He looked like he had maybe played D2 basketball or D1 lacrosse. He was handsome in the traditional way, though he had the kind of thin blonde hair that would start to disappear around age 30 and be totally gone except for a scalp rim of white or gray by 50. He had handsome, and haughty, patrician features, so, in his mind, Devine nicknamed him Wasp. He was dressed in stylish, expensive jeans and a white untucked shirt that hit at about his waist because of his long torso. Moccasins were on his feet. They looked warm in the heat of the room. He was inching up to Stamos, who had just ordered her drink and was waiting for it to arrive, keeping her eyes on the wooden bar. So maybe he's about to make his move. Devine picked up his threading through the crowd maneuver once more. And arrived in the close-quarter combat space about the time Wasp touched Stamos on the arm. "Haven't seen you here before," he said. She didn't look at him. "Well, I have been here before." "Well, then that's my fault for not noticing. How can I make it up to you?" Stamos looked to the side and saw Devine shaking his head and rolling his eyes at these pathetic pickup lines. She smiled. Wasp thought it was for him. "Now there you go, that's the smile I was hoping for. Hey, Jen, said Devine. Wasp swiveled around and eyed him. Hey, buddy, do you mind? I do mind. Because I came here for a drink with my friend. Wasp looked at Stamos. Is that true, or is that a line? Stamos looked intrigued by this development. It's true. Wasp kept his eye on her, obviously not believing this. He turned to Devine, looked him over the way guys did one another. The can I kick the shit out of him or not? Sort of dance that young men undertook, particularly when booze and women were involved. Devine said, my friend has had a rough day. So if you'll excuse us. Wasp did not look like he wanted to excuse anyone, least of all Devine. But he and his beer moved a few stools down where Devine could see more wasps greet him, listen for a few moments, and then glare Devine's way. It was all guy testosterone stuff, and it could mean nothing or a lot. Only time would tell. Devine took all this in, and then turned to Stamos as her drink came. A gin and tonic with extra lime slices, and a deuce of olives. I know I've seen you at work. She began, picking an olive out with her fingers and biting it in half. She added sheepishly, I'm sorry, I don't remember. No reason for you to. Travis Devine. 34th floor. Newbie class. Still trying to cut it to the next level. She took this in, licked the gin and olive juice off her fingers. What did you mean I was having a rough day, she said. Sarah Hughes? Weren't you in the same class? He fingered the phone in his pocket, where the pictures and video were. Maybe more valuable than Apple and Amazon stock combined. At least to Devine. Yes, that was awful. She looked at his sleeve. You got something. On you. She pointed to the white chalk marks he'd gotten from the fingerprint powder. Shit. He dusted them off, watching the white particles drop to the bar floor. What are you doing here? She asked. Having a drink, same as you. Devine held up a hand to the harried man behind the bar. Can of Sapporo. Thanks. She sipped her drink. Did you know Sarah well? Devine said, not well. She was our class liaison. Funny, though. What? When I passed by our office building a little while ago, I saw Bradley Cowell's Bugatti heading into the firm's garage. Dude must never sleep. She looked alarmed when the name Cowell had come up, but Devine was intentionally not looking at her. He was instead staring at her reflection in the mirror behind the bar. It was just as informative as observing the real thing. Why is that funny? It is his business. And he has a penthouse apartment there. I get that, but you wouldn't think the guy would want to go back there tonight of all nights. I mean, with Sarah's having died there today. Stamos appraised him for a moment. So, you think you'll make the cut? Not sure. But you're good as gold. 6 years in and the book said Sarah was the only one ranked ahead of you. But obviously no more. As soon as he said this, Devine regretted it. As a newbie operative in the Office of Special Projects, he was showing how ill-trained he was at eliciting intelligence from a target, at least in this setting. He had done okay at it in the Middle East. You are such an asshole, Stamos cried out. Wasp heard this and looked up from his beer. He glanced at his buddies, and seemed to be contemplating something. Devine saw all this in the mirror as well. It was easy enough to read, the man was pondering whether to retake Hamburger Hill from Devine. I didn't mean it like that. But that's the way things are at Cowell, Devine said, easing off the gas pedal. You know it and I know it. His beer came and he took a healthy swallow. It felt good against the rising heat in here. Doesn't mean I have to like it, she said in a pouty tone. No, you don't. Devine thought quickly. He was making little progress and he had to turn that around. Campbell didn't strike him as a patient man. His mind flitted over several possible lines of inquiry with Stamos, each fraught with complications. And then, like the soldier he had once been, he decided to cut through the bullshit and try a direct assault. Getting back to Sarah, did you know her well? The answer to this query seemed harder than it should have been for Stamos. No, not really. She wouldn't meet his eyes when she said it. He decided to up the ante. You have any inkling she might kill herself? This question seemed to shake Stamos even more. Her eyes bugged out for a moment and her body tensed. However, she quickly regrouped and shook her head, with the mouthed word no tacked on. So, no warning signs. Nothing on the grapevine, he persisted. I really didn't see that much of her. She was working on other things. Did you get an email about her death? What? An email with details about Sarah's suicide? No, you mean from the firm? I don't know. Maybe it just went to me, then. But why? Wanda Sims told me Cowell was her mentor. Did you know that? Her face got puffy and her manner grew subdued. She looked down at her gin like she wanted to jump into it and pass through to a fresh new world. He mentors lots of people. So is he mentoring you? She glowered at him, and in that look Devine knew he had blown it. I don't have to answer that. I don't have to talk to you at all. He felt a hand on his shoulder and Devine turned to see Wasp and two of his comrades in beers standing there. The other two were at least 6'4" and built like the college athletes they no doubt had once been. Is he bothering you? Wasp asked. Stamos gave Devine a look with eyebrows raised as if to say, should I sacrifice you or not? It's up to you. So start begging. But she sure as hell wasn't going to get that from him. Her lovely face once more turned nasty when confronted with his stony, unrepentant look. Yes. Can you do something about it? She said, not taking her gaze off Devine. Hell yes we can. Let's go, buddy. There's a little spot around the corner where they keep the trash. We can go there and settle things. Or we can just go our separate ways, no harm, no foul, said Devine as he made a move to do just this, until Wasp clenched his shoulder harder. That's what I thought as soon as I saw you, you're a chicken shit, said Wasp. But if you want to pussy out, feel free. Don't go there, buddy, said Devine. Stamos interjected, hey, just everybody cool it. Let him go. Wasp ignored this and said in a louder voice, I know what, we'll all give a toast to the chicken shit as you walk out the door with your tail between your legs. He pushed Devine away. Go on, run away before you get hurt. Devine laid down cash for the beer, finished it in 2 more gulps, crushed the empty can in his hand, turned to Wasp, and said in a low, menacing voice, I'm leaving now, but consider yourself really, really lucky, prick. He rammed his way through the crowd and out the door. And then the 3 men made a big mistake. They followed him. Chapter 12. Devine turned the corner and neared a sliver of an opening between 2 buildings where a dumpster and lines of trash and recycling bins were kept. This must be the place the asshole had been referring to. Beyond these articles, a brick wall faced him. He looked behind him. Wasp and his 2 pals were moving fast. Okay, here we go. Devine stepped into the opening, because with the brick wall behind him no one could sneak up on him. He then turned back around as the 3 men caught up to him. They were shoulder to shoulder as though intending to block his escape. They could be Iraqis or Afghans, Taliban or Al-Qaeda or ISIS. It had gotten hard to tell the difference, actually. Those desert guys were all tall, and bone and muscle and lethal and muttering shit in a language he had come to learn but never mastered. Their eyes were all the same. Crazy, fanatical, but also cagey, smart. You got plopped in a flag-draped coffin for underestimating those sons of bitches. Wasp was a bit ahead of his pals, but starting to look a little nervous because Devine wasn't looking nervous at all. He pointed to the man on his left. Rick played defensive end at Cornell, he jerked a thumb at the other guy. And Doug was NCAA heavyweight wrestling champ from Iowa. And I was All-American in lacrosse at Princeton. Devine didn't waste an ounce of breath replying to this babble, because that was all it was. There were guys who could talk a good fight, and there were those who remained quiet and just put your lights out. As they walked forward, he walked forward. Like two trains on the same track, the crash would be inevitable. His attention was diverted for only a moment as he saw Stamos peer around the corner, her eyes wide and her face tense. This had gone far past what she had intended, he could read that in her nervous features. And she was wondering how she could defuse things. She gave him a pleading look. It affected him more than he would have thought. "Okay, last chance, guys," he said. "Walk away now or I can guarantee it will not end well for any of you." 1 against 3, and we're all bigger than you, said Wasp. "So what exactly are you smoking?" "I was Army. A Ranger. Just so you know." "Big shit," said Rick. "I eat fucking Rangers for breakfast." Okay, that was the wrong thing to say, thought Devine. Really wrong. Wasp charged forward, his fists held high, too high. Devine landed a sharp punch to his gut, which doubled him over, and then that blow was followed up with a fully stretched out kick by Devine to his opponent's downward-looking face. The force lifted Wasp off the ground, revealing that the rough and rugged motorcycle boot had battered the man's delicately handsome features. Then Devine grabbed him by the shirt front and hurled him at the dumpster. He hit the metal side and dropped to the asphalt unconscious. Doug the wrestler roared and punched Devine twice in the head. They were damn hard shots, but that was all. He felt some blood on his skin and in his mouth, some snot on his face, but his senses were intact. The guy tried to pin his arms to his sides, but Devine broke that hold by slamming the top of his head into Doug's chin and gouging him in the eye with his thumb. Then he hooked him around the ankle with his foot and laid a thunderous elbow into the man's oblique. This caused the man to stagger back, breathing hard, and bloody from the chin and mouth. Devine pivoted, went behind Doug in a flash of choreographed movement that he had done 1,000 times in close quarter drills, and for real in combat, and came up behind the far larger man. A vicious elbow strike to the left kidney, a rock-hard fist to the right one, and Doug dropped to his knees, howling in pain, because that area of the body was unprotected and sensitive as shit, which made it the perfect target. Devine planted his left foot firmly on the ground as his fulcrum. Doug's head was lined up like a ball on a stand for an eager T-baller to bang a home run off. He let loose a ferocious roundhouse kick that impacted the left side of Doug's head with both power and velocity. The man's head kissed his right shoulder and his eyes rolled back in his head, as his brain checked out. A moment later he joined Wasp on the ground for a long sleep and a painful awakening. This had all taken seconds. Rick grabbed Devine from behind, lifted him off the ground, and threw him face first against the brick wall. He struck it hard, painfully so. His shoulder howled, and his face bled and swelled with the impact with the rough brick. Then Rick slammed against him, driving him into the brick wall another centimeter, and cutting his skin below both eyes. Then he landed a trio of hard punches to Devine's back, which was stupid. Headshots would have been far more effective, particularly against unyielding brick. That was what Devine would have done. You couldn't fight back if you were unconscious. The man stepped back to view his handiwork. However, if Rick thought his opponent was down and done, he was seriously mistaken. That might cut it in college football, but not in Devine's world. And poor Rick was about to realize the consequences of his misjudgment. Devine levered off the wall and used that momentum to boomerang back on the former Ivy League lineman. He gripped the man's throat with one hand while he hit him with two uppercuts straight into the diaphragm with the other. Then he landed a bruising hook into the oblique. And one more on top of it. Rick moaned and staggered back, with Devine still holding on to his throat. In combat, with a serrated ranger knife in hand, Devine would have gutted the guy in the midsection area, upward slash and then side to side, to get to the intestines and aorta, and the fight would be over. Devine once more glanced at Stamos, who was looking terrified and stunned into silence at what she was seeing. In response, Devine let go of his neck grip and pushed Rick violently back against the wall, where he slumped down holding his gut in his throat. Devine had never not finished a fight, and he was unsure about this time. Maybe he was mellowing in his early 30s. Still looking at Stamos, Devine turned and started to walk toward her. "Look out," she screamed. He pivoted and put up a blocking arm. The trash can lid wielded by Rick hit him on the forearm. It hurt like a bitch, but broke nothing, only bending the flimsy metal nearly in half. But if it had hit him in the head, it would have been a different story. Devine planted a fist into Rick's chest right at the heart, which fired off messages of cardiac panic to his brain. He then leapt forward and used the crown of his head to deliver a staggering blow to the man's chin. Rick's lower teeth jammed into his upper teeth and blood shot out as gums and hardened calcium collided violently. Rick screamed and slumped to the ground sobbing, his hands pressed against his mangled mouth. Devine glanced over at Stamos, who looked stunned in the face of this carnage. He turned and walked toward her. She backed away, looking fearful. He wiped the blood and snot off his face and onto his sleeve. "Thanks for the warning. And call an ambulance for those guys," he paused and added, "and I'll see you at the office, sweet cheeks." He walked down the street, put on his helmet, cranked his bike, and blew past as she stood outside an alley where three large and disappointed young men lay with the city's trash. Chapter 13. Devine slept for a couple hours, with an ice pack around his arm and another on his shoulder and a third bag on his face. He'd applied ointment to the cuts and brick rash. He rose, put on his workout clothes, jogged over to the high school football field that was right behind his neighborhood, and started his daily workout. A tractor tire lay on the football field. The football players used it to build up the thrust strength of their arms and legs. Devine flipped it down to one end, turned around and flipped it back to the other, until he was drenched in sweat. With every flip he had a new thought about Sarah Hughes and her death, and Cowell and Cumley. Then there were regular car tires that he threw like discuses to build up his obliques. As he did so, Devine thought about his new gig with Emerson Campbell. Next, Devine ran the bleacher steps until he was soaked in even more sweat. He did pull-ups and chin-ups on a pull-up bar. 100 of each. 20 at a time followed by 20 seconds of rest. 200 push-ups, 50 at a time. With each rep he imagined Sarah swinging on the end of that cord. Up crunches followed, both flat on his back and then hanging from the pull-up bar. Squats, lunges, army crawls, high kickers, then plyometric jumps on and off wooden boxes of varying heights the school kept here for the athletic teams. Followed by burpees. Every one he performed was now accompanied by images of the battle in the alley. His wounds howled in protest of the workout, which made him push himself even harder. When the going got tough, you just kicked your own ass even harder. That was the army way. Sprints down the field, and, on the return, he did the run backward. He went faster each time, working off his frustration at the hard left turn off a cliff his life had taken. Lieutenant Roy Blankenship and Captain Kenneth Hawkins. Names he had heard every day for years, and then no more. Both men dead. Both struck down violently. One with an assist by him. How many times had he seen those faces in his sleep? It was always the same. They were staring at him, waiting for him to say something. To Blankenship, maybe something about avenging him. To Hawkins, maybe angry words, venting. But Devine never said a damn thing back. Not one damn thing while two dead men stared at him. He finished off with a series of isometric routines, holding the poses until his body shook violently with the effort of simply standing still. He jogged back to his place, cooling down and stretching along the way. He showered, shaved, dressed, and left his room. Valentine was on the couch dead asleep, having failed to make it up to his room the previous night. Apparently tapping keys on a laptop could be exhausting. He had heard Tapshaw softly snoring and probably dreaming of new deals and happy couples from the hummingbird empire she'd created. He had seen the light on in Helen Spears's room. She was no doubt studying. She had the belly fire, that was for sure. Being black and a woman were two strikes against you already, Devine knew. It sure as hell had been that way in the army. Quite a few of his comrades in uniform resented women being in the ranks. Sure, the guys said all the right things in public so their records and promotion trajectories wouldn't get ripped, but the private mutterings among the men were a whole different story. This pattern of misogyny came from some of the enlisted grunts all the way up to a number of the bars and stars. And the petty shit these men would do to screw with the women was legendary in its cruelty. Nothing wounded a female soldier more than knowing the guy in uniform next to her didn't have her back, and, more insulting, didn't even want her there. Didn't think she would ever be good enough. When all the ladies wanted was to simply be allowed to do their jobs and serve their country. And maybe Devine would have looked down on the ladies in uniform too, except a newbie enlisted had saved his life near Kandahar, losing a hand in the process. The soldier's name was Alice. He got to the station and boarded the train. One more working day until his only day off. The train was empty except for Devine until a woman in a warm-up suit and carrying a large canvas bag got on 4 stations later. She eyed his mangled face and immediately sat far away from him. By the time they got to Brad Cowell's palace the train was barely a quarter full. All the others, except the warm-up suit lady, were dressed as he was. But it was Saturday and the numbers were going to be lower. Not every business in New York worked the Wall Street way. Some people did get 2 days off out of 7. Devine stretched out his arm and shoulder, touched his injured face, and tensed a bit as the train slowed. There it was. The pool, the backyard with the string of lights still up and still on. Some servant must have forgotten to pull the plug. Cowell would probably ding their paycheck. He had looked up the property online. The place was 27,000 square feet, a dozen bedrooms, 17 baths, 2 kitchens, servant quarters in an adjacent cottage, a large guesthouse in case the 12 bedrooms weren't enough, along with the resort-sized pool and 8 exquisitely landscaped and private acres. There were no pictures of the interior online, which told Devine the place had been built by Cowell and had never been on the market for resale. It was tax assessed at a figure that was less than half of what it would cost to buy or build. But the bikini princess of the palace was not there today. The train picked that moment to hurry up its pace and the landscape changed. He took out his phone and brought up the pics of Cowell and Stamos. And then he watched the video with the sound turned off. He held the phone in his lap and sat hunched over so that no one around him could possibly see the screen. Yet something was nagging at him. Like he'd screwed up somehow. He looked out the window as the train chugged along, taking him to where he needed to go, and where he now didn't want to go. Unfortunately for Devine, they were the exact same place. Chapter 14. Devine sat in his sliver of a cubicle with his twin big-ass Mac screens. The somehow jarring sound of intense silence except for the quickened breaths of the highly intelligent and intensely motivated sitting all around him. It was a humbling experience to be in the presence of that much brainpower and drive to succeed. And it didn't help that Devine's arm ached and so did his shoulder where the brick wall had said hello. And his back from where Rick had popped him. But what the hell was pain anyway? It was life, you had to deal with it. He couldn't do anything about it except swallow some Aleve. No one had noticed his facial injuries or how stiff he held his arm and shoulder because no one bothered to look at him when they walked in. This was purposeful, because he was almost always the first one to arrive at work, and he knew that pissed them off. Their response was to ignore the early interloper. And then grind him into the dust with their own inspired labor. And all to make Brad Cowell even more money than he already had. But hey, when you had 2 jets and 2 yachts, another one of each certainly couldn't hurt. He hadn't seen Stamos today, though he didn't expect to. They were on different floors. He had her business email, though, and his finger had hovered over it on his computer, wondering if he should send her some message. Only he wasn't sure what he would say. He decided to just let it rest for now. Devine had scanned the news but had seen nothing about 3 young men being found in an alley with the proverbial shit beaten out of them. Wasp and his friends might have called the police and concocted some story about his having mugged them at gunpoint or something. Only they didn't know who he was, unless Stamos had hung around and told them. He crunched numbers and composed reports and sent them to bits and pieces of the Cowell universe so other people could tear them apart and send them back and tell him what a moron he was, and to do a better job if he wanted to really dance with the big boys. And these salvos would go back and forth seemingly forever until the deal was done, or the market had closed, or the deal was scrapped, or someone important wet their pants and wanted to redo everything, or a better offer came in the door. It's not like it's my money. He looked at his watch. 1 o'clock. There was a dining hall on the 3rd floor. It had great food, everything from tofu, plant-based burgers, sushi, couscous of every flavor and description, to grilled fish, all varieties of pasta, and veggie, vegan, and pescatarian offerings, along with meats for carnivores, and delectable desserts, all free, with cooks and eager servers just waiting to help you. And none of the burners ever went there, because, 1, they were afraid to get out of their seats, and, 2, they were even more afraid that some executive would see them on the 3rd floor in a place meant for people to eat, actually placing food in their mouths. Almost all brought their lunch and ate it at their desks, getting crumbs in their keyboards and crap smeared over their screens. That could be disastrous if a smudge made a decimal point disappear, or turned a dollar sign into the mark of the euro, or the pound sterling. But they were apparently less afraid of that than appearing in the dining hall and losing a shot at the big time simply because they were hungry. And that was good news for the people who had cleared newbie status. They had the food all to themselves. And before yesterday Devine would never have even thought about going to eat there. But yesterday had changed pretty much everything for him. His job was to act as a scout and to find important things. And to do that scouts had to keep on the move and go to places other people never would. Devine rose and called out, "Anybody want to grab some chow with me on the 3rd floor?" They all looked up at him as though he had just suffered a stroke. Then they eyed each other to see if perhaps other people thought he was joking. Then they finally noted his facial injuries and several men and women stiffened. Perhaps they thought he had been in a car accident and was now hallucinating. With no takers, Devine left the room and headed to the elevator. "I'm going to have a nice meal, while you wipe your candy bar and Cheez-It fingers over the whole of the Nasdaq futures." He rode the car down to 3, turned left, and entered the dining hall that looked one narrow step down from the Ritz, or the Plaza, or whatever was to die for these days. He didn't know because that was not his world. He was just a working man in the pay of the feudal lord. He got his piled-up plate and his glass of fancy seltzer water and found an empty table, keenly aware that people were staring at him. Devine knew he was the only burner in here. It usually took people 4 years to work up the courage to eat in here unless escorted by a superior. What an effed up world. He sat down, his back to the wall, and suddenly noticed that none other than Brad Cowell and part of his entourage were here. The boss was dressed in a sharp suit, white shirt, and no tie, a nod, Devine supposed, to it being the weekend. He said something and everyone at the table laughed like the guy was the greatest comedian ever. This audience clearly wanted to keep their place in the inner circle, and that meant busting a gut at the boss's lame jokes. Cowell's gaze roamed the room. As it did so, he was waving, nodding, grinning, scowling, growing serious, then laughing and waving again. It was as if to say, "Look everybody, your king is here on a Saturday in the summer instead of on my yacht or at my country club playing golf or banging my employee on a cheap desk, while I have an even better-looking lady skinny dipping in my Olympic-size pool." And then Cowell's X-ray beam came lurching over to Devine. And the man's features became unreadable. He lingered, 1, 2, 3 beats. He took in the injuries and the man himself. Probing, digging, creeping into unopened pathways that Devine might unknowingly have, like back doors on firewalls. Cowell had built a serious empire. To do that, you had to be smart and ruthless, more of the latter than the former, actually, because you essentially had to take what someone else had and not give a crap when they financially croaked. And then Cowell's gaze moved on, as he was laughing, scowling, grinning, waving, and even playfully flipping one man off. But he didn't come back to Devine. And Devine wondered 2 things, why the look had landed in the first place, and what would come of it. Or maybe Cowell was seeing right through Devine and wondering about some problem in the Japanese bond market, or whether a tax audit was going funny, or whether the blonde princess would find out he was screwing young, nubile financial whizzes on the 52nd floor. But, no, Devine had seen enough assholes in the world to know that Cowell was staring at him and seeing him, and there was a good reason for it. And it was then that he realized his mistake, the one that had been nagging at him the whole ride in. Sweet cheeks. He had called Stamos that. The same term Cowell had used after screwing her barely a half hour before. Heat of the moment thing on Devine's part, bravado. And stupid, which bravado almost always was. Stamos had told Cowell all of this, and Cowell, smart and paranoid asshole that he was, had put 2 and 2 together and decided that Devine had seen things last night he should not have seen. Thus the stare. And in that stare, he read decisive action coming. So Devine went back for seconds because this actually might be his last decent meal. Retired General Campbell would probably have to recruit a new spy. Chapter 15. Travis. He had just left work when the person had called out to him. He turned to his left and there was Jennifer Stamos. Yeah. She drew closer. She was dressed more casually than he was. Newbies struggling not to drown had no latitude in their professional appearance. But her casual was not that casual. Black jacket and skirt, white blouse with a bit of cleavage exposed. No stockings because of the heat, revealing smooth skin. Sensible low-ride pumps instead of the jacked heels from the previous night. About what happened last night, she eyed his facial injuries, but made no comment. He didn't know which, about what happened last night, event she was referring to, so he kept silent. You learned more by listening, and by speaking less your words tended not to come back to bite you. He had already made one error on that score. He just stared at her blankly. The fight, she prompted. What about it? How did you do that to those guys? They were all bigger than you. I was in the army. They teach you how to fight. That's right, you told them you were in the military. A ranger. Those guys got their shots in on me, for sure. But they knew nothing about really hurting another guy. I do. And I did, last night. But it was their choice, not mine. I walked out, they came after me. I gave them another chance to back off and they didn't take it. So I had no choice. I feel a little guilty. I could have de-escalated things. And I chose to defend myself and walk out of that alley with my brain still intact. I couldn't believe what was happening. So what happened to them? I called an ambulance, like you told me to. And the police? I didn't say I called the cops. Someone sure as hell would have. Okay, the cops did show up, but I sort of snuck away before that. Before you snuck away, are you sure you didn't tell anybody my name? She looked surprised at the inquiry. No, I wouldn't do that. Why not? What does it matter to you? Boy, you sure don't make it easy for someone to like you. He composed himself and reloaded. Just dial it down, Travis. You need info and she can provide it. I do appreciate you not giving my name away and for warning me about the sneak attack by Rick. But when those guys' egos act up on them and they get all pissy, they could go to the cops with a whole different angle, where they were the victims instead of being merely stupid and alcohol-fueled. I guess they might. He stared down at her. She looked very small in her 2-inch satin pumps. And he looked very big in his cheap suit. Why were you asking all those questions about Sarah? Because she's dead and I was curious, he replied. Curious about what? She killed herself. Devine said, curious about why she did it. It's happened before at Cowell. 4 years ago. The guy had just been fired via the ever-so-personal email torpedo. And his fiancée gave him the ring back when she found out. So the guy ate a round from a gun he bought illegally 2 hours later. How did you find all that out? She said, looking both puzzled and worried. Come on, these days can anyone actually have a secret that someone else can't find out about with a few computer clicks? And do you have secrets? She said aggressively. A ton of them. And at some point, they'll come back to bury me. They may already have. This statement seemed to take her aback. He decided to change tactics and show he actually had some empathy. Look, Jennifer, I'm not proud of what happened at that bar. While I was trained by the army to do it, I don't like wrecking guys. I gave them multiple chances to walk away and they just wouldn't do it. But I would have much preferred it never happened. Why were you at the bar? If you want the truth, I saw you go in. I wanted to talk to you about Sarah. She was really nice to me, and I'm beyond bewildered that she would have killed herself. I mean, she had everything to live for, unless I'm missing something. Stamos was quiet for a few moments. Are you going straight home, or can we get a bite to eat and maybe have a drink? I thought we could talk. You know. About Sarah and stuff. He looked at his watch. It was not yet 6 p.m. They let you off early on Saturday, or so they said. Actually, he'd just walked out. There were other newbies up there still analyzing away, writing reports to later be trashed, terrified to leave their seats until the coast was truly clear. Which would, in truth, be never. I'm always game for a beer. And talking about Sarah might be good for both of us. There's a place I know down by the water. He loosened the skinny tie he'd bought online for $3. Then he held out his hand in the direction of the harbor. After you. Chapter 16. They sat outside and took in views of the Statue of Liberty in Ellis Island set over churning, brackish water. The weather was nice, if humid. A storm might be rolling in, as storms often did this time of year after the day's buildup of heat. It was Mother Nature's way of venting. They were sitting under an umbrella, but the sun had long since passed over them and was starting its drop into the western horizon, where it would later flame the sky into an alchemy of red and gold. When Devine was in the Middle East, he never tired of that sight for one reason: he wasn't sure he'd be alive to see it again. Stamos ordered chips and guac and a margarita. Devine had a Budweiser. "They have a lot of good IPAs here," she pointed out, eyeing his can of beer. He drank his drink and said, "Bud is fine with me right now." "You had a Sapporo last night." "That was because last night I was fine with Sapporo." "Have you been to Japan?" she asked. He nodded. "And Korea and Germany and all the other usual stops for army guys." "But you were mostly in the Middle East." "Yeah, mostly there." "And you fought in combat," she said. "That was pretty much all there was there." "You wanted to talk about Sarah?" Stamos stared down at her hands. "She always seemed so put together. I actually looked up to her. I had pegged a few people there as possible suicide material, but never her." He nodded and said, "She never seemed that way to me either." "But you said you didn't really see that much of her and didn't know her that well." She wouldn't meet his eye. "That wasn't exactly true. I know because of the rankings in the book everyone thought we were bitter rivals." She paused and drank her drink, looking out at the Statue of Liberty. "But there's more to life than work. As my old army buddies used to say, you're preaching to the choir, Devine." She ran her gaze over him. "Devine? Isn't that Irish? You don't look Irish." "My father's definitely Irish, with fair skin and reddish hair. But I'm Greek on my mother's side. My grandparents came over from Mykonos." "You definitely take after your mother, then. You Greek on both sides?" "Through and through," she replied. "Siblings?" "4 sisters. All older." "That must have been a fun household," he said jokingly. "It was, actually," she said firmly. "Stupid remark, sorry." "You have siblings?" she asked. "Yeah, they're wonderfully perfect and smarter than me and have great lives." "Come on," she said skeptically. Devine said, "I'm being serious. That's exactly who and what they are. Both a lot older than me. Both have hit the very top in their chosen professions. Oh. You must be proud of them." "I'm glad they're happy." He thirstily drank his beer down and waved to the waitress for another. "So, back to Sarah. When was the last time you saw her?" "About a week before they found her. She came to my office." He looked puzzled. "Why? Last night you said you two were working on different things." "That's right." She drank her margarita after gumming the salty edges, then squeezed the lime wedge over the chips and dug into the guac. He watched her do this, and then looked out to the water for a moment before glancing back at her. "Then why did she come to see you?" he persisted. "What, are you playing detective or something?" "I'm just playing a human being." "So what did she say?" "She was asking about some play or other. Whether I'd seen it." His interest perked up. "What was the play? Did she want a recommendation?" Stamos fingered the drink and now she looked out toward the water, as though the answers would all be there. "Waiting for Godot." "Have you seen it?" "I don't know anything about it." Devine nodded. "I actually saw it here in New York, before I shipped out to West Point." "Really? I thought you'd be out binge drinking or, you know, the girls." "I had a high school English teacher, Harold Simpson. I told him I was going the officer route at the point. He told me to go see the play before I did. It happened to be on Broadway back then. Why did he want you to see it? Did he not want you to join the army? She asked. I don't think that was it. He'd served in the army during Vietnam. He wasn't West Point. He got drafted. He came back pissed off and against the war. But he fought. He did his job. And the country treated those vets like shit. Not fair to fight your heart out, survive, and come back to that. But why would he want you to see that play in particular? Devine sipped his fresh beer. I really can't explain it for you. It's just that sort of a play. You have to see it for yourself. Did you like it? I'm not sure it's a play you either like or don't like. I'm not sure that's the purpose. Then what is the purpose? He took his gaze from the Statue of Liberty and placed it on her. What to make of your own life, maybe. But if you ever see it, arrive at your own conclusion. So, you told her you hadn't seen it. What did Sarah say about that? She said it might be worth going to see. That I might want to check it out. So she had seen it. Which theater was it? I forget. Somewhere on Broadway. And recently. But you really can't believe that a stupid play had something to do with her killing herself? It's not a stupid play. Samuel Beckett wrote it, and he later won the Nobel Prize for Literature. Are you sure she didn't tell you more than that about her interest in it? Stamos looked uncertain. I think she wanted to, but she never came around to telling me. I tried to get her to fill me in. But what? I don't know, she seemed scared. She looked up at him. Does that make any sense? Maybe it did to her, he said thoughtfully. Why exactly did you want to talk to me? About Sarah, like I said. I think you have something else on your mind. She looked nervously at him. You were at the office late last night. Why do you say that? I asked the security guard later after you left and I slipped away from the ambulance guys. I went back to the building. He said you had come inside earlier, right after I did. I didn't see him. He was just coming back from making his rounds. He saw you, but you didn't see him. Okay, so. He told me you left right after I did. He thought, he didn't say it, but I believe he thought you and I had, gone up there too. Devine sat back. Okay, here we go. I left my phone in my cubicle and went back to get it. Is that a crime? Her response was immediate and direct. I was in there a lot longer than it took for you to get your phone. Yes, you were. And while I was there I logged on and did some work. I didn't even know you were there, but that's what you were doing, right? Catching up on some work? Why yes, that's right. A report I was working on. Well, good for the goose, good for the gander, right? She gave him a searching look and he hoped he had passed the test. Or rather Cowell's test. Because this further explained the look Brad Cowell had given him in the dining hall earlier. And it also was the reason she had wanted to meet with him. When you left last night, you called me sweet cheeks. Here we go. Round 2. It was shitty and degrading. I guess the adrenaline was pumping after the fight and I turned into a stupid punk trying to act big. I used to call the girls in high school that, and I wasn't referring to their faces. Thought it was cool. I was a jerk. I'm really sorry. Her searching look faded and she looked down. Apology accepted. Devine rose, opened his wallet, and said, I need to grab the train home. And then catch up on some sleep and ice my aches and pains. What do I owe you for the beers? She looked up at him. I invited you for drinks. So I got it. As he put his wallet away she said, "So, did you kill anybody over there?" "That was sort of the point," answered Devine. He headed to the subway, leaving the woman alone with her margarita, chips, and guac. And doubts. About me. And maybe about herself, too. Chapter 17. The Smoke and Coffee car was parked out in front of Devine's place, and Detective Hancock had the driver's door open. He was sitting sideways in the seat with his feet on the pavement. He looked up as Devine walked into view. Hancock stood. As he did, his jacket swung open, revealing a gun in a belt clip holster. "You prefer the Glock to the SIG?" asked Devine as he drew nearer. Hancock glanced down in surprise. "You can tell just from the butt of the gun." "I can tell from a lot of things." "Army stuff coming through again, huh?" "Army green pours through every pore I have." "What's up?" Hancock focused on his face. "Whoa, what the hell happened there?" "Playing pickup basketball at the high school over there and fell flat on my face trying to do stuff I don't have the skill to do against kids half my age and a lot better than I'll ever be. Looks worse than it is. Right. Leave that shit to the youngsters. I have some follow-ups. Got a minute?" "And if I said I'd rather get some shut-eye," said Devine. "Won't take long. Let's take a walk, you good with that?" "Nice night." Devine started walking and Hancock fell in beside him. "How's the investigation coming? Have you found out why she killed herself?" "She didn't kill herself. That's why I'm here with more questions." Devine stopped walking, so did Hancock. "Come again." "She didn't take her own life. This is now a homicide investigation." Devine held on to that game-changing word for an eternal moment. "Homicide, as opposed to suicide? This is not for official distribution, you understand," said Hancock. "So why tell me?" "I hope being straight with you will make you straight with me, that's why." "I have been straight with you." "Don't think so." "But you guys said suicide," countered Devine. "That was the prelim. Things have changed. Homicide can be made to look like suicide, especially for victims who were found hanging." "I know," said Devine, looking off now. "How?" said Hancock quickly. "How do you know?" Devine started walking again. "We had a case over in Afghanistan. Guy was found hanging just like Sarah. All evidence pointed to suicide. He was depressed. His wife was having an affair with some unidentified asshole. He'd missed out on his next promotion. He was drinking heavily, screwing up. He'd had multiple warnings from the brass, and the hammer was about to come down on his career. And his name was Lieutenant Roy Blankenship," thought Devine. "Damn, a lot to deal with." "Yeah. But he didn't kill himself. He was murdered." Hancock eyed him. "Who killed the guy? And why? And how'd they find out?" "The guy was his comrade in arms. He'd just come back from stateside. Turns out he was the one banging the dead guy's wife. His motivation was as old as time. He wanted the hubby out of the picture so he could fill that slot and live happily ever after with the missus. And his name was Captain Ken Hawkins. Shit, talk about betrayal. How'd they figure out it wasn't suicide?" "Probably the same way NYPD did." Devine ran a finger in a vertical line over his neck. Straight line ligature mark versus an inverted mark is the key telltale sign. Strangulation always has the first, hanging always has the second, because of gravity's force on the body. And the dead guy's fingernails also had rope hemp in them. So what happened was the killer strangled him with a rope from behind and the victim fought back, digging into the rope and getting fibers under his fingernails. That also made for the straight line ligature because no gravity at work. Then the killer strung him. up with the same rope to make it look like suicide. But the Army SID agents found the straight line under the inverted ligature mark. And the inverted was made post-mortem, because the guy was already dead. They can tell when something happens post-mortem, but then you know that already. How come you know so much about the details? Hancock said suspiciously. Devine knew all this because he had gone over every molecule of the case and spoken with the SID agents multiple times. He knew it wasn't suicide and had wondered why the SID hadn't concluded the same thing. He had come to find out it was more military politics than any sort of search for the truth. And Campbell had pretty much confirmed that. Like I said, they were part of my unit. I made sure I was informed. What happened to the guy who killed him? He's dead. Killed himself when Army SID started closing in. So his really was a suicide. And that, Devine knew, was a lie. Hawkins is dead because I left him out there to die. And the wife? No proof she knew anything about the plan to kill her husband. She's remarried and doing fine, added Devine, who didn't look fine with this at all. And why is Sarah's case now a homicide instead of a suicide? For reasons very similar to what you just said, replied Hancock. So the killer was sloppy, observed Devine. And the killer is still out there. And it's my job to find him. Or her. Would have taken some strength to string the woman up like that. Dead weight, no pun intended. And what do you want from me? Asked Devine. Where were you between roughly midnight and 4 a.m. on the day she was found? Is that the window on the time of death? Devine asked. Roughly. AC was on high in the building, so it screwed with the Todd a bit. They're doing a more thorough calculation right now to get a tighter window, if they can. Well, I was home in bed. At 4 o'clock I was just getting up and going to do my workout. Anybody vouch for that? Asked Hancock. Probably one of my roommates. But the Cowell building has cameras and a security guard on duty, and you need a security card to get in after hours. You don't have to play gumshoe peeking through keyholes, detective. Hancock said jokingly, only clearly he wasn't. Oh, hey, thanks, man, I didn't realize any of that shit. This sucker is basically solved. I'm not trying to tell you how to do your job, okay? Sure sounded like it to me. And you really work out at 4 a.m.? Yeah, at the high school football field over there. Only time I've really got to do it. Okay, and FYI, the guard makes rounds. He's not in the lobby all the time. Yeah, that I know, thought Devine. And the security card and cameras? Killer could have stayed in the building all night. You can do a head count on the video of people coming and going. Too many people and too much confusion and bad camera angles to rule everybody out. And that includes you. I came home the night before. My roommates can tell you that, at least he hoped they could. And to get back in the building, my security card would be needed. There'd be a record. And I'd be on film. Like you were last night. Around 11 or so. I forgot my phone. I went back for it. The guard saw me leave. Yes, he did. And, said Devine. And nothing, unless you want to add to it. I don't. You knew Sarah Hughes? Asked Hancock. I already told you I did. Don't get all worked up, Devine. See, the thing is, I think you knew her better than you let on. Devine stopped walking again. Based on what? Did you? Asked Hancock. Depends on what you mean by, better than you let on. Were you dating her? Did you have sex with her? Should I get a lawyer? Asked Devine. Do you think you need one? This is America. Everybody needs a lawyer at some point. Hancock looked displeased by the response. If you won't answer the Question, it makes me suspicious and it makes you look guilty. Even if I was dating her or had sex with her, why would that be a motive for murder? Oldest motive in the book. Spurned lover. So now I'm a spurned lover. You should write novels. Were you one? Asked Hancock. A spurned lover. I think we're done here. You know, the army cops got the guy. We will, too. I hope you find the person. Only it won't be me, because I didn't do it. Oh, okay, I'll just take your word for it. Cross you right off the suspect list. You talked to any other suspects? Asked Devine. No need for you to know that. Devine turned around and walked home. Tomorrow was Sunday, a day of rest. For God. But not for Travis Devine. Tomorrow might just outdo everything else he'd done the entire week. Maybe his whole time at Cowell and Cumley. But then again, why wait until tomorrow? After all, the night was still young. Chapter 18. There was the Russian, Will Valentine, on the couch, but this time he was awake. A brand spanking new pizza box was next to him and one of his Coors Light beers was unopened, but Devine doubted it would be for long. The Russian's appetite for American junk food and beer was apparently insatiable. Devine sat next to him, eyed the pizza and beer, and said, "You know, there are other kinds of food and drink in this country. And this stuff will kill you if that's all you put inside yourself." "You like little joke," Valentine grinned, tore off a big chunk of a pepperoni slice with his teeth, and then clacked away on his computer with one dexterous hand. Devine watched this and shrugged. "Okay, that's my advice for healthy living for the week. Got a problem you might help with? It's a weird email I got, but I don't know who sent it. Maybe you can figure it out." Valentine glanced sharply at him. "Forward me email." Devine did so and said, "Whenever you can get to it, but the sooner the better. Lives may depend on it." Valentine casually waved this off, though his full attention was on the message now resting in his computer email inbox. "You Americans, you get too caught up in stuff like that. In Russia, people die all the time. Usually by government. Or too much vodka. But is good way to go, no. No. You want pizza?" Devine looked down at the box and snagged a piece. "Hey, you remember me being here all of Thursday night, right?" "Thursday? Sure, sure. All the time. Why?" "No reason." Devine remembered that Valentine had been dead asleep in his room. Even if he misremembered and told the cops differently, they wouldn't believe him. He was Russian after all. Valentine had not commented on his facial injuries. He might have assumed Americans got the shit kicked out of them on a frequent basis. Maybe the same was true for Russians. Valentine looked up. "Whoa, dude, this does not look like email address." "I know, that's the problem. And I can't reply to it." "You sure you got this over internet?" "I'm sure." Valentine didn't look convinced, but then his expression changed as he read the message again. "Wait. Sarah Hughes? Didn't you tell me you dated her, dude? And now she's dead. Shit, I forgot I told him about Sarah." Devine eyed the man, sizing up the situation and what his response would be. "Just try to track the email, Will. It's important." He went up to his room eating the pizza and changed his clothes. Jeans and a black t-shirt were his go-to casual attire. His arm and shoulder were still sore, and he went to the bathroom to reapply the ointment on his face. As he was coming out, Helen Spears was standing there in cut-off jean short shorts with the bottoms of the white pockets exposed next to her muscled thighs, and a red crop top. Her long hair was piled on top of her head and held there by assorted hair clips. God, she was a knockout, he thought admiringly. What the hell happened to you, she said. Cut myself shaving. That got him an eye roll. You're not as funny as you think you are. But you share that with most guys. I plead guilty to that, Your Honor. The light banter ended right there. A woman died in your building. Devine tensed. Yeah, she did. Sarah Hughes. You know her? She asked. A little. The news said it was a suicide. NYPD may be rethinking that, noted Devine. Was that NYPD outside talking to you? I was looking out my window. He seemed like a cop. She seemed more intent and into this than was warranted. He wasn't sure how that made him feel. Yes, he is. What did he want with you? Asking questions, just like they're doing with everybody else. She folded her arms over her chest and looked alarmingly judicial. Do you need a lawyer, Travis? I know some good ones. I had nothing to do with her death. Doesn't matter. Innocent people get sent to prison all the time. This set him back on his heels, although Devine knew what she said was true. I'll let you know. Thanks for the offer. Hey, you remember me being here Thursday night, right? Why? Am I your alibi? She quickly added. You can call it that if you want. I think so. But then again, I got in late. I remember seeing you last night for sure. I was doing yoga in the dining room. Last night is irrelevant to the police investigation. I get that. Let me think about it. Thanks. How's your studying going for the bar? New York's is really hard, but I feel good about it. What kind of law are you going to practice? Criminal. Which side? She gave him a look that he couldn't readily interpret. The side that needs me the most, of course. She walked off downstairs and he heard the front door open and close. He crossed the hall and knocked on Tapshaw's door, after he heard her tapping away inside. She opened the door and stood there in what looked to be her pajamas. Yeah, she said brightly. She had dirty blonde hair that spooled around her. Narrow shoulders. Her face was button cute and her eyes danced with both focus and merriment. She was in her late 20s, she had told him, but sometimes, like now, the woman still looked to be in her teens. She was too skinny, but otherwise appeared healthy to his eye. She had bunny slippers on her feet. Her room was a wreck. Devine had seen more orderly spaces after he'd tossed a grenade inside them. The walls were covered in yellow and green post-it notes. She had 3 large computer screens on her desk. There was a whiteboard that had revenue and profit projections, and a business flow chart along with a corporate organizational schematic. He knew that Tapshaw had gone to MIT. Her undergrad degree had been in computer science. He'd also learned that she was a world-class gamer. In fact, she had used her winnings to start her company, she told him. She'd also won some prestigious international awards for her out-of-this-world computer skills and overall brilliance. Then she'd tacked on a fast-tracked MBA from Harvard. The burly, beer-chugging Russian downstairs knew his way around computers, Devine knew, but this shiny-faced skinny young woman trying to build an empire in the love and dating space might be in a totally different league. How you doing, Jill? Ever come up for air, or food? He really liked her. She was ambitious, but nice, and didn't think too highly of herself. He didn't run into too many people like that. And she had a tender smile and a kind, if naive, manner. Oh yeah, I had breakfast, I think. She looked unsure, and gazed back into her room, as though searching for evidence to back up her statement. It's dinner time. She looked stunned. Wow. That went by fast. When I go to the office I usually at least have soup and some coffee, but I've been working here all day. She fixed on his injuries. My gosh, what happened to you? Did you fall off your motorcycle? Slipped in the shower. Valentine has pizza downstairs. You might want to hurry before he finishes it. Good idea. Hey, are you doing all right? She obviously knew nothing about his dilemma. Her entire world revolved around Hummingbird. But it was nice that she had asked. No complaints. Look, if you ever take a break, there's a place nearby that has good tequila. I love tequila. Well, then. How about next weekend? I know you work long hours. Thanks for noticing, he grinned. I know you keep kind of busy, too. She looked at her note-clad walls. It's crazy, isn't it? But it feels cool to be, I don't know, building something. Particularly something that people need and could help them. Beats what I do for a living. Now, go get the pizza. If he puts up a fight, come get me. Thanks. She fled down the stairs. A few moments later Devine heard Valentine cry out, Hey, no, that's, oh well, you already bite into it. So America. But hey, I am American now, so is all cool. Devine snagged his bike helmet and went out the back door. Chapter 19. Cowell's suburban palace was quiet tonight. Or so Devine thought as he sat on his bike and surveyed the place with a pair of night optics he'd brought back from the war. He figured the army owed him that. Lights were on, people were moving around inside, and there were a couple of normal cars in the front, meaning a BMW 8 Series and a Maserati convertible. You could have bought at least 10 of them each for the cash Cowell had dropped on the Bugatti. Devine jogged across the road and took up position in the hook of a tree in a stand of oaks, which had been allowed to live when they had otherwise clear-cut this area. He could see into a fresh set of rooms from this vantage point. He hadn't seen the bikini blonde yet and there was no sign of Cowell. But the place had 8 garage bays, so the Bugatti could be in one of them. Devine sat there for a few minutes. Remaining motionless for long periods seemed to be counterintuitive when thinking about what a soldier spent time doing. But the more intelligence you had beforehand, the better the eventual fight would go. He shifted out of the tree, hustled over some open ground, and jumped up on the perimeter wall. Then, keeping his upper arms and elbows planted firmly against the wall, he slowly lifted the optics up to his eyes, adjusting the focus. That was when he hit pay dirt. The bikini blonde was out back at a table beside the pool. She had on white slacks and a pale blue sleeveless blouse. Blue backless casual shoes completed the fashion pool-sitting ensemble. She looked like she could step right onto a magazine cover. Yet the man sitting opposite her was even more intriguing. His face was bandaged, but Devine had little trouble recognizing Wasp. From the Greenwich Village alley. As he looked at them together, sitting close and speaking earnestly, Devine wondered two things. First, was Wasp's car the big-ass BMW or the Maserati? Second, were they brother and sister? Because they sure looked like they could be. Then he also wondered about something else. Wasp's being here was one hell of a coincidence. And not one Devine cared for at all. But then again the bar in the village was popular with folks who worked in the financial district. He'd been there before on some official Cowell and Cumley outings with his fellow burners. So if Wasp was there and he was in the financial field as well, he could very well know Brad Cowell. Devine couldn't hear what either was saying, so he dropped back to the ground, returned to his bike, and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Wasp came out and climbed into the BMW. Devine had gotten that wrong. He'd figured the guy for the Maserati. The BMW pulled out through the gates and Wasp hit the afterburners. The car roared off, and Devine took up the chase once more. He was not completely surprised when the route took them to Manhattan. The BMW finally stopped in front of a brownstone on the Upper East Side after sliding into a permit-only space. Wasp walked up to the door, unlocked it, and went inside. Devine pulled in across the street and took pictures of the BMW's plate and the home and its address, which were detailed by brass numbers attached to the stone next to the front door. Every window in the place had coverings, rendering his optics useless. He eyed the homes on either side. They were dark. Cars were parked up and down the street. He figured the brownstone was worth 20 mil or more. And the Wasp looked to be no more than 30. Maybe he'd inherited the place. There was a lot of that going on in this town. Devine drove off and headed to Broadway. He'd looked up the address where Waiting for Godot was playing for another 2 weeks. It was on 45th in the heart of the theater district. The Lombard. He bought a ticket at the box office for the Sunday matinee. After that he turned toward downtown and soon pulled up to the place in the village where he had fought the 3 men. He parked diagonally behind a car at the curb and looked around. There was no police tape up, and he saw no other evidence of this being any type of crime scene. Maybe Stamos had been telling the truth. He next drove farther south to the Cowell building and stopped in front. He could see the security guard through the glass. Devine craned his neck back to look up to the 52nd floor, where it seemed now that someone had killed Sarah Hughes. And since he had to find out what was happening at Cowell that might be illegal, he figured he also had to find out who had killed Hughes, because they had to be connected. And that connection might stem from a Broadway play. And if I don't solve this thing, even with my best efforts, why do I think Emerson Campbell will send my ass right to USD? He headed to Brooklyn, crossing over the East River via the Brooklyn Bridge. The dark water looked sulky and uninterested in its surroundings, at least to him. A few minutes later he reached a street in Park Slope a block over from Prospect Park. It was a quiet and tree-lined neighborhood of upscale homes, many of which had been renovated. Sarah Hughes had lived in one of them, and there were 2 police cars parked in front of it. A cop was standing guard by the front door and the lights were on inside. A man in a suit came out of the place and looked around. A slender red-headed woman hurried over to him and they met at the bottom of the front steps. She had a microphone and a power pack under the back of her blouse, and was trailed by a burly cameraman. So the media has gotten wind that something is up. The suit engaged with the reporter and they spoke briefly, though the cameraman did no filming. This appointment must have been prearranged, thought Devine. When the man turned and walked back to the house, the woman trailed him, ostensibly asking more questions and perhaps wanting to get something on film. Devine couldn't hear exactly what they were, but the reporter obviously had not gotten her fill. However, the man had. He closed the door in her face, and she clearly wasn't happy about that. The uniform stepped forward and motioned for them to leave. She gave him an earful and then turned away to jabber with her cameraman, who had lowered his piece of equipment. They walked back to a van parked farther down the narrow street and emblazoned with the station's logo. A minute later they pulled off. Devine saw the woman close up as the van sped past. The dented and grimy vehicle said they were with Channel 44, which he didn't even know was a thing. She was around Devine's age. Her expression was determined, and she looked like the type who lived only to be in the middle of all the biggest news stories of the day. Devine's attention was then drawn to a cab that pulled slowly down the street and stopped in front of the house. 2 people got out, a man and a woman. They looked to be in their 50s. The man was bald and dressed in slacks and a white dress shirt. He looked like death itself. The woman's face held the anguish of the recently bereaved. The man pulled out a large roller suitcase from the cab's trunk and then the cab drove off. The man put his arm around the woman, supporting her, and they slowly headed up the steps, where they were met by the cop. After each of them showed him something, probably ID, the cop spoke into the mic velcroed to his shoulder pad. The door opened a few seconds later and the same suit appeared. He ushered the couple inside and closed the door. Devine took all this in. Obviously, Yuza's parents had just shown up from wherever they lived outside of the country. He wondered if they knew that the official verdict had changed to homicide. If they didn't, things were about to get far more difficult for the couple. There was guilt in thinking your child had killed herself. You would find yourself in what signals did I miss, what could I have done? Sorts of mind games. But with murder came horror. Knowing that someone out there had killed your kid. Your first instinct was to avenge your child. Then, when that emotion died down, things would be looked at more rationally. At that point, the understanding that someone had violently taken your child's life could make you delve into all sorts of personal spaces where most parents would probably rather not go. But if Hughes indeed had been murdered, it was someone at Cowell and Cumley who had done it. And that meant everyone there, including Devine, was now a suspect. Chapter 20. Devine got up a little late since it was Sunday. By 6 a.m. his workout was complete, and he went back to bed for more sleep. He listened to his body, and it was telling him to slow down and catch up on some rest. He woke at 11, showered off the remnants of his sweaty workout, and then prepared breakfast: veggie omelet, toast, protein shake, coffee, and a chocolate chip cookie thrown in just for the hell of it. After that, he went back to his room, fired up his laptop, and did some digging. The deeded owner of the Upper East Side property the Wasp had gone into was listed as the Locust Group. He Googled Locust Group and came up with a ton of results, including variations thereof. Some looked legit, with office addresses and websites and lots of info about what they did. But there were simply too many for him to run them all down. As a little diversion he looked up the term locust online. They were defined as short-horned grasshoppers belonging to the Acrididae family. They were not known to be harmful to humans. Devine rubbed his sore shoulder and injured face. They may have to rethink that part. But if the sole purpose of this locust group was to own the New York brownstone, it was reasonable to have no business address and no website. And he knew it was common practice for the ultra-wealthy and/or famous to use shell companies to buy property for privacy reasons. Maybe that was all this was. He next ran the license plate on the BMW. Valentine had earlier shown him a nifty and pretty straightforward way of accessing this information. When he'd asked him about it, the Russian had waved a slice of meatball pizza around and snorted, "The New York DMV? Please. They suck. My nephew can hack DMV and your FBI and your fucking CIA and other letter people. And he is still little baby." The guy really was a pill. The car was registered to a Christian Fullerton Chilton, with the address being the brownstone. Devine looked Chilton up online. There was more than one, but he quickly narrowed it down by the middle name and the fact that he knew what the man looked like. He had a Facebook page, but it was private, and thus restricted regarding what he had access to. But there were ways around that. And he hadn't needed the Russian to show him how. He checked the HTML source code, got the numeric ID off that, plugged it in, did a few more steps of URL manipulation, as it was known in the trade, because of Facebook's non-stop battles with nosy jerks like him, like copying profile attributes of some of Chilton's actual friends listed on the page and then injecting them into his own profile, and Christian Chilton's page was fooled into thinking Devine was his best friend, and since Devine was using a fake online identity of his own to do this, it was highly doubtful that Chilton would be able to reverse engineer to the real Devine. At least he hoped he couldn't. He quickly looked through the photos and posts. He saw some very famous young people and some very famous old people. Chilton apparently got around. He was in a dream car, or on a mega yacht in the Med, or striding confidently onto a Gulfstream 650. Devine wasn't guessing. Chilton helpfully provided the type of plane in large cap letters. Devine had never ridden on a set of wings like that. For him, an ass-buster seat on a C-130 or C-17 transport plane was the way Army grunts traveled. You could tell your perch was first class if it actually had a seat and a harness to keep you there. Chilton was also, he proudly claimed, a direct descendant of one Edward Chilton, who had sailed over on the Mayflower. As though that really meant something today. And yet it would for some, Devine knew. Chilton listed his occupation as entrepreneur and investor. He had a company named, what else, Mayflower Enterprises. There was a link to that on the Facebook account. Devine went there and poked around. It looked legit. They had done a ton of investments in all sorts of different business spaces. Chilton was the head guy, and he had lots of smiling faces on the website who made up the rest of his team. Devine changed into khaki slacks, a blue short-sleeved shirt, and light brown canvas shoes, and was leaving for the play when Helen Spears approached him, frowning. "I don't think I can provide you an alibi, Travis. I've racked my brain, but I honestly can't remember seeing you all of Thursday night." "You're sure you were here?" "Yeah, but that's okay. If you don't remember, you don't remember. I'd never ask you to do something you're not comfortable with." She drew nearer and touched his arm. "I am sorry, Travis. And if you ever need to talk, I'm here for you." "Thanks." As she walked off, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and told himself to not go there. He had too much on his plate as it was. He eyed Jill Tapshaw's door, and knocked, but there was no answer. She might have gone into the office. For her, Sunday was just another day to build her empire of shared love. He left and went outside. He wasn't taking his bike this time. He'd opt for the train. As he walked to the station, he wondered if there was something more to Spears's words. But that might just be wishful thinking. Sure, he had a mild crush on the woman, and she might have one on him. But he didn't think it was that. She seemed genuinely worried about him, and he wasn't sure why. It wasn't like they were close friends, and she probably had a dozen prospects a lot better suited for her than he was. He broke out of these thoughts when a vehicle pulled up next to him. "How about a ride to wherever you're going in exchange for an interview?" He looked into the face of the smiling but determined reporter from Channel Nosebleed who wanted to know every damn thing in the world. Chapter 21. "Excuse me," said Devine, because he wanted a little time to process what she was even doing here. "You're Travis Devine. You work at Cowell and Cumley, where a woman was found dead. And you are Rachel Potter." "Channel 44, but I'm working my way up to the single-digit stations and you might just be my ticket." She eyed her beefy cameraman, who was driving. "We have room in the front seat. What do you want to know?" "Whatever you can tell me about Sarah Hughes." "I don't have a lot of time. I have a train to catch." "Then jump in, it's faster driving." Devine looked around, and then he climbed in as Potter scooched over to allow room. The cameraman took off at a sedate pace, something Devine could tell was prearranged. She took out her phone and hit the record button. "You're Travis Devine, employed by Cowell and Cumley." "I am." "Look, And you knew Sarah Hughes?" "I did. I think." "And do you know anything about the circumstances of her death?" "No, I don't." "What can you tell me about her?" Potter asked. "She was nice. She worked hard. She was moving up at the firm. Did you and Sarah see each other, I mean other than at work? She asked. Devine eyed her for a moment. This question kept coming up. Hancock had already been sniffing around about it, intimating that Devine had not been entirely truthful. They knew something. They had to. And maybe this Potter woman did, too. Maybe she'd been told last night, in fact. And not by the cops. He put a hand on the door latch. I think we're done here. The driver sped up. Devine eyed Potter. So what are you doing here? Holding me against my will. Should I be concerned for my safety? She eyed him coyly. Big, strong Army Ranger with a chest full of combat medals. You could probably kill us both with your pinky. The woman was right about that, but it wouldn't be much of a challenge. Potter was around 5'4" and 110 in all her clothes. The driver was in his 60s and about 50 pounds overweight, and every breath he exhaled was full of cigarette smoke. Devine probably could take him out with his pinky. Have you killed anyone, Mr. Devine? I mean in war, not in New York City. I've always wondered why people find that so fascinating. Okay, let's focus on Sarah Hughes. Do you know why anyone would want to murder her? So now that cat was out of the bag. If Potter knew, then it was all over the news. Devine hadn't checked his feed today. He would have to remedy that on the train ride in. Murdered, he said, looking, he hoped, appropriately dumbfounded. Last I heard it was suicide. Then you're behind the curve. I broke that story last night, she said triumphantly. Before any of the single-digit stations. My scoop. How'd you manage that? He asked, thinking that he had learned that it was murder before she had, from Detective Hancock. I'm really good at my job and I have great sources. Confidential sources, yeah, I saw your confidential source outside of Hughes's house, thought Devine. He hoped the loose-lipped cop had told the woman's parents before they found out on the news. So, getting back to Hughes. Did she have any enemies? How exactly did you decide to pick on me? A lot of other people work at the firm. And a lot of them knew Sarah better than me. That's not what I heard. Then what you heard was wrong. And where did you hear that? Confidential, sorry. Stop the van, he said. Oh, come on. Devine reached a long arm across and slammed the gearshift into park, jolting them to a stop and causing Potter, who was not wearing a seatbelt, to end up face down in Devine's lap. He looked down at her thick red hair planted in his crotch. He said, Hey, don't you want to buy me a drink first before you do that? This line actually got a guffaw from the cameraman driver. But not from Potter. She sat up and looked at him furiously. You don't want to make an enemy of me. You're right, I don't. Which is why I'm getting out now, but I won't be pressing charges for false imprisonment. You sound like a lawyer. No, but I know a really good one. So depending on how you end up playing this, you might be hearing from her. The First Amendment is pretty broad. And it cuts both ways. He got out of the van and hustled toward the station. The van zoomed past him, blaring its horn all the way. And he knew it was Potter with her hand on it, her fury still fully engaged. He reached the station and climbed on board just as the doors of the inbound train opened for passengers. He sat down at a window, checked his phone, and saw that the media was indeed now reporting Sarah Hughes's death as a homicide. As the train moved out of the station and toward the city, Devine assessed his current situation. The cops were coming from one end, the press from another. Suicide had turned to murder. The NYPD was no doubt under a lot of pressure to solve the homicide of an upstanding young woman at an upstanding white-glove investment firm. An ex-Army alpha male Travis Devine might just make a fetching target. It was clear that his roommates could not provide him with a viable alibi. Valentine had been asleep, Spears could not confirm his whereabouts, and he recalled that Tapshaw had been out that night. And thus he would remain on the suspect list, red meat for Hancock and company. But he had a couple of aces in the hole. Security at Cowell and Cumley was very tight. During non-business hours you needed a security card to get into the building. Even during business hours your card was required to access the elevators. Visitors had to present ID and were photographed and signed in at the security desk after whoever they were visiting was contacted and the OK given. Then they were escorted to the elevator by security, and only the floor they were authorized to visit was made accessible. When they were done, the only floor they could punch in and access without a security card would be the lobby. All of the coming and going information on guests and employees was electronically recorded. Devine knew that he and his security card had been nowhere near Cowell and Cumley when Sarah Hughes was being killed. They would not be able to overcome that. But on the ride in to see Waiting for Godot, he thought about all the ways he still might be screwed. He assumed the play might have a whole new meaning for him after all this. Out of the frying pan and right into the pits of hell. Chapter 22. It wasn't the 6:20, but it still passed by Brad Cowell's humble digs. Before Devine had rented his room at the townhouse, he had done some investigating and knew that Cowell lived there and that this commuter train would pass by it. So he had had his eye on Mount Kisco even without Campbell using a realtor to get him his current home. Devine had thought, however unrealistically, that seeing how and where Cowell lived could be used as an advantage. He might be able to take an observation he made from the train and then use it in conversation with the man to impress him, to help Devine move up the rungs at the firm. None of that had happened. His only meeting with Cowell had been in that large conference room that day with all the other newbies. So now he was stuck every single day seeing how ungodly rich the man was. So much for my grand plan. As he thought about that, he started thinking about his last few months in the army. Roy Blankenship had confided in Devine about his wife's affair. And Blankenship knew that Ken Hawkins was the one screwing his wife. He had told Devine about it. After Blankenship's death, Devine had gotten access to the forensic records via a buddy of his in Sid. That was when he had learned a lot about vertical versus inverted ligature marks. It was clear even to Devine, not a trained investigator, that it was murder and not suicide, and he had questioned his Sid contact as to why the verdict had come down as Blankenship's killing himself. His friend told him, "The brass doesn't like rocking boats, Travis. The war is turning against us, and the last thing they need is an officer-on-officer murder investigation in the mix." When Devine had told him that was all bullshit, his friend had added, "Welcome to the politics of the United States Army." But after Hawkins had been found dead, his body had shown telltale signs of having been attacked by animals. Devine had gone into a deep depression. He had hated Hawkins for what he had done. He had managed to get the man alone out in the mountains. And then he had unleashed on him, telling him everything he knew, the centerpiece of which was Hawkins's having killed Blankenship. At first Hawkins had denied it, but after Devine laid fact on top of fact the man admitted his guilt. And then he had come at Devine with a knife. The men had fought. But Devine was younger, stronger, and his inner motor just couldn't be beat by the likes of Hawkins. He had left him there, unconscious. But he had never expected the man to die out there. The official cause of death was internal hemorrhaging brought on by repeated blows to the head and body, blows provided by Devine. However, the official report was that Hawkins had died at the hands of the Taliban. And Devine had never corrected the record. But he also could not remain in the army with the guilt of what he had done. Thus the exit from the one organization where he had felt he truly belonged. And his subsequent exile to the financial world in New York, where his old man was so proud of him. My own personal prison. With no way out. But maybe Campbell had given him away. Now he just had to perform. No one was by the pool at Cowell's place. There was a gardener pruning a bush. A cardinal landed on top of a table umbrella and performed the short, jerky motions of the head that birds did. The water looked cool and inviting but for some reason made Devine slightly nauseous. He turned away as the train jolted and picked up speed, and the palace was gone. Devine closed his eyes and sat back in his seat the rest of the way to New York. The city was tough for many natives in the summer. It was crowded with tourists who often had no idea where they were going. But assistance by accommodating locals proud of their city was usually provided and any confusion rectified. The pavements and buildings absorbed every molecule of heat and threw it violently back at walkers and bikers and drivers. Foul air, driven by funneled winds, could almost burn your nostrils out or lift you off your feet. The subway would blow past underneath, and its thrust would come through the pavement grates with velocity, providing a surprise gust of hot air. Yet he liked the city in the summer more than in the winter. He could sit on a rock in Central Park, or perch on a bench or take a stroll and pretend there was no one else around. And, somehow, in a metropolis of 8 million, it worked. At least for him. He walked to Broadway from Grand Central. When Devine got to the theater his phone buzzed. He looked down at the screen, where a message appeared. Emerson Campbell wanted to meet with him for a progress report. Devine knew why. Suicide had just changed to homicide. He looked around. It was a typical Sunday on a warm summer's day in Manhattan, meaning the streets were packed and people were either leisurely walking along or rushing on their way to get somewhere. Devine moved over to a corner of the street out of the way of passing pedestrians and called the number on the screen. A voice answered, giving him a time later that day and an address. Luckily, it was in the city. For a moment he wondered if they knew where he was. He looked at his phone. Idiot. If Apple knew where he was, of course Campbell did. He took his seat inside the Lombard Theater, in the back and on the left. The interior had been redone with taste and quality. The place was full and there was a nice mix of young and old, more women than men. There was a heightened sense of anticipation. The lights went down and the curtain rose, and Devine forgot about most everything else as two performers, who had achieved dazzling heights on both stage and screen and were now in the twilight of their careers, waited for, well, Godot. Although Devine already knew Godot would not be coming. That was the point, after all. Devine was riveted, just as he was the first time he'd seen a different production 15 years ago. Back then, the teenage Devine had just made a momentous decision that had resulted in a bad relationship with his father becoming even worse. Consequently, Devine had seen a bit of himself in the portrayals on stage. The waiting, the creeping doubt, the revitalization of spirit, and the creeping doubt once more. Coupled with all that heaviness was another question: was there really any real meaning in the lives being led by people? Were we all just waiting for nothing? He had come out of the theater back then both sure and uncertain of his decision to join the army, if such things could coexist. And in the complexity of the human mind he knew they easily could. As could the rationale to take the life of another. He knew that better than most. Now, as a mature man, Devine had a deeper appreciation for Samuel Beckett's tale of two men desperately waiting for something that they could not even begin to define. Devine had thought he would be in the military for the full ride and then muster out and maybe go work for a defense contractor. Or hell, maybe find an island far away and lie on the beach with stacks of good books. But none of that had worked out. He had gotten his MBA and gone to work for Cowell to appease his father, to be more like his siblings, to be a success in the way that success was normally defined, at least in America. But mostly to make himself pay for having essentially killed another soldier, regardless of whether the man deserved it. When the lights came up and the curtain came down for the final time after the actors had performed their bows and filed off the stage, Devine remained where he was sitting and looked around the theater. The seats and the trimmings and the carpet and all the other hundreds of details clearly showed the place had been given some serious TLC. It was good they kept these old structures around instead of knocking them down. Some people would knock down everything given the chance. Including other people. But with respect to the reason he had come here, the results were disappointing. Why Hughes had mentioned the play to Stamos, he still didn't know. He knew that Hughes had walked into Stamos's office and told her about Waiting for Godot, encouraging her to check it out. Well, Devine had checked it out. And he still understood not one damn thing about why it was important to Hughes, or whether it was connected to her death or whatever was going on at Cowell and Cumley. But the more he thought about his conversation with Stamos, the more he homed in on her vague response and her reluctance to go into detail about what Hughes had told her about the play. Maybe she does know, but just didn't want to tell me the truth. She said Sarah was scared. Maybe Stamos is scared, too. Something dawned on him. Maybe she thinks I'm spying on her for Cowell for some reason. And if Cowell had something to do with Sarah's death, that would be a reason for Stamos to be afraid, and also not reveal the truth to me. But if she was scared of Cowell, why sleep with him? To keep on his good side? To avoid ending up like Sarah? With these troubling thoughts in mind, he rose and left, taking his official program with him, hoping that there might be a clue in there as to why Hughes was so interested in the play. He stood in the lobby and read through it twice. But it was simply a program for a play. This wasn't some obtuse code-breaking movie where the villain intent on global domination conveniently left a trail of inscrutable clues behind so the forces of good could figure them out and vanquish him. He left the air conditioning and walked out into the heat. He had 1 hour before his meeting with Campbell. He got a Coke and a hot dog with ketchup, mustard, and onions from a street cart and ate while sitting on a raised wall along with a million other sunseekers. After he finished, he checked his watch and gauged the time to get there. When that deadline hit, he rose and headed off. He was no longer waiting for Godot. He was going right to the source, in a manner of speaking. And Emerson Campbell sure as hell would be there. Chapter 23. Devine ventured up into the land of the 50s now and headed crosstown between 6th and 7th. It was a long, narrow, pothole-riddled street full of construction equipment and ripped-up asphalt and exposed trenches, and plywood and steel plate pathways with warning signs everywhere. The construction work was thankfully silent on the Sabbath, but the people, heat, food carts, trash, and everything else one would expect in the big city were in full and sometimes malodorous splendor. He made sure no one was tailing him, and then he reached the door of the Italian restaurant with the single green awning, situated precisely at mid-block. It was too late for lunch, too early for dinner, and thus the timing was perfect for Devine's visit. Someone had been watching, because the door swung open before he could touch the knob. He walked through and was hit immediately with chilly air from the AC. The door was closed behind him. The person didn't look at him and he didn't glance in their direction either. There was no need to. He walked right down the short hall. There was no one else visible. Chianti bottles with wicker bottoms were lined up behind the tiny bar, and some metal pizza platters were stacked on an old wooden credenza along with a mess of laminated menus. The mingled scents of garlic and basil and parmesan and pasta sauce were readily apparent. The stained carpet was cheap and coming up in places. The walls were dotted with photos of long, dead celebrities, and the usual cheap prints of Napoli, Roma, and the Amalfi Coast. Bottles of olive oil and single droopy flowers in chipped porcelain vases were on every cloth-draped table. It looked like pretty much every standard Italian restaurant he'd ever eaten at in New York City. He opened the one door at the end of the corridor, just beyond the single bathroom. He closed it behind him and looked at the man seated on the far side of the small table in the room, which seemed instantly claustrophobic from where Devine was standing. Emerson Campbell looked at Devine and Devine looked back at him. "Sit down." Devine sat. The older man's voice was low, monotone, and still managed to raise every hair on Devine's thick neck. "Report, Devine. There have been significant developments." Devine did so. Short, succinct, each sentence packed with meat and no emotion, though he was feeling a great deal. But Emerson did not care about such things, Devine knew. To him, it was all about the mission. He finished, eased forward, and said what he really wanted to say. "The cops are bearing down on me. I can feel it. They've been fed info. This will be a problem. And a reporter came to see me. Someone's talked to her. They're trying to tie me to what is now a murder investigation. And I had nothing to do with Sarah's death. If you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about." Devine looked at him closely. "Lots of innocent people go to prison. And I would venture to say that far more guilty people do not. What's that supposed to mean? I did not kill her. I'm not a killer." He paused and added quietly, his gaze downcast, "at least not that kind. But who knows, maybe there's no difference." Campbell steepled his hands and looked at Devine like a judge about to impose a death sentence. "Your actions and inactions led to a fellow soldier's death. But this only happened when it became clear that Captain Hawkins was going to get away with the murder of a fellow officer after having an affair with the man's wife. You went through your chain of command. You tried to do the right thing for the fallen Blankenship. In my time I stood up to the brass, too, and got my ass handed to me for my troubles. In that way we are kindred spirits, you and I, which was one reason I recruited you for this mission. I always wondered if Blankenship's wife knew about what Hawkins did." "Stop wondering. She did, though we can't prove it. And Blankenship had $1 million life insurance policy. Combat death was not covered, but suicide was after 2 years. She got it all and is living fat and happy. Now, you texted me before about waiting for Godot. Theories? I just saw it. Nothing clicked. What will you do now? Keep digging. When we first met, it was believed that Sarah killed herself. Now the police think she was murdered. That changes everything, including my mission for you." Campbell said, "When we first met, my assumption was that Hughes hadn't killed herself. I believed she had been murdered." "Why?" "I didn't think she would kill herself, but I knew her, you didn't." "Yes, but I know something about Brad Cowell and what's going on there. So if she had found out something illegal was occurring, that is plenty of motive to kill the woman." You really didn't get into it at our first meeting, but do you have anything definite you can tell me about Cowell, and why you suspect something criminal is going on there? We believe it started when Cowell was gone from the country over 20 years ago for a considerable period of time, and no one seems to know where he went. He then returned and skyrocketed up the financial ranks right after that. There is also little known about where his seed money came from. Most accounts I've heard think it came from his partner, and Comley. There is even less known about her. Look, why would Homeland Security and the Defense Department even be interested in financial crimes? Isn't that for local prosecutors and the DOJ? Campbell looked over Devine's shoulder at the closed door. My job is to worry about enemies both foreign and domestic. And right now we might have both. Devine tensed. Wait a minute, are you saying Cowell is some sort of, what, spy? For who? The man had nothing when he left the country over 2 decades ago, and then when he comes back, he's top of the mountain in less than 2 years. Doesn't that strike you as suspicious? You sound like a conspiracy theorist now. Conspiracies do happen, Devine. More than you probably think. And it's not just the dollars that Cowell is making. I really couldn't care less about that. But if there's something behind the dollars that attacks the national security of this country, then I care a great deal. So can you help with the cops and the reporter? The cops, yes. The reporter, I doubt it. But a reporter can't arrest you. Either. Maybe she can do worse. Campbell looked at him thoughtfully and for such a long period that Devine finally said, What? Why Wall Street and Cowell and Comley? Strange career path for an Army Ranger. Why not? That's not an answer. Yeah, Detective Hancock didn't buy it either. Well then. I can make some money. My old man can be proud of me. And that's it. Isn't it enough? Would you like to hear what I think? Does it matter if I do or not? I think you picked an occupation that you loathe. And you did it because you knew your father, a man whom you also loathe, would approve. And why would I do that? It's your self-imposed penance, Devine. You let a fellow soldier die. You were never punished for that, and it bothers the hell out of you, because you, unlike Captain Hawkins, actually have principles and a conscience. So you left an organization that had allowed you to reach your full potential. You left an organization that you never wanted to leave. And now you're actually in a prison, of your own making. You're wrong. My father was proud of me for the decision I made, and I was happy about his reaction. In fact, we went to dinner in celebration and got drunk together. You joined the army in spite of your father's wishes, Devine. In fact, you put on the uniform to spite him. You can't possibly know that. Campbell picked up a file that lay in front of him. This is your psych eval when you were trying to get into Ranger School. You were quite candid with those folks, as you had to be. You spoke about how your father had been riding you your entire life. Never good enough, never enough like your brother and sister. A disappointment of epic proportions in his mind. You had the well-deserved rep of being stoic about everything, Devine, but not that time, no, not that time. Devine started to say something but then didn't. And do you want me to read the letter the army got from your father? The army keeps every scrap of paper, as you know, and this one was quite unusual. Most parents are proud of their children for entering the service, but not your father. He was also quite candid, when Campbell picked up another piece of paper and glanced down it, called it, a spit in his face, you're going to West Point to serve your country. That you were only doing it to defy him. While his other 2 children were shining examples of the American dream, you were the poster boy of his personal nightmare. He laid the paper aside. His words, not mine. So don't tell me you and your old man were celebrating and getting drunk together, okay? That's bullshit and we both know it. Devine looked away. You left the army, an institution you served proudly and with great loyalty. That was your first act of penance. A career on Wall Street was your second. And is my work for you my third act of penance? That's up to you. But the question becomes for you, where does it end? According to you, I have the rest of my life to give in service to make up for what I did. So you concede my theory on the matter is correct? I concede nothing. And what does it matter now? It only matters, Devine, to you. But I would say this, life is a long enough journey without having only negative motivations to get your ass out of bed every day. What I'm offering you is, once again, something positive to do with your life in serving your country. And it's not just money-making that's going on at Cowell, Devine. I'm not sure exactly what is going on there, but it's more than the dollars. Now, I think it's time we both got back to work. Campbell inclined his head toward the door. Devine didn't leave the way he came. The door to the rear was standing open. He breathed in the garlic and parmesan, and the next moment emerged into the heat. In his recurring dream there was Lieutenant Blankenship on a morgue slab with his throat destroyed. The other person he always saw was Captain Hawkins lying in the Afghanistan mountains unconscious after the battle between the two. It hadn't been much of a fight, actually. Hawkins had allowed himself to grow too soft. And maybe his guilt was a bit too much for him to put up a spirited defense against Devine's ferocious attack. The thing was, Devine thought the man would wake up and limp back to camp. If he had tried to file charges against Devine, he was going to raise the whole murder scenario to anyone he could. Only the man didn't wake up. I hit him harder than I thought. He walked to the corner, turned, and headed downtown. The cops were going to be coming after him, too. And he needed to do something about that despite Campbell's assurances of assistance. So Devine had somewhere to go and someone to see. One misstep now and it was all over. Chapter 24. He had surveyed the quiet street in Park Slope for an hour and not seen a sign of any squad cars or cops. Yuza's house was evidentiary, he knew, but it was also not the crime scene. They might have gotten everything already. If so, he might be screwed. He tensed when he saw a cab pull up and the same couple from the previous night got out. They were dressed formally for an early Sunday evening in the summer. Him in a navy blazer, her in a skirt and heels. He wondered if they had dressed up to go and formally identify their daughter's remains. Or maybe they had gone to a church to pray. Perhaps they had done both. They walked up the short flight of steps. He unlocked the door, and they passed through. Devine gave it more time. He wanted to let them have a chance to settle, if they had just come back from the police morgue. And he wanted to make sure no cops showed up to meet with them on either a prearranged basis or a spontaneous one. 20 minutes later he eased out of his surveillance spot and walked across the street. He smoothed down his shirt and knocked on the door. It was answered a few moments later by the man. He was around 5'8", with glasses fronting periwinkle blue eyes that were rimmed with red from crying. Devine could see hints of Sarah in him. He had discarded the blazer and the cream shirt under it. He was in a white T-shirt and holding a cup of something. "Yes," he said, his tone and look surprised. He probably knew no one in the area and was not expecting visitors other than the police. "Mr. Hughes?" "Yes." "Who are you?" He stared up at Devine with a bit of anxiety. Devine knew he could look intimidating as hell to certain people. Particularly with his damaged face, and he moved to quickly diffuse any rising apprehension. "My name is Travis Devine. I worked at Cowell and Cumley with your daughter." From his pocket he pulled out the lanyard with the photo security card attached and showed Hughes. I'm so very sorry about what happened. Did you know Sarah W.L.? His voice cracked before the end. She was the liaison with my group of interns. Everyone thought she was terrific. Fred. Who is it? The woman appeared there. She was as thin as her husband, but paler. Her hair was blonde with white roots. Her face was puckered, her bloodshot eyes wandering aimlessly at first but then holding on Devine. She had on the same skirt but had shed the pumps. She was around 5'4" in stocking feet. Sarah had been nearly 5'9". Since Fred wasn't tall, there must be height somewhere else in the family tree, thought Devine. This young man knew Sarah, said Fred. He worked with her at that place. Well, please come in, Mr. Travis Devine. Thank you. I'm Ellen, this is Fred. He stepped inside and Fred shut the door. Ellen motioned him to a chair and the couple sat on the couch across from him. The place was decorated with a blend of Wayfair buys mingled with original creations from the unique shops that littered the area. It was colorful and bright and optimistic, right down to the throw pillows and the rugs over the wooden plank floors. The brick fireplace held pine cones, which was a nice touch, he thought, in the heat of summer. Devine had seen it all before, but when he had, Sarah Hughes was alive. Excuse me, said Ellen. Would you like anything to drink? Fred just made some coffee. Or iced tea? No, I'm fine, thank you. So, you worked with Sarah? Not directly. Different division. And she was about 6 years ahead of me. He caught their looks and said, I went to West Point and then served in the army for a number of years before leaving. Then I got my MBA. Well, thank you for your service, Travis, said Fred. I know this must be quite a shock to you both. The whole firm is reeling. Was there any inkling of a problem? Asked Ellen, her voice small, but her hopeful look looming large. Do they not know it was a homicide? None. She was doing great. I still can't believe that she took her own life. He paused, waiting for them to respond to what he now knew was incorrect information. Fred spoke in a trembling voice. I know that's what the police initially thought, Travis, but their thinking has changed. He looked between them. What? I don't understand. Ellen glanced down at her lap. She looked like she wanted to leap up and run from the room. Fred said, the police now believe that that someone killed her. He put a hand to his mouth even as Ellen let out a sob. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This is stunning, and even though he knew all of this, now it was stunning to him. Like it was the first he was hearing of it, because he was seeing it through their eyes, their grief. Seconds passed with nothing but elevated breathing among the three. So, you two were friends, said Ellen. She had a lot of friends. She was very outgoing. She mentioned that she was seeing someone, said Ellen. This was a while back. But she never gave a name. I don't know about that, he said quickly. Do you live nearby? Asked Fred. No, I live way out in the northern suburbs. Mount Kisco. I take the train in. This is a beautiful place. She did a nice job decorating it. Had you never been here before? Said Ellen, watching him closely. He met her gaze. No, whenever we met it was in a group, mixers, company functions. Things like that. He glanced to the left where he knew Hughes's bedroom was located. Then he looked up to see Ellen's eyes still on him. But you knew where she lived, Travis. I walked her home once from a bar near here. We'd been drinking. I just wanted to make sure she got home all right. But this is my first time being inside. Oh, I see. I hope you didn't come all this way to see us. But I suppose you didn't even know we were here. I didn't. I came into town to see a play. Then I thought I'd come over here just to look at the place. I was thinking about Sarah, you see. Then I saw you two get out of a cab and come in here. I didn't want to bother you, so I went away for a while. But the more I thought about it, I just wanted to let you know how sorry I was. I didn't know how long you were staying and didn't know if I would have another chance. I was told you were coming in from another country. New Zealand, answered Fred. I was transferred there. A very long trip. A horrible trip, Ellen added. Nothing but hours and hours of having to think about. I'm sure, said Devine in a small voice. What sort of business are you involved in? We're missionaries, said Ellen, spreading the word of Christ. Fred is actually an ordained minister. That's great. So, New Zealand. She said, it may seem like an odd choice, but nearly half the people there follow no religion at all. Particularly the young people, which means their children will grow up without God in their lives. And while most Australians who practice a religion follow Christianity, the fastest growing faiths down there are Hinduism and Sikhism. She frowned at this. Devine looked at Fred, who was staring at his wife. Now, those are fine religions, Ellen. Lots of people believe that way. I'm just glad they're practicing a faith. They have their God and we have ours. My husband and I disagree on some things, said Ellen graciously. But we find common ground where we can. I hear that most successful marriages do, opined Devine, glancing at Fred before looking back at Ellen. We just came back from, she eyed her husband. He finished for her. The morgue. I can't imagine how hard that must have been. I suppose you just assumed we were her parents, said Fred, obviously trying to move on from certain images probably gripping all of them. Partly, but I see some of Sarah in each of you. Though she was taller. My father and brother, said Ellen with a sad smile. They're both 6'4". Sarah took after them in the height department. He hunched forward, deciding to just go for it. Have the police been by? Are they keeping you informed of everything? They were here when we arrived last night, said Fred. They were already searching her things. I guess they'd do that with anyone, regardless of how she, but now that they know she didn't, that's somebody. Right. Sure. I guess they have to do all that. Get her electronic devices, diaries, whatever might help them find out who did this. Fred nodded in agreement. Yes, they took all of those things. At least the ones that were here. And they looked everywhere, very thorough, dusted for fingerprints, that sort of thing. They were pretty much done when we arrived, so they said we could stay here while we're in town. He looked around. She didn't have this place when we moved to New Zealand. She had that little apartment where again, Ellen? Tribeca. Right, Tribeca. Now she's out here in Brooklyn. I thought that used to be a bad area. Devine said, it's a lot better than it was decades ago. And consequently the real estate has gotten really pricey. Anyway, this is the first time we've seen Sarah's house. We haven't been back until now, you see, he paused, gumming his lips. And now we are. Ellen just stared at the pine cones in the fireplace. She looked like she was puzzled as to why her daughter had not yet appeared and offered her coffee or tea or a hug. What play did you go see? Asked Ellen suddenly, her gaze back on him. Unnervingly so, Devine thought. Waiting for Godot. Sarah actually recommended it to a mutual friend of ours. I've never heard of it, said Ellen. Fred said, any good. He seemed to latch on to this line of conversation to escape, for at least a few seconds, what was crushing him. "It definitely makes you think," said Devine, who was also thinking that Ellen Hughes would hate it. "So I guess she never mentioned it to you?" Fred shook his head. "We hadn't heard from her in a while." "When was it last, Ellen?" "The problem is the time difference. Her night, our day thing. But it had been over a week. She's our only child. Was our only child." She stopped talking and commenced quietly weeping. Devine started to think all this had been a very bad idea. He rose and said, "I don't want to intrude anymore. Again, I'm so sorry. And if there's anything I can do while you're in town," he pulled out one of his cards with his direct business and cell phone numbers on it and handed it to Fred, who took it without looking at it. Devine glanced at Ellen, who was once more staring at him with an intensity he couldn't quite understand. "Sarah did keep a diary, as you mentioned. But it's not on the list the police gave us. They couldn't find one. Yet she'd been keeping them since she was young." "That's odd," said Devine. And it did seem odd. Maybe she started keeping everything in her personal cloud. Lots of people do now. "I think Sarah was a very good friend of yours." Devine felt his gut tighten under her stare. "I liked her. Everyone did." Ellen took the business card from her husband and gazed down at it for a tense moment. "You're wrong there, Mr. Devine," she said. "What's that, honey?" said Fred sharply. Ellen turned the card over and over in her hands, like it was hot to the touch. "Someone clearly didn't like Sarah at all," she said. Chapter 25. When Devine got back to the house, Valentine was waiting for him in the living room, excitement and concern competing for equal time on his features. "What's up, Will?" "Dude, the email." "What about it? Did you find out who sent it?" "No, it's untraceable." "Well, thanks for trying. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I mean, it doesn't even look like an email address." "No, Travis, is not that easy. I mean, I could not trace it. People I work with, they cannot trace it either. At first, I think it is some kind of weird spoofing email or maybe hexadecimal." "What?" exclaimed Devine. "Hexadecimal. A base system to simplify binary language computers' use. But I dig deeper and it is not that either." "Okay, but people send anonymous emails all the time," said Devine. "Don't they?" "There are many ways to sending such messages on internet," said Valentine. "Cheap, not so cheap, hard, not so hard." Devine leaned against the wall. "You're going to need to explain that. New phone number, preferably burner or prepaid with cash or cloned. Credit card, fake name and info, new email account, Hotmail, Gmail. Different browser, use incognito mode, and off goes mail. Russia has Yandex webmail, no phone verification needed. Hotmail and Gmail require phone number, but that is bypassed with burner phone. Incognito mode still has location IP address sent with email. But this email has none of that. So then it's untraceable, you mean? Not if person you send it to has resources. And by being cheap you create big problem. What are the more expensive and better ways? Use special service to do just what you want, send anonymous email. Built-in premier encryption, spoofed IP address, auto-deletion from whatever server is used, password protect, no personal info required. Good shit like that. Who does that? Asked Devine. Many platforms do proxy email. Some legit and reputable, others not so much. They all do that and do it good. Or you can jump over them and use VPN platform. But don't do free service, they sell data to third party. Use premium service and your IP address goes poof. Well, Whoever sent that email must have used one of those services or the VPN method. When Devine eyed the Russian, the man seemed more serious than Devine had ever seen him. Gone was the pizza and beer caricature of a Russian hacker. Even with that, you can't hide the computer's MAC address. Every device has MAC address attached to network card. Is like fingerprint. But this one doesn't. I think maybe they spoof address, make it invisible. I thought you said it wasn't a spoofing email. Does not matter. We can break those systems, no matter which method used, he said quite confidently. No matter if MAC address spoofed. That is what we do. But this email was not sent on one of those platforms. It could not be. It has none of protocols required to send message over broadband, including an IP, or Internet Protocol, address. So I guess it has to have all that stuff. Of course, Travis, get with fucking program. Valentine sighed and sat back on the couch. When you send email, sender and recipient IP addresses are in packet. Then it is directed to gateway or router. Then on to higher level network. It does this over and over, until it gets to destination email address. So then how did the email manage to show up in my inbox, asked Devine, before answering his own question. Someone had to have my email address. Yes, this is true. But that is easy to get. The big thing, Travis, is we do not know who sent it or how they managed to send it. I mean, we can't even trace message to any portal on internet. This is getting a little beyond my depth, conceded Devine. There are basically 5 IP classes. Classes A, B, and C are used for public and private use. Class D for things like video streaming, TV networks, and such. That's only 4 classes. What's the 5th? Asked Devine. Class E, not reserved for public. Mainly used for research. Is experimental IP class. If I had to guess, I say your email sent somehow using Class E, but I can't figure out how. It came in at 9:22 a.m. It said that a custodian found Sarah's body at around 8:30 that morning and the police were called. So less than an hour later someone knew she was dead and had details about how she died and where the crime scene was and what she looked like hanging there. And then they sent out a message only to me, as far as I know, that you guys can't trace. That's pretty damn fast. You have to find out about this, dude. People I work for are freaking out over this. I mean seriously freaking out. How can I find out about it if you guys can't? I'm not a world-class hacker. I mean talk to people. Talk to this dude that found body. Is not being able to trace an email really that catastrophic? For me, it is end of world. It means what I do goes poof. And it means that bad people on internet, they get away with anything, because they are invisible. Get with program. When he said it like that, Devine began to understand the importance of the situation. And you knew this girl, Travis. You told me you dated her. Don't you want to find who killed her? Of course I do. But if I'm going to be snooping around there, I need your help. Devine was thinking about the security database at Cowell and Cumley. He told Valentine what he wanted done. Give me your login and password, the Russian said. Devine hesitated. I'm not sure I should do that, Will. Valentine smiled. I can find out in about 1 minute, dude. But if you don't want my help, you screw me, I'll kick your ass, said Devine. Dude, Valentine said with a smile. Devine emailed it to him and the Russian's fingers began flying over the keyboard. How long do you think it will take? Asked Devine. Is done. What? Your employer has bullshit encryption. I email you what you need to get into database. Valentine did so and said, and you Americans wonder why you get hacked all the time. Is bullshit. As Devine walked off, he knew one thing. There was really only one way the sender of the invisible email could have known those details at that point in time. I think whoever sent me the email also killed Sarah. Chapter 26. 6:20. The train slid free from the station and Devine dutifully looked out the window. Sunday had hardly been a day of rest. He felt like he'd already worked a full week at Cowell, not simply starting another one. The nosy journalist, Rachel Potter, waiting for Godot, the meeting with Emerson Campbell, Yuza's parents, particularly the suspicious mother, whatever the police had found there, the missing diary that might have him in it, and, finally, Valentine and the apparently earth-shattering invisible email revelation. It exhausted him just thinking about all of it. The train stopped and picked up passengers, then chugged up to the knoll and stopped. It was so regular it was almost funny. Almost. And there she was through the gap between the bottoms of the tree canopies and the top of the wall. She was already sitting by the pool. Her terry cloth robe was off, and her string bikini was once again shiny emerald. The color looked good on her. She's an exhibitionist, you know. Least that's what I figure. Why else would she be out here this early in pretty much her birthday suit for all of us to see? She can't miss spotting a stopped train, can she? Devine turned to the man sitting next to him. He was around 15, dressed in a stylishly cut dark blue suit, slim tie, and white shirt with matching pocket square. His hair was a wavy brown heavily laced with gray, his brow was lined, and saggy pouches undergirded his eyes. Devine thought he might be staring into a futuristic mirror and seeing himself in less than 2 decades. The man looked woeful and lustful in a hollowed-out, pathetic way, Devine thought. He eyed the man's wedding band. "What do you know about her?" asked Devine. "Nothing other than she's got one of the hottest bodies I've ever seen. And she's probably a nymphomaniac. Women who are exhibitionists are usually nymphos, too." "Is that so?" asked Devine. The man sniffed, eyed the woman, and in a wishful tone said, "Well, on the streaming shows they almost always are." "And the woman before her was just as hot." Devine started. "The woman before her?" "Yeah. I've been riding this train for a long time. I remember them building that house. That's Brad Cowell's place, in case you didn't know. Anyway, that chick would come out in a bikini, too, from time to time. She was a stunner, just like that one. Cowell obviously likes them young, beautiful, and nearly naked." "What happened to the other woman?" "I don't know. One day she was just gone." "When was this?" "Oh, a little over a year ago, I think. It was during the summer." "What did she look like?" "Pretty much the same as this one, only brunette." Devine turned to look back at the woman. She just sat there, her legs crossed one over the other. She didn't appear to even realize a body of water was there. She lifted her gaze and it appeared for an unsettling moment that she was staring right at him. But that wasn't possible. Not with the distance and the angle and the glass in between. Right? She rose, picked up her robe, and walked into the house. He and every guy on the starboard side, and probably a bunch on the port side, watched her every step of the way, their focus so intense it was like the last minute of their lives. Maybe she does get off on that stuff, thought Devine. She knew the train was there, with people on it, watching her. He wondered how Brad Cowell felt about it. But then again, he was having sex with his employees on desktops. The train picked up speed and headed on. Later, he walked out of the subway station in the financial district and into the heat of the morning. It was early enough for the city to still be waking up. Delivery trucks were parked illegally, and cabs, cars, and Ubers were hammering their horns, besmirching the only quiet time of the day the city had. Birds pecked at pavement trash, street sweepers were sweeping. Yawning suits and non-suits were shuffling to their jobs looking like they were heading to their graves. Food carts serving breakfast items were opening for business. Later, for lunch, there would be offerings of grilled halal, chong fun, rice noodles, and Indian king biryani, and traditional fare like pretzels, hot dogs, falafel, Tex-Mex, steak, barbecue, and sushi. If you couldn't find a food here it was because it didn't exist. Construction crews were muscling pipe and wheelbarrows and gripping shovels and lunch pails and smoking their camels and drinking their non-Starbucks morning eye-openers. The sky was clear, the heat already percolating over the fingertips of the skyscrapers. At lunchtime the funneled warmth between buildings, coupled with billions of tons and thousands of acres of reflective concrete and glass, respectively, would spike the temperature on the ground to near volcanic proportions, or so it would seem to the clothed inhabitants just trying to earn a buck or enjoy their holiday. And while he thought about all of this, Devine also mulled over his very serious problems. He had paid a visit to, and raised the suspicions of, a grieving mother. He, and apparently only he, had received an untraceable email about a murder. And the email had not stated that Sarah had died by suicide. Devine realized he had just assumed that was what the email had implied. Yet it had only said that she was dead. And then it had gone on to describe the hanging body. It was Wanda Sims who had mentioned suicide. She said she'd overheard the police. And Detective Hancock had confirmed that initial opinion during their first meeting. He had to talk to people to find the sender of the weird-ass email, because it apparently could not be done with computer keys and a server. For Devine, it was actually refreshing to see that not every single problem today was solvable by technology alone. Sometimes a little shoe leather and the semblance of a personality and a few well-formed questions might just do what artificially intelligent thinking and petabytes of data hovering in fake clouds couldn't. But the email was tied to Hughes's murder, which had to be tied to whatever nefarious things were going on at Cowell. And this was exactly what Emerson Campbell had told him to work on in order to stay out of a military prison. His marching orders couldn't be clearer. He knew the guard currently on duty at Cowell. His name was Sam. He was around 60, grizzled hair, pale skin, sloped shoulders, big gut that stretched his shirt's fabric to near its breaking point, and a pleasing smile to top it all. He seemed like a favorite uncle or grandfather who would get down on the floor and play with the little ones, a beer in hand. Devine walked up to the granite-topped reception console and placed his leather briefcase on it, rubbing a few sweat bubbles off his forehead. "Hey, Sam." "Hey, right back, Devine. Pretty crazy shit happening around here." "Got that right. Police have been in and out. New developments." "Right, I heard. Murder instead of suicide. Pretty damn big difference." "Hell yes it is." "You knew the woman?" asked Sam. "A little." "You ever see her?" "Oh yeah. Always a smile and a wave. Nice young lady, damn shame. Understand one of the custodial staff found her." Sam shook his head and grimaced, as though something foul had entered his mouth. "Jerry Myers. Thought the poor guy was going to stroke out. He come running in here screaming about this gal hanging in the storage closet. I thought he'd lost his marbles. I mean, in this building, what the hell, right?" Devine stiffened. "Wait, he came all the way down here to tell you? He didn't call you or the cops from up there?" "No, he didn't, the knucklehead, but he was upset. Poor guy had never seen anything like that. He went into the storage room to get something and bam, there she is. Would have shocked anybody. So I cut him some slack on not phoning from up there. I called the cops and then me and Jerry both went up there. I was really hoping the guy was drunk or having hallucinations or something. But nope, there she was. Poor lady. I used to be with the Newark Police Department, but I have to tell you, I felt my breakfast coming back up on me, too. I bet. By that time of the morning there must have been a full house up on the 52nd. That's why I hustled up there as soon as I made the 911 call, and had another guy cover the front, to let the cops up when they arrived. I mean, it was a potential crime scene and there are protocols and all. See, at that point I didn't know how she died, nobody did. But you got to preserve the evidence. Lucky you got up there so fast before anyone knew what had happened. Sam eyed him closely. Well, fact is, I can't vouch for that. What? Jerry left the door partially open. Least that's how we found it. Did he say that's how he left it? Asked Devine. Hell, he was so shaken up he could barely remember his own name. The cops got there about 5 minutes later. I didn't want that responsibility any longer than I had to. And what did you do after that? Asked Devine. Hung around up there in case they needed anything. Talk to anybody? Just Jerry and one of the cops. None of the office staff or people like me. By the time the staff started trickling in, the cops wouldn't let them get off the elevator. I didn't see anybody else. Never mind the admin folks, there must have been the crew like me up there by then. It was going on 9. What can I tell you? I didn't see any. What the hell? He thought about Wanda Sims up there getting people out of their offices. That did not mesh with what he had just been told. So I guess Jerry probably quit after finding the body. Or took some time off at least. Sam waved this off and sipped on coffee in a mug emblazoned with the New York Giants football logo. Nah. He's a single guy with no kids whose job pays real good with benefits and all. You can't just throw that away. He's here now, in fact. Up on the 34th changing light bulbs. Least that's what he told me a few minutes ago. Okay. Hey, hang in there. Sam smiled. I got it easy, Devine. You're the one busting your hump. And for what, I ask you? All you need is some food, a roof over your head, a few brewskis a day, baseball in the summer and football in the fall, a missus to watch over you, and you can be a happy man. Thinking that Sam was more right about that than wrong, Devine got on the elevator and headed to the 34th floor. Chapter 27. The admin cubicles up here were not occupied. These folks simply earned a salary, no more and no less, regardless of how hard they worked. So unless there was some sort of apocalypse, they came in at 9 and left at 5 or close to it. Jerry Myers was up a ladder down one of the halls. The suits hadn't arrived en masse yet here either, Devine knew. He would have heard fingers clacking on computer keyboards behind the closed doors. Most of his kind got in around 8 but didn't leave until around 9 at night. And there were no water cooler breaks at Cowell and Cumley. It was pedal to the metal until lights out. Mr. Myers. The man turned on the ladder and looked down at him. He was about Devine's height, barrel-chested and strongly built, around 45 with a thick head of dark hair. Yeah. I'm Travis Devine. I work here. I was a friend of Sarah Hughes. Myers finished with the lights, clipped the cover shut, and climbed down. That was the worst damn day of my life, he muttered. I bet. It must have been traumatic as hell. Myers folded up the ladder and picked up a box of light tubes. He looked at Devine and said, "You want something? Sam told me about you finding her and then mentioned you were up here replacing some lights." Okay, so. Devine thought quickly, realizing he was close to blowing this whole thing. Like I said, I was a friend of hers. I still can't believe she's dead. First they said suicide, and now it's murder. I mean, what the hell, right? Myers looked sympathetically at him now. Yeah, it was a gut punch for everybody. It sure as hell looked like a suicide to me, but what do I know? I never found a dead body before. Devine picked up on this. You found her around 8:30 or so. Something like that, yeah. Told the cops that. He started to walk down the hall and Devine kept pace with him as he thought of his next question. Sam said you came to the lobby to tell him and that he called the police. That's right. I was shaking like a baby. Could barely hit the elevator button or swipe my card through. What did you go in the room for? Asked Devine. Look, I already told the cops all this. I know, said Devine quickly. It's just that we were friends and this has really shaken me to my core. I just want to know some of what you know. It might help me process all this. Myers studied him curiously for a moment and then nodded. Okay, I can understand that. The fact is, I went in there to get a damn printer cartridge, if you can believe that. Got a message that one of the big printers in the business center on that floor was low and needed to be replaced. Opened the door and there she was. My ticker must be strong, otherwise I'd be dead. I bet. So is that room normally kept locked? I don't know about normally. I know I had to use my key to unlock it that morning. The ladder banged against Myers's leg. Here, I'll take that, said Devine. He relieved the man of the piece of equipment. Thanks. Was it a Detective Hancock who told you that Sarah had been murdered? Black guy in his 40s. No, I heard it on the news, I guess along with everybody else. He stopped at a point in the hall and he and Devine set up his ladder. Devine held the ladder steady for him, took the old light from him when he handed it down, and passed him a new light. Myers put it in, clambered back down, and they moved on. Was there anyone around when you found her? I mean, in the other offices near the storage room? None of the secretaries were in, least that I saw. Little bit too early for them. I can't say one way or another for anybody in their offices. Can't remember hearing or seeing anybody. Told the cops that, too, he shook his head. Stupid me, I coulda called down to the security desk from my phone, or any of the other phones up there. But I was so, he shook his head again and glanced up at Devine. You ever find a dead body? No, Devine lied. Well, I hope you never do. So you came back up here with Sam, and then what? He took a look-see in the room, probably just to make sure I was telling the truth. And did you notice anyone around then? Myers stopped and looked suspiciously at him. Come on, I know you said you were friends, but why all these questions, buddy? You sound like a cop. Devine was now ready for this. I was in the military. Army Ranger. I have experience with the Army, Sid. Oh, okay. Hey, thank you for your service. You look like you might have worn the uniform. Wanted to, but my eyesight and hearing weren't good enough. Failed the physical. Wear a hearing aid and contacts, but they got minimums even with that. Yeah, I know. So anyone else around? Not that I could see. Quiet as a tomb, said Devine. Myers visibly shuddered. Yeah. About the time the cops got here some of the secretaries were arriving. How about the suits, meaning non-admin people? Nope, don't remember seeing any of them. But isn't that strange? They all get in before the staff. Don't know what to tell you, he glanced at Devine. Is that what you do here? Yeah. But I work on another floor. Then the cops secured the room and started clearing the space. Yeah, but only after the detectives showed up, you know, those guys in suits. Until then, they wouldn't let anyone off the floor, including me. Later, they took folks down to a conference room on another floor. I guess to take statements and such. That's where the cops took my statement and then cut me loose. I went outside and just walked around. I couldn't get her image out of my head. How long do you think it was between the time you left the body and then returned? Myers knitted his brows and then said, I had to explain things to Sam, and I was all tongue-tied, so that took a bit. Then he had to call the cops, then he had to get another guy to cover the lobby. Might have been like 6, 8 minutes, something like that. Maybe a little longer. I wasn't looking at my watch. I do know after we got back up no one went near that door other than me and Sam. Okay, look, I appreciate your time. Myers studied him for an uncomfortably long moment. You two must have been really good friends. We were. He left Myers and walked back out into one of the main areas for the secretarial staff. Grunts like him were sequestered in large interior, windowless offices separated into cubicles, so their focus would be total. The company executives had the corner offices with views outside. He walked through the staff slots until he spied an empty space. No photos, flowers, other personal touches. But it did have a computer. With the login information for the computer helpfully printed on a post-it note stuck to the screen. Decent security defeated by a tiny slip of yellow paper and a lazy or forgetful employee. He sat down and used the information Valentine had sent him to get into the security logging database. He typed in the search. Who had accessed the 52nd floor on Friday morning? Because it would all be in there, and at least that would tell him who was around. It was likely that whoever had sent him the email had killed Hughes. And the person would have been in the building the previous night between midnight and 4. But there was still a chance that someone else had killed Hughes, and the email sender had simply seen Hughes's body between the time Myers had found it and when he and Sam had returned to the 52nd floor. If so, Devine wanted to find that person. And ask them why Devine had been sent the email. Did they know about me and Sarah? He waited for the names associated with the swipe cards to cascade down the screen. At that time in the morning, the floor should have been filled with stiffs like him. He was thus stunned when not a single name, other than Jerry Myers, appeared on the screen as having accessed that floor on Friday morning. How was that possible? He did another search and then popped his head up for a moment to make sure the coast was still clear. He checked his watch. He still had time. Okay, now he was going for the big fish as he put in his search parameters. Who had not left the building the night Hughes was killed? Before he hit the return key to initiate the search, he recognized there was a flaw in this methodology. If people had left in a group at night, which they often did, it would only take one of their security swipe cards to send all of them down to the lobby. And you didn't need your card to leave the building after hours, you just hit an exit button set next to the doors. You also didn't need your card to enter the building during normal business hours, but you did need it to access the elevators. So the electronic count of the people coming and going really wouldn't be accurate. But the record of anyone's coming into the building within the time frame the cops were looking at would clearly be relevant, since no group would be coming in between midnight and 4 o'clock. He also checked the log and saw that Hughes had used her security card and arrived on Thursday morning at 7:30. However, there was no record of her taking the elevator down that evening. That could have been because she left with a group, so he checked to see if Hughes had returned later that night. But there was no record of that, either. She had probably never left because someone had prevented her from doing so by killing her. But why had she been there that late in the first place? Was she working, or maybe meeting someone. Like Brad Cowell. Like Jennifer Stamos had. He modified his search and hit the return key. And waited. It didn't take long. Only one name came up. Logged in at midnight and logged out at 1:10 on Friday morning. Perfect window to kill Sarah Hughes. He looked at the name, both seeing it and trying to unsee it. Travis Ark Devine. Chapter 28. Devine left the floor and headed to another using his security card. Right now he needed to answer a question, and he thought he knew who might be able to help him. When the cops saw that entry log, things were going to go from bad to infinitely worse for him. He was surprised they hadn't already seen it and arrested him. He got off on the 41st floor and found Wanda Sims about a minute later. She normally got in early, he knew, and she had her office on this floor. She was striding through the halls making sure that everything in her domain was ready to go for when everyone arrived. He imagined her home would be spotless and well organized right down to the kitchen cutlery drawers and the kitty litter box. "Hey, Wanda." She saw him, and her expression changed to a look of terror, all professionalism ripped right from the woman. She rushed forward and gripped his arm. "Did you hear about Sarah?" "Yeah, I did," he said grimly. "I can't believe it. There's a killer somewhere around here. I'm sure the police are doing all they can. I just wish they'd do it faster. I had a question about something here at the office." "What?" she said, all efficiency again. "I talked to some folks who said there was no one on the 52nd floor the morning Sarah was found. You said you were up there looking for people, but I don't think anyone was there. At least that's what I heard." She was already nodding. There was a seminar for the M&A division that morning. They were all over at the Ritz, well, all except the support staff. Of course. The police found me and asked me to make sure the floor was clear. I told them about the seminar, but they still insisted I go office to office with 2 police officers. But I wasn't surprised when no one was there. It was an all-hands seminar, you see, no exceptions. Her expression grew sad. Sarah didn't deserve to be killed like that. "No one does," said Devine. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The cascade of financial data washed across his computer screen, but Devine wasn't really focused on it. He was just treading water in a shark tank. It couldn't be long now, could it? He still flinched when the knock came. The door opened and a woman's face appeared. She was one of the staff here. He couldn't recall her name at the moment. His mind was already moving past her. He started to rise even before she spoke. "Mr. Devine. Someone wants to speak to you." He slipped past the other cubicles. Several heads lifted to glimpse him for a moment before falling back to their screens and the pursuit of vast wealth thereon. He followed her down the hall toward the elevators. There were 2 men there, both in suits that looked more like his than most of the other suits here, meaning rumpled and cheap. One was a little taller than him, about 6'2", beefy, around 50 with grayish hair parted on the side. His partner was in his 40s, balding, 5'10" and lean, with an expression that gave away nothing. The woman didn't make introductions. She just scurried off while the men showed Devine their badges and identified themselves. The tall one was Ralph Shoemaker, the shorter one Paul Ekman. They were assigned to the NYPD's homicide squad and were investigating Sarah Hughes's death, Shoemaker said. His voice was low but sharp. Ekman's was even sharper, with a helping of falsetto on certain words. Whether that was for effect or had something to do with his vocal cords, Devine didn't know or care. "We'd like to talk to you, Mr. Devine," said Ekman. "Okay. Seems like lots of people want to talk to me lately. We have a room. This way." He followed them down the hall and into a space not much larger than the storage closet Hughes had been found hanging in. There were 3 chairs. Ekman told Devine to sit and he did. Both men sat across from him. There was no table separating them. They were nearly knee to knee. Devine knew this was intentional. Take away personal space and you got your target on edge from the get-go. He had done this very same thing interrogating Taliban and Al-Qaeda fighters they had captured. Even with a translator present, you could still put the screws to people. And they were doing it to Devine right now, or at least trying to. Ekman took out a notebook, while Shoemaker leveled his gaze at Devine. Shoemaker said, "Ranger, huh? My son's in the army. Infantry. He's in South Korea. Yeah, I did a stint there, too. You earned lots of medals. Wounded. Twice. Served your country well. Hell of a soldier. I did my job. You were friends with Sarah Hughes? I knew her. That's not what I asked." The man's expression didn't change, though the tone of his words had. It was neatly done, thought Devine. He had sat through these sorts of interrogations before, when he was having his security clearances updated, and was being grilled on whether he'd ever had sex with animals. He could appreciate skill when he saw it. We went out to mixers. I saw her at group events. I liked her. I think she liked me. If that's being her friend, then I was her friend. But so were other people. You went to her place. Visited with her parents. Out of all the people here, you're the only one who did that." Shoemaker sat back and unbuttoned his jacket. Clipped on his belt was a holster with a Glock riding in it and his shiny badge on the other side of the belt clasp. He looked like he was ready to stay here all day, if need be, and just let Devine stare at that gun and that badge, 2 powerful symbols for sure. I was walking past her place and saw them. How'd you know where she lived? Interjected Ekman, the falsetto notes boomeranging around Devine's head. As I told her parents, I walked her home one night from a nearby bar to make sure she got there safe. Go on, said Shoemaker. I saw them, figured they were her parents. She took after them in appearance, and on the spur of the moment I knocked on the door and things went from there. I just wanted them to know I was sorry about what had happened and if they needed anything to call me. I left them my card. Shoemaker reached in his pocket and pulled a card out. Mrs. Hughes gave this to us this morning when we saw her. She called and told us about your visit. That's why we're here to talk to you. Why did she do that? Asked Devine, who was relieved they weren't here because of the electronic log showing him entering the building in time to kill Hughes. Ekman leaned forward. Let's just say that she felt you weren't being entirely forthcoming about your relationship with her daughter. In what way? Why don't you tell us? Replied Ekman. How? I can't read minds. Just read your own, then. I knew Sarah and liked her, just like other people here did. Have you talked to any of them? Quite a few, replied Shoemaker. But now we're talking to you. Okay, and I'm answering your questions. Hughes kept a diary, did you know that? Her mother told me she kept one ever since she was young, but that the police apparently didn't find one at her house. Were her phone and laptop at the office or her home? Shoemaker said, we've gone through her emails and other communications and calendar entries on her electronics. And do you know what we found? I have no idea. Ms. Hughes had had an abortion. Devine sat up straighter and leaned forward. What? Sarah was pregnant. Abortions are not performed on women who aren't pregnant, pointed out Ekman sarcastically. Where did she have it done? It was a calendar entry with the procedure listed. We'll run down who performed it. Did she say who the father was? Shoemaker crossed one leg over the other and tapped his wingtips with his index finger. Was it you? He said, staring off before swinging his gaze around to Devine's. It was clearly done for dramatic effect, and Devine had to admit the cop pulled it off nicely. I know nothing about any of this. Again, not really my question. Did you have sex with Sarah Hughes? I don't have to answer that. Ekman interjected, no, but your refusal comes with consequences. And she did name you as the father, just so you know. Devine now swiveled his gaze in the man's direction. And it's totally legal for cops to lie to suspects to trick them into saying something. So that could be a load of bullshit. Show me where she says that. Shoemaker said, Paul, this guy sounds like a lawyer. Who would have thought that about a fine army lad? Devine knew all about this because the Cid had interrogated him after Hawkins's death, tried to screw with his head, lied to him, tried to get him to confess, pounded him with everything they had. Only the body had been so torn up by animals that the forensics were of no use in assigning legal blame to Devine, and the injuries he had incurred in his fight with Hawkins were minimal and inconclusive. All soldiers had bumps and bruises and cuts. And any DNA of one man found on the other was also inconclusive, since they served in close proximity to one another. No witnesses, no other evidence, and a time of death that was all over the place allowed Devine to reasonably argue that he had an alibi for the broad time window in question. The Cid had finally given up. Devine also assumed that they didn't want to pursue it more thoroughly because doing so might open up for scrutiny the whitewash investigation they had done of Blankenship's supposed suicide. You can take my prints and my DNA. I did not kill her. How about a polygraph? Will you take one of those? Devine sat back. Which means you found no DNA and no prints at the murder scene. Or maybe you just didn't find any of mine. And you're trying to railroad me into a confession so you can clear this one off your list and make your boss happy and Wall Street rest easy. Only if you did pin it on me, the killer would still be out there. But I'll make a deal with you. I don't remember asking for a deal, said Ekman. I'll take a polygraph if you show me where Sarah names me as the father and you swear in an affidavit that it's legit and not made up to get me to confess to something I didn't do. You watch too many cop shows, said Shoemaker. But while we can make deceptive statements to you in an interrogation, we can't manufacture evidence. That would be a crime. Do I take that as a no-go on my offer, then? Where were you between the hours of midnight and 4 a.m. on Friday? Devine grimaced impatiently. Come on, I already told the other guy all that. What other guy? Said Shoemaker sharply. Hancock. Hancock, parroted Ekman. Detective Carl Hancock with NYPD. I guess he's working the case with you too. The two men exchanged a glance that Devine couldn't really read, but didn't like. When did this Hancock talk to you? Asked Ekman. He was waiting for me at the train station near my place in Mount Kisco. This was on Friday. And he was waiting for me at my house the next day when I got home from work. And you told him where you were that night? Yes, and he wrote it down. Describe him, said Shoemaker. Black guy, around 6'1", bald, athletic build, in his 40s. Dressed like you guys, and he said he was driving a coffee and cigarette motor pool piece of crap, at least in so many words. Because NYPD hadn't bought new cars in 10 years, at least that's what he said. He also told me he lived in Trenton, New Jersey. He looked between the two men. Don't you know him? How many homicide detectives are there in the city? Manhattan South Homicide, where we're from, has 10 of them, down from 26 in 2001, and you're looking at 2 of them. He had a badge that looked real. And he talked like a cop. He was the one who told me that Sarah hadn't killed herself. That she was murdered. He said that? Exclaimed Ekman. On Saturday? Yeah. And he knew all about my background in the army. Exactly what about the crime did he know? Asked Ekman. Devine told them everything, including the straight-line ligature versus the inverted. But he didn't tell them about the similar case in the army that he had mentioned to Hancock. He said that proved it was a murder and not a suicide. Shoemaker gave his partner a nervous glance, one that showed he was no longer fully in control of the situation. His partner seemed to read this like a cue card. Okay, let's move on for now. Where were you between those times? Asked Ekman. At home in bed until 4. Then I was doing my workout at the high school next to where I live. Then I showered, dressed, and took the 6:20 train just like always. Must be cameras in the station to show me coming in. Not that many people are there at that hour. Shoemaker said, you could have killed her that night, taken the train home, and come back into town on the 6:20. But again, the train station may have cameras, and the office building has a security guard. You didn't have to take the train, Ekman pointed out. And the guard makes rounds. But you need a security card to get in the building. There's a record of coming and going because of that. And it shows me going at the critical time in question, so why are you jerking my chain on all this other crap? Wondered Devine. We're checking all that, said Shoemaker. It's taking a little time to pull the records. And I won't be happy with what you find. You get up at 4 a.m. to work out, said Ekman. Doesn't everybody? Anybody corroborate this? No, I slept alone and I worked out alone. Nobody else around. No roommates? Yeah. 3. But they were asleep at that hour, like most normal people. They can't alibi me. How do you know? Asked Ekman. Because I asked them if they could when this Hancock guy showed up and seemed to be trying to pin all this on me. But they couldn't. And I wouldn't ask them to lie. Shoemaker studied him so closely that Devine was sure the man was going to read him his rights and cuff him. What a nice guy you are, he said, but there didn't seem to be much acid behind it. The big cop just looked truly confused. If you saw this Hancock again, would you recognize him? Asked Ekman. Hell yes I would. I don't like getting played. And why pick on me in the first place? That's what I don't get. Well, maybe there's something special about you, Devine, at least when it comes to Sarah Hughes, said Shoemaker. Devine didn't like any bit of that remark. The two men rose as though connected by string. You don't leave the area, warned Shoemaker. I have no intention of doing that. I have a job to do. Shoemaker looked around. Yeah, making dough at this place. That's not the job I'm referring to. And it wasn't. He was thinking about Emerson Campbell and the mission. He was also thinking about dead Sarah Hughes. Shoemaker and Ekman exchanged curious glances and then left. Devine sat there for a few minutes digesting everything that had just happened and trying to place it neatly into certain boxes in his mind that would make the most sense. Some of it did, much of it didn't. Sarah was pregnant and then had an abortion. This news was staggering to him. He ran a hand through his hair and closed his eyes for a moment, trying to process all this. Was I the father? We slept together once. I didn't use protection because she said she was on the pill, but maybe she wasn't. They didn't say when she had the abortion. Did I lose a child and not even know about it? He rose and looked out the small window. Staring back at him was another building of equal height. He felt boxed in, trapped, blindsided beyond all reason. And they're going to look at the entry log and they're going to see my name as the only one. And then they're going to be back with an arrest warrant. And who the hell is Carl Hancock? But now it made sense why the guy had approached Devine away from the office both times. If he wasn't a real cop, it was much safer that way. He lifted his lanyard from around his neck and looked at his security badge. He had not been in the building when Hughes had been murdered. So maybe someone had stolen his badge and then returned it before he woke up. At his home in the suburbs, which he did not think was likely at all because the timing was just too tight. Or maybe someone hacked into the system and set me up as the fall guy. That was also not easy to do. But for the person who had sent an email that could not be traced by the best in the business, it might be a piece of cake. He shuffled back to work, with what felt like a knife sticking right in his gut. Chapter 29. When Devine returned to his office, he found several of the other burners staring daggers at him as he walked in. He retook his seat. Something was up. Somebody knew what was going on and had shared it with others. Emails and texts must have been flying since he'd been gone. Devine had a few people here he'd gone out with on occasion for beers or meals and a couple of concerts, and he counted Wanda Sims as a friend. His direct supervisor had lots of newbies just like Devine to oversee, and the unwritten rule at Cowell and Cumley was you never got close to any burner because chances were very good they would be gone in less than a year. And the competition here was so fierce that close friendships were just not possible, at least that was the perennial vibe around here. But he knew what his fellow associates were thinking. Devine has the cops all over him. Devine killed Sarah. I knew he looked creepy. Maybe PTSD. Asshole. Hope they fry him. Maybe that was overkill on his part, but he was still feeling it. He lumbered through his tasks. His job right now was to help analyze a slice of risk on a deal between two corporate titans, on which Cowell and Cumley was advising the buyer. On the other side was the mobilized army of venerable Morgan Stanley. Both clients wanted this spin-off of a subsidiary in a management-led buyout to be completed, so the deal-making was fairly amicable. It was what was known in the business as a shit sandwich. The management was buying the company on the cheap because that was part of the plan. It was all front and back-end loaded with fees for the M&A boys. The sub would then issue debt that it never intended to repay. They would use the proceeds from the debt offering to pay management a huge dividend. Then they would go back to the bankers, wrap the junk debt with some decently rated stuff into a CBO, or collateralized bond obligation, and then sell it off to pension funds, police unions, and grandmas. Management would next bleed the company dry, sell whatever of the assets it could make money off of, fire a quarter of the workers, raid the pension plan in such a complicated way prosecutors would never be able to prove anything, and eventually leave the remaining workers hanging without paychecks or health care. When the debt went bad, which it was designed to do, they would go back in, peel off the good stuff, and make even more money off that, while the grandmas and the workers went to the poorhouse. They had no recourse because to have recourse you needed to hire lawyers. And even if the grandmas had any money left, folks like Cowell already had the best attorneys in the business. The litigation would take years, and by the time appeals were done, the deep pockets would have vanished under a wall of legalese and there was no money left to pay off any judgment. Heads I win, tails I win even bigger. And you, Grandma, you lose every single damn time. He hated every tap of the keys. He despised every dollar moving across his screen. He loathed the fact that the rich were getting unbelievably richer by pitting everyone in this room against one another. And in 20 years the ones who survived would be at the top looking down at a new crop of suckers and doing the very same damn thing. It was a hamster wheel of plutocratic proportions, aiming straight for something maybe even worse. The man next to him got up abruptly, holding his stomach and looking a bit green. Devine knew he was from Connecticut and had gone to Yale. His father was the CEO of a Fortune 100. The guy really wanted to be a full-time gamer, he had told Devine. But the old man had threatened to cut him off if he did. So here he was, looking ready to puke. When Devine gazed up at him, he stammered in an embarrassed manner, "Stomach bug. Had it all night." Then the man rushed out of the room. "Thanks, bud, you've only been sitting next to me all morning." He glanced over at the guy's screen, which had not gone blank yet. Streams of numbers flew across it. He didn't know what his fellow burner was working on, so the data lines didn't make much sense to him. Actually, nothing made much sense to Devine now. At lunchtime he swam against the current once again and rode the elevator down to the third-floor dining hall. He got his food and was going to sit by himself. Until he saw her. Jennifer Stamos, looking stricken and lost, was sitting alone at a table with a nice view of the East River. However, from her expression, the woman didn't appear to even be seeing it. He carried his tray over to her and said, "Want some company?" She looked up at him in a daze. Okay." He sat, sipped his iced tea, and looked her over. Her makeup had hidden some of the dark circles under her eyes, but not every fragment of them. Her face was pinched and her normally luxuriant hair seemed thinner, less robust. "You doing okay?" he asked. "No, I'm not." She glanced at him. "I heard the cops talk to you earlier. They were asking about me and Sarah." "Did you know she was pregnant?" Stamos tensed for an instant. "How do you know she was?" "Because the cops told me she'd had an abortion." She said aggressively, "Did they want to know if you were the father?" "They did, actually." "And were you?" "No." "How would you really know whether or not you're the father, if you had sex with her?" "Who says I had sex with her? And I didn't kill her. Some guys kill women who are pregnant by them." But she had already terminated the pregnancy. "So where's the motive to kill her?" Stamos looked at him funny. I guess you're right about that." He looked out the window and bit into a celery stick. "What else did the cops want to talk about?" she asked. "The usual stuff. Alibis, polygraphs. They lied to me to try to get me to confess." "How did they even know to talk to you?" asked Stamos. "I'm sure they're talking to lots of people." "I wouldn't be too sure about that." "Did you get a strange email the day they found Sarah's body?" She sat forward, tense once more. "Strange email? No, I didn't. You asked me that before. Did you get one? You mentioned it talked about details of Sarah's death. What exactly did it say?" "I think it was just somebody trolling or something," he said vaguely. "I couldn't really understand it. It was all over the place. And I have no idea who sent it." Stamos didn't look like she believed him. He decided to change the subject before she pushed him further on it. "Someone I talked to said there were no suits on the 52nd floor that morning." She stared at him, puzzled. "There should have been." "I know. Sarah's office was on that floor. But there was a seminar at the Ritz that morning for the M&A division. All hands on deck. And the support staff don't show until 9. "What are you saying?" she asked. "Just that it's either a coincidence that there was a seminar that morning. Or it wasn't." She processed this and came away looking even more stricken. He said, "I was in here having lunch on Saturday. Brad Cowell was here with some of his usual posse. I'm surprised you would do that. I'm surprised you're here now. Hell, I'm probably not going to make the cut. So why not enjoy a few good free meals until they give me the boot?" "You sound like a prisoner awaiting execution," she noted. "And maybe some people would be fine with that." She didn't comment on this jarring statement. "Why did you mention Cowell?" "Because he gave me a look that I can't explain. I mean, why would the guy even know who I am? You're a rookie, Travis. And he knows it, even if you think the guy doesn't notice the newbies. Brad Cowell lives and breathes this place. And he was probably pissed to see you in here. You're supposed to be eating crackers at your desk and busting your ass to make him more money. So you got the look. What's he really like? How should I know, she said. Come on. You're a star, Jennifer. Don't sell yourself short. And Cowell is a smart guy. He takes care of his stars. So you must know him better than most at this place. Her response was unexpected and chilling. In a lowered voice she said, You saw us, didn't you? What? That bullshit explanation about calling me sweet cheeks. She leaned forward and spoke in an even lower voice. You were in the building that night. You didn't leave your phone behind. You went up to the 52nd floor. And saw us. And you're here trying to, I don't know, blackmail me? Or make me feel like shit? Or both? If I knew what the hell you were talking about, I'd answer you. But I don't. She gave him a patronizing look and he answered it with one of bewilderment. He didn't know if it carried the day or not. He sort of doubted it. Stamos hadn't gotten to where she was by being thick-headed. But maybe I'm thicker than a log, since my security card would not only show I entered the building that night at a certain time, it also would show I went to the 52nd floor at the same time they were doing their thing on the desk. Cowell must have found that out and told Stamos. And she would have told him about my sweet cheeks comment. That explains the evil eye from the guy and this confrontation with her. She stood. You know, you might want to try the truth for a change. Devine felt like saying, Look who's talking. But what would have been the point? She walked out, leaving him staring moodily out the window at the bright sky. Who knew there could be so much resolute darkness in the middle of the day? Chapter 30. As Devine was leaving that evening, a man in a dark suit and a blood-red tie and sporting a self-important demeanor approached him in the lobby of the building. Mr. Devine. I'm Willard Paulson, special assistant to Mr. Cowell. Okay, Devine recognized the man as being part of Cowell's official harem. He was thin, narrow-shouldered, and in his late 30s, already balding, and as bland and innocuous as Cowell was showy and pretentious. Mr. Cowell would like to meet with you. Okay, but I'm surprised you're conveying the message. There's a chain of command here that rivals what we had in the Army. Normally this would go through your immediate supervisor, but Mr. Cowell preferred to go outside the normal channels. And why is that? Paulson bristled at this response, obviously not expecting any reply other than yes sir, thank you, sir, for this gift from heaven to meet with Emperor Cowell. He didn't say. Where and when? At 10 this evening. Here's the address. He handed him a slip of paper. Devine took it but didn't look at it. Is this really necessary? You must be joking. It's Mr. Cowell. Do you like working here? Best job I've ever had, he said with as much sincerity as he could muster, which, granted, wasn't much. He headed to the subway, unfolding the piece of paper and reading off the address. Well, this could be instructive. Or maybe disastrous. Devine took the train to Mount Kisco and walked quickly home, sucking in the heat and humidity. His mind was going 1,000,000 miles an hour and still getting him nowhere fast. Valentine, with his gamer headphones on, was lying on the couch working on his laptop, as always. A beer was on the floor next to him. He looked up as Devine came in, his expression anxious. He had apparently been awaiting Devine's return. So, said Valentine in a prompting manner as he took off his headphones. I talked to the security guard and the guy who found the body. That room was unguarded for maybe a max of 10 minutes. But there was no one on the floor because there was a seminar for people like me at an off-site location. And the support staff weren't in yet. So how did whoever sent message get all that info? I don't know. The killer would have known some of those details when he murdered her. But the person could not have known that Sarah had been found hanging in that room by a custodian unless they were around at the time, and either saw it for themselves, which is doubtful, or someone told them shortly thereafter. And that just isn't likely. And I don't think anyone else got the message that I got, or if they did, they're not saying anything. So during those 10 minutes maybe person sending emails saw the body and stuff. And saw the custodian finding the body. But that's not certain and I'm still working on it. By the way, I used the info you gave me to access the security logging database, and I've got a question. Valentine closed his laptop and looked up. Shoot, dude. Devine explained to Valentine about the security logging system at Cowell using the RFID cards. Can that be manipulated to show that someone was there who really wasn't there? Valentine nodded before Devine was finished. Sure. Clone card. Then, it like electronic twin walking in place. Easy peasy. Do it in seconds, depending on what protection they have on card. Let me see yours. Devine handed over his security card. Valentine pulled a device out of his backpack on the floor and held it up to the card. This is 125. Is bullshit. I have app on phone. I can clone card right now by writing what's on your card onto clean one I get from Amazon. Is big bullshit just like encryption on your security database. 125. 125 kHz. Is radio frequency. Open 26-bit format. Card is just simple LC circuit, capacitor, and integrated circuit. Working in combo. Card number transmitted is key, is what reader reads. But 125 not encrypted. You get that key, you tell reader, let me in, and it does. $10 RFID reader/writer, bam, you got card number. Most security cards are 125s. My little baby cousin can hack that shit. Your little baby cousin really gets around. So what else is out there you can use that's better? He said promptly, 13.56 MHz. SOS technology. Encrypted. Hard to clone, hard to hack, but not impossible, for someone like me. In the army we would use protection shields over our RFID cards to prevent any electronic skimming. That is good. That works, mostly. Unless hackers really good. Two-factor authentication is very good. Need two things to get indoor. I use that on my phone. Valentine took a swig of beer. Good for you, Travis. You kick-ass champ. But we don't have two-factor authentication at Cowell, and it looks like all the cards are 125s. And everyone wears them around their necks with no shields. Is bad. Is bullshit. Can that be proved? I mean that someone cloned a card. Depend on card and depend on how good cloning is. Pretty technical, he held up his phone. Use this as security card. Mobile cards too easy to loan out. You don't do that with phone. With newer Apple phone models they have NFC chip. Activate Bluetooth, engage NFC chip, and you can use with door reader to open door if reader is programmed to recognize Apple phone. And if you lose phone, still has security feature before you can get in. Cards don't have that. Readers read card, not person with card. That takes biometrics. That is good too. Better than phone. You need eyes or thumb. In Russia they have to be living eyes and thumbs, you know. In Russia they used to take fingers and eyes from people to open doors. But dead fingers and eyes not work anymore. Need pulse. I can tell you that. Yeah, I bet. Devine thought back to the night Cowell had accessed the garage entrance. Cowell used his phone to get into the building's garage. And I've never seen him with one of these cards around his neck. That is because he is not messing around. He uses NFC chip. He just lets guys like you have bullshit 125 security. But it's his building. And we can get in with these bullshit cards. Valentine handed the card back. Does this let you go everywhere in building? Devine thought about this. No, there's an off-limit space on the 51st floor. We call it Area 51 as a joke. He watched Valentine closely, to see if he got the reference. What is special about it? Said Valentine in a way that made Devine unsure whether he had gotten the cultural allusion or not. I'm not sure. I don't think anyone works on the floor. I think it's just computers. Not so weird. It might be supercomputer trading space. They get millisecond head start on trading at volume. They make millions every day on head start over others who not do this. I know. It's called high-frequency trading. Buy it a millisecond before the shares or bonds rise a penny, which in the course of a day they all do, and sell it a millisecond later before the shares or bond prices drop a penny. It's like being just ahead of a wave rising and falling. You have to have expensive and specially designed software and infrastructure. The institutions have that, plus, because they're licensed brokers, they're hardwired into the exchanges. It's called naked access. And it's not just brokers, but hedge funds and specialty firms. Is smart and is stupid at same time. Why is it stupid if they make so much money off it? Asked Devine. First reason, you have flash crash, when computer make mistake because of bad line of code or something. Then it sells when it should buy, or vice versa. You lose billions in snap of finger. That has happened, conceded Devine. And what's the second reason? All eggs in one basket, dude, replied Valentine. Ransomware. You hit that one target, what will they pay to get back up and running? Huh. I tell you what they pay. Shit loads. And nobody will know because company will tell no one because they are afraid clients will not trust them and run to other guy. So, a few computer clicks and you are fucking billionaire. They pay in Bitcoin now. Cryptocurrency. How do you know that? Said Devine, staring at him suspiciously. Valentine caught this look and held up his hands in mock surrender. I hear on street. I do not do this. I am good guy now. I do not fill up my bank account. But with ransomware you have some countries filling up their treasuries, amended Devine. Is true. But for ransomware, North Koreans have nothing to eat and then they throw out little liter in glasses. Others do it, too. Russia? Valentine pointed his finger at him. Haha. Putin loves his money. He buys big horses and rides them without shirt on. He is crazy-ass stud. Can you see if Cowell is doing their high-frequency trading from Area 51? I can see trades if buying and selling is on public markets. I can't see if they buy and sell through dark pool, not till sale complete. Is how high frequency traders operate for so long without being found out. But can you tell if it is high-speed trading going on? Based on the activity in the pipe. Will take time. I have other things to do. I thought you liked a challenge. And you couldn't trace the message. I thought I'd give you a shot at redemption. What is this redemption bullshit? He asked, frowning. It means a second chance to prove that you are a world-class hacker. I am world-class hacker. I know this already. But I don't, not based on the email fail. You are funny man. Let me think. I get back to you. Just don't take too long. I have a feeling knowing sooner is better than knowing later. Valentine put his headphones on, flipped open his laptop, and went back to work. Devine climbed the stairs, rinsed off the day's grime in the shower, and changed into a pair of light brown slacks and the short-sleeved white shirt that he wore untucked. He put his dress shoes back on. As he was heading back down, he met Helen Spears coming up the stairs. She'd obviously been doing yoga in the dining room again because the woman had on another set of colorful duds and was sweating. And he felt his heart start to race as she approached. "Going out?" she said. "Got a meeting." She gave him an odd look. "How's the police investigation going?" "It's going. In some pretty odd directions." "Need that lawyer yet?" "Probably any minute now." She looked at him severely, then headed off to her room where she would slide out of her yoga clothes and step into the shower, and he had to stop thinking about that. Devine knocked on Tapshaw's door. "Hey, it's Travis. Did you eat today, Jill? The dating world of Hummingbird wants to know." She opened her door and stood there in red athletic shorts, a white tank top, and crew socks with pink Converse tennis shoes. Her hair was done up with an assortment of bobby pins. "I had lunch," she said brightly. "And I might have dinner. How's the fundraising going?" "Hey, you work on Wall Street, right?" "Yeah. Cowl and comely." "Why? Let me show you something." She led him into her room and over to one of her giant computer screens. He had been to her office in the strip mall, and it looked like a cyber warfare command center. All in the name of love. She brushed some of the sticky notes off the glass and hit a few keys. Her LinkedIn page came up. Tapshaw scrolled down and pointed to a message. "I got this ping. It's from an investment group looking to fully fund my next round. I mean the whole 25 million, Travis. They want to Zoom meet and then start doing due diligence. They said if things go well, they could have a term sheet to me in 2 weeks and the money days after agreement on the deal points and the lawyers papering it all." "That's great," he looked at her. "So why the long face?" "I've been beating the bushes trying to get this round filled for a while. It's been tougher than I thought. You heard me on with the Taiwanese VC group the other night. They were interested, but said the process would take about 6 months, and our cash flow is tight. I've heard that same song over and over. And I reached out to them. I've done the same with all the other potential investors for this round. I've run out of friends and family and angel sources. This round is with the pros, but then these guys ping me and say it could all be done in a little over 2 weeks. I don't know. It just seems weird. What do you think?" "It does seem off. What's the name of the investment group?" She hit another key and a second screen came up. She pointed to it. "Mayflower Enterprises. Ever heard of them?" "I've done some digging on them, but there's not much. Some guy named." Devine didn't hear her because he was looking at the name of the gent who had pinged her with the proposal. "Yep, old Christian F. Chilton. That is no coincidence. He clearly knows who I am and that Jill is my roommate." He pulled his gaze away. "Look, don't do anything with these guys right now, okay? Just executive lag it for a bit." She said doubtfully, "Okay, but 25 million is 25 million, Travis. Just play it cool and that might become 50 mil or even more." "Wait a minute, I don't want to sell the company. I want to build it. It's my baby. I'm not asking you to sell anything. Just trust me, Jill. And go get some dinner. He left her there and rode out into the night on his motorcycle for his appointment with Brad Cowell. Chapter 31. Devine pulled to a stop across the street from Cowell's palace, locked his bike and his helmet up, and jogged across the street. This was the address on the note Paulson had handed him. The place was lit up like a Christmas tree, and there were exotic cars parked in front, including an old but perfectly restored cherry-red Duesenberg Phaeton. There seemed to be a party going on. Devine had envisioned a private confrontation on Cowell's home turf. The investment magnate had scored the first surprise of the night. There was a call button at the gate and a video camera. He waved to it and told them who he was. The gates parted and in he walked. At the front door were beefy guys Devine's size or bigger who gave him a methodical pat-down, made him lift his shirt, and then wand his torso and arms and legs for good measure. "The ladies must love that almost as much as you guys do," he said to one of them. That didn't even score him a grin in return. Inside, the place was as modern-looking and fantastic as the outside. Soaring ceilings, lots of oddly shaped windows, expensive woods and shiny metals in interesting configurations. Textured tiles on the floor interspersed with bursts of colorful rugs. Minimalist furnishings, one-of-a-kind lighting fixtures, some small and intimate, others the size of small satellites, with customized features in wood, metal, and even fabric. The paintings on the walls were more Picasso and Pollock than Da Vinci or Degas. Devine counted about 20 people, at least in this area. It was a nice night and he figured there would certainly be people out by the pool. He looked around for the bikini lady but didn't see her. He wasn't really sure what to do. Did he ask for Cowell? Would the man find him? Was he to stand here like a schoolboy awaiting his punishment from the principal? Instead, he decided to go in search of a drink. Devine found it in the next room, where there was a full bar set up. A few people were in line ahead of him. They turned and stared at him for a few moments. Devine figured he didn't look important enough or wasn't stylishly dressed enough, because they turned back around without speaking. He took his glass of beer and started wandering from room to room. There were a few people scattered here and there, but they seemed dwarfed by the space. Devine figured you could cloister an entire army battalion in here, no problem. Everyone looked tanned and relaxed and outfitted casually in clothes that he was pretty sure had cost a small fortune. He walked into another room and stiffened as the bikini lady appeared out of nowhere and walked up to him. A man should have a little warning before she glided in from stage right, he thought. She had on an ultra-tight lime green strappy lycra mini-dress that accentuated her figure and tan to a stunning degree. Remarkable blue eyes, flashing white teeth, blonde hair dancing around her elegantly chiseled features. Gold sandals completed the picture, and he caught himself gazing at her turquoise-painted toes. All Devine could think of was Christy Brinkley in the red Ferrari driving that sucker Chevy Chase to the gates of horny hell. While that movie had been made before he was even born, it was a classic and still brought a shit-eating grin to Devine's face. "I'm Michelle Montgomery." "Travis Devine." They shook hands. "Mr. Devine, nice to meet you." "It's Travis, please." In the back of his head was the image of her and a bandaged Christian F. Chilton chatting by the pool. Maybe about me? And next he wondered if Chilton was here tonight. If so, the gig would be up. He hadn't seen the BMW 8 in the courtyard, but a guy like Chilton would have multiple cars. And maybe someone who drove him places when he so desired. Maybe the punk owned the Duesenberg. Montgomery said, "Hey, were you in an accident or something? Your face is all scraped up." Fell off a ladder and landed on a brick path, pretty much face first. That must have hurt. Not as much as the other guys, thought Devine. He glanced at Montgomery. Not as much as your guy. Are you here to see someone? She asked. Brad Cowell. He invited me. Brad's around here somewhere. He'll find you. Let's go get a drink. Your glass is empty and I'm thirsty. She hooked his arm and led him away. Chapter 32. As they walked along, he breathed in her scent. Equal parts vanilla, coconut suntan spray, lavender, and parts something else he couldn't readily identify. It was all heady stuff, and he fought against it because he needed to keep his head straight tonight. Nice place, he said. Brad had it built a few years ago, before we met. He's into things like this. He has homes everywhere. 2 jets, a yacht he uses like 1 month out of the year, his own chopper. It's too much for me. I like things simple. Doesn't sound like you're going to get simple with the guy. She led him to the bar and he got another beer and she had a Cosmo. She held up the glass. I was only 4 when Sex and the City ended its run, but I later binged all the seasons. What a fun fantasy. But really, no one can live like that in New York on their salaries. Same with Friends. Like you said, a fun fantasy. So how did you and Cowell meet? He was in Italy and I was in Italy and we hit it off. I know he's a lot older than me, but he doesn't seem it. Some days I feel like the older one. He's still very much a little boy in many ways, with all his toys. He's made a ton of money in business. He never talks business with me. I'm not into that. So, do you live here? Not all the time. Brad and I are just, I don't know, boyfriend and girlfriend, to use an old-fashioned term. And what are you into when you're not hanging out with him? Travel. I went to college for a year, didn't like it, and decided to see some of the world. That's how I met Brad. I was staying at a student hostel in Tuscany, and he had rented like 3 villas on a hillside. We met at a restaurant, bonded over some really great Brunello di Montalcino wine, and suddenly I was in one of the villas. Hey, good for you. How long ago was this? Nearly a year now. Time goes by. How do you know Brad? I work for his firm. Just a low-level newbie. I got a late start. What were you doing before that? Did some time in the army. Why? He had expected her to thank him for his service like everyone else, so this threw Devine a little. He answered more truthfully than he probably intended. To piss off my old man. She laughed and it was a nice, throaty laugh. She sipped her Cosmo and gave him a look that he couldn't quite decipher. Do you like working for Brad? Just chasing the money, like everybody else. She wrinkled up her nose and looked around. I watched you when you came in. You looked very uncomfortable. You got a beer instead of something expensive and hip. You don't really want to be here. And yet here I am, summoned by the man. She looked disappointed in this response. Like a dog on a leash, you mean? He took a mouthful of his beer and worked this around in his head. He decided to take control of the conversation. A woman at my firm was found dead. Suicide, they thought. Now it looks like murder. I heard about that. What was her name again? Sarah Hughes. Is that why you're here to talk to Brad? I don't know. Did you know her? I did, he replied. Why would anyone want to kill her? That's what the cops are trying to find out. She shivered. There are so many creeps in this world. He looked past her, out to the pool area. My train comes through here early every morning. It stops right behind this place, for reasons unknown to anyone other than some systems engineer. She glanced where he was looking. I'm in the pool sometimes in the morning. I know you are. He let that hang out there. She looked back at him, her manner unapologetic and her eyes wide and seeing everything. So you're trying to tell me, in a painfully roundabout way, that you've checked me out? Me and every other guy on board. I think the popularity of the 620 is spiking. Word gets around. Now her face flushed, and not in a good way. I didn't say that to embarrass you, he said hastily. I'm just amazed you're up that early. She composed herself. I like to have time to myself. Meditate, swim. That's a good thing. She sharpened her look at him. Don't patronize me. He said, not my intent. Before I catch the train, I do a full workout starting at 4 a.m. I guess that's a form of meditation for me. Endorphins, fresh start to the day. You look very fit, she said, running her gaze over him so slowly and provocatively that he felt like he was naked. Army sort of required it. And I've kept it up because I like to be able to take care of myself, like I did in that alley. I wasn't aware that people on the train could see the pool area. There are trees back there. Right, but there's also a gap. She gave him an enigmatic look. I'll have to keep that in mind. Okay. 6:20. Why do you go into work so early? She asked. In my world, if you want to make it to the next round, you have to work your ass off and beat the other guys. Sounds like a fast track to a heart attack. Maybe. I guess you know pretty much everybody here. No, not everybody. There are always new faces. Brad knows lots of people. So, when you're not here, where do you go? I have a little walk-up apartment in Soho, she said. He didn't ask if Cowell had arranged it for her. He didn't have to. She hadn't mentioned having a job, and it didn't sound like she came from money since she had been staying in a hostel in Italy. And even little walk-ups in New York were not cheap, particularly in Soho. Do you work around there? She ignored the query and said, maybe I'll see you sometime. Or you could come by here and go for a swim with me, maybe late at night when Brad's not here. He stays at his penthouse a lot. This one caught him like a left hook. I'm not sure how my boss would feel about my swimming with you alone at night. No, I am sure how he'd feel about it. He'd fire me. Why? I'm his girlfriend, not his wife. Who knows, you might end up being his wife. Not in the cards. I don't want that, and neither does he. He'll trade me in for a younger model at some point. And how do you feel about that? I don't feel anything about it. So what's in it for you? He asked. Just something different. So, how about that swim? You game? Devine was having a hard time keeping up with her. I imagine a place like this is loaded with help, servants, whatever you want to call them. Lots of wandering eyes to tell on us. Like they would care. Brad treats them like crap. If he's that kind of a guy, why do you stay with him? You assume I have a choice. Don't you? Give me your phone number. I can text you my address if coming here makes you nervous. For some reason that was not entirely clear to him, Devine told her his number and Montgomery put it in her phone. Now I see Brad coming. So I'll say goodbye, she added, I'll be at my place tomorrow night. I'll text you the address. Just in case you're interested. She walked off as Devine turned to see Cowell bearing down on him like an Abrams tank. Chapter 33. Devine, right? Said Cowell. He had on jeans, a black shirt open enough to reveal dark, curly chest hair, and loafers. His hair wasn't slicked back, like he wore it at the office. He was less Gordon Gekko and more tousled hair man-child, but with something definite and important on his mind. I'm Travis Devine. Come with me. He headed off and Devine followed. He glanced around and saw Michelle Montgomery staring at them. She raised her Cosmo and added a supportive look. Devine thought they would head to a private room. Instead, Cowell led him outside, to the pool area. There wasn't anyone else around, so it was private, and maybe prearranged. Devine spotted a beefy security guard hovering at the rear door, probably to make sure no one else came out here. The lights were lit, and fancy tiki torches kept the bugs away, though crickets sounded off all around them and the smell of freshly mown grass dominated. Cowell sat at a table next to the pool and motioned for Devine to sit across from him. Devine did and put his beer down. Cowell didn't look at him. He stared at the pool and then the wall beyond it. Devine followed his gaze and saw the outbound train slowly passing by. The lights were on in the train, and through the gap he was used to looking at from the other side he could see a collection of weary New Yorkers. Their heads were bent and shoulders slumped, some half dozing, as they returned from battle to catch some sleep and get up the next morning to do it all over again. Poor assholes, said Cowell. Why's that? Schlepping on a train in and out every day like mice on a treadmill. But on the other hand, I need them to do exactly that to keep my dream going. But I'm not a total dick, despite what some say about me. I was born into money, and then, by the time I could count, it was all gone, because my father and grandfather were morons. So I know what it's like to have zip. I could have grown up a legacy kid, gotten into all the Ivy Leagues I needed through those connections. And then I could have become an entitled prick, all nice and polite and holding my fork and cup just so, while I stab you in the back. Instead, I'm a street fighter who chooses to stab you in the front, which you have to admit is a lot fairer. He eyed Devine, as though to make sure he was listening, really listening, to all this. So, I know what it's like to ride that train, but it's partly a gravy train. They're not doing it for free, and the lowest paid on there who work in my world make a shitload more money than most folks. Okay. I get that. Now Devine wondered if Cowell had allowed the gap to be there so those poor suckers on the train could see how opulently he lived. He was just that kind of a jerk. You live somewhere around here, right? Asked Cowell. But not this neighborhood. Out of my price range. I share a townhouse with 3 other people. Aha, he drummed his fingers on the teak tabletop. You knew Sarah Hughes, I understand. I did. He hesitated, mulling over how best to play this. He decided to slide a stack of chips forward on the pass line and roll the dice. Did you know her? Cowell knifed him with a glare. I'm asking the questions, Devine, not you. Devine took a breath and rolled his neck from one side to the other, letting the tension ease. You want to throw a punch, throw it, said Cowell, who was watching him closely. Then I bury you under legal bills and you go to jail for assault. He paused and made his own play. And maybe for more than that. Devine didn't take the bait. He reverted back to his military training. When in doubt, say nothing. When not in doubt, double down on that advice. The train moved on with its beaten-down riders, and still Cowell did not speak. He was now staring at the dark pool waters so intently, Devine wanted to check to see if there was a body floating in there. I'm trying to come up with the best way of handling this, Devine. Handling what? The cops are interested in you. I hope you're smart enough to know that. Otherwise, you have no business working for me. They've talked to me. They know certain things. They've talked to other people. They have no proof I had anything to do with Sarah's death, because I didn't. Except for one thing, and it's a big one. Devine knew exactly what that one thing was. The entry log, showing him in the building and on the 52nd floor in the time window necessary to kill Hughes. Then why haven't they arrested me? You can thank me for that, was Cowell's surprising reply. Devine tensed more than a bit. You'll have to walk me through that one. It's delicate. It's all delicate, Devine. He abruptly sat up straight from his slouched position. A dead body in a building invites all sorts of attention. Unwanted scrutiny for a firm like mine. Why? It's obvious, Devine. Shit, are you that stupid? Maybe. He held up one stubby finger, even as Devine's mind wandered to the image of him walking out of that office zipping up his pants, not far from where Hughes had been strung up, while Jennifer Stamos was lying naked with her thighs still spread on a metal desk with a laminated top. Cheap on cheap. Cowles said, the one major asset I have isn't money or talent, it's respectability. People pay us enormous amounts of money because we are respectable. No scandal. No dirt. No Ponzi Bernie Madoffs, no blood-sucking Enrons, no dickhead Ivan Boskis. They are the kiss of death. A murder is not the same thing as financial crimes, noted Devine. You have to go deeper than that, Devine. No one is implying that we're stealing their money by Sarah's body being found there. But in the backs of their heads, clients will think, do I risk it? Why go with them when I could go with Morgan Stanley or Merrill Lynch or one of their other competitors? And it doesn't take much to move the needle, because we all do basically the same thing. You can't make the murder go away, Mr. Cowell. The cops are not going to stop investigating because you're afraid it will cost you clients and business. Which brings me back to you. Did you kill her? No. Did you hire someone to do it? And give them my security card? Why do you say that? Devine wasn't about to give away his hacking game on that one. How else could they have gotten in the building and accessed the floor Sarah was found on? Aha, and then Cowell unloaded a shocker. And maybe there's security video of someone who looks a lot like you coming in and out at the required time. He glanced at Devine for his reaction to this. Devine had looked down at his drink for precisely this reason. When he looked up, he was composed. I'm no computer genius, but give me the right equipment and a little time, and I could put your face on somebody else's body and walk it anywhere I wanted. Is that right? You just bought a company 2 months ago that does that very thing. Cybersurgeon, yeah, I know. We're going to flip that sucker in a year. And make a killing, because, like you said, they can do that very thing. Which means truth becomes meaningless because you can invent your own. Not that people don't already do that all the time. Only with this technology the lie becomes very convincing. And there goes any proof of anything, said Devine. Maybe, or maybe not, if the cops believe what they think they see. And then a jury does, too. You got about $1 million to spend on the best lawyers. And that's probably the minimum you're going to need. No, I don't. Nowhere close. Then I don't care if you didn't kill the woman, you're screwed, replied Cowell. Justice in America. Reality in America. And for your information, we don't have a justice system in this country. We have a legal system. I got a whole platoon of in-house lawyers and 15 more on the outside on retainer. All top of the heap in talent and connections. And I still don't think it's enough. Just the cost of doing business. Courthouse is open to every son of a bitch who wants to play the legal lottery. And I am one big target. So why am I here? I wanted to see what kind of guy you are, Devine. Military, combat guy, medals, blah, 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 yeah, I got all that. But I wanted to talk to you, feel you out, poke inside your head. He looked at the facial injuries. Hurt much? Devine could tell the man knew what had happened from Stamos. Not even a little bit. Cowell gave a sneering smile. Right. Devine decided to attempt a draw to an inside straight. He pulled out his phone and laid it down in front of him. I've spoken to Jennifer Stamos a couple times. Saw her at a bar, too. Oh yeah? Why do I care? Cowell didn't even look at the phone. Devine glanced down at it. I heard you were mentoring her, like you were Sarah. I mentor dozens. But they're not all like Jennifer. They're not all sweet cheeks. Cowell now looked at the phone. Maybe you are smart enough to work for me. Maybe I am. And maybe I need to think about this some more, rather than bring the hammer down, like I thought I was going to. Maybe you should. Like you said, it's delicate. He paused and chose his next words carefully. But then again, you can always just fire me. The man shook his head. Friends close and enemies closer, Devine. That's the way I do business. And thanks for confirming for me which one you are. He rose and walked away, leaving Devine to stare down at his phone and let out a tight, uncomfortable breath. Funny, when you'd been in a war and had killed others and been nearly killed yourself, you wouldn't think a battle of words could stress you all that much. But getting fingered for a murder charge and spending the rest of your life in prison did give a man pause. At least it does this man. He rose and walked right through the palace, not making eye contact with anyone. And outside, he ran right into Christian Chilton. Chapter 34. What in the hell are you doing here? Chilton snapped. He instinctively took a step away from Devine, his fists made and held at the ready. But the fear in the man's eyes told Devine that Chilton would haul ass before fighting him again. Devine studied him. The bandages were gone, but the bruises and cuts were still there. Just visiting a friend. What? In there? Bullshit. You never know where you might find one. Rick needs major dental work. And Doug has a fractured jaw. I know you were lights out and didn't see, but I let Rick walk with only a sore gut. Then Rick decided to try and crack my skull while my back was turned. He's lucky it's not worse. Chilton looked over Devine's injured face. At least my buddies got their whacks in. And you sucker punched me, you asshole. While I was standing right in front of you and you were coming at me with fists raised. You know what I mean. I was trying. You were running your mouth. It wasn't a duel where you count to 3. You wanted to fight, so I fought. It was 3 against 1. What the hell did you expect, Marquis of Queensberry rules? And I gave you lots of chances to walk away, but you wouldn't take them. But if it makes you feel any better, I couldn't raise my arms over my shoulders for a whole day, and my back still aches like a son of a bitch. He touched his face. And I'm not getting any better looking with brick face. The two men glared at each other for a few seconds. Chilton finally said, yeah, I guess fighting over that woman was pretty stupid. Fights over girls usually are, said Devine, who was still suspicious of why Chilton had even been at the bar that night. So, you frequent that place? Sometimes. Did you really know her? We work in the same office. A friend of ours died there. Shit, I read about that. Suicide, right? That's what they initially thought. Now it looks like someone killed her. Chilton went all wide-eyed on this, which made Devine even more suspicious. Damn. Do they know who did it? Not yet. One more thing. What? Asked Chilton. You were at that bar in Greenwich Village hitting on a girl who works at Cowell and Cumley. Now you're here. So what? Did you follow the woman to the bar and pretend to hit on her? Otherwise, I'm feeling a bit of a coincidence here. In case you didn't know, the New York financial world is pretty small and that bar is popular with our crowd. So piss off. As Chilton started to turn away, Devine said, Hummingbird, Chilton turned back. What? Word on the street is your firm is interested in funding Hummingbird's next investment round. How do you know anything about that? I work in that little financial world you just referred to. And I keep my ears open. How do you even know about me or my firm? Your family came over on the Mayflower. Everybody knows you. You're really starting to tick me off. Not really my intent. And we already did that dance. Actually, a friend of mine told me. How can you do the Hummingbird deal so fast? I don't have to explain my business to you. You're right, you don't. But if you want my 2 cents, Hummingbird is a great company. It's going to be worth a shitload really soon. Your investment will be worth $100 million in a year. Chilton's aggressive attitude faded. Based on what? Based on the CEO. She's the smartest person I've ever met in my life. MIT grad. Harvard MBA. World-class gamer. There's nothing she can't do with a computer. And she lives and breathes Hummingbird. Her subscription base is soaring, she's got positive cash flow, her business strategy is sound, and all she needs is the capital to be the preeminent platform out there. And it's a big market and only getting bigger. You sound like her CMO, said Chilton, referring to a chief marketing officer. You got skin in the game. About 1/1,000,000%. But I believe in her. I've been around a lot of business types. Some good, some terrible. She's really in a league of her own. Chilton looked away for a moment. When he glanced back at Devine, his entire demeanor had changed. Everything you just said comports with what we found in our preliminary due diligence. So can you really do the deal that fast? She's got other suitors, but nobody who can pull the trigger as quick as you guys. Chilton smiled. We've heard that before. Fact is, we've got a ton of capital to deploy, and I've been looking at the online dating space for a while now. Tapshaw's coming at it from a whole other angle. Not just dating, but a whole other array of services and benefits. It shows in the sophistication and thoroughness of the business product she's put together. I think she really wants to bring people together. Most of the other platforms are clearly in it just for the bucks, at least that's my opinion. So, where did you hear about her? We have spies everywhere. She talked to a Taiwanese VC firm recently. The Taiwanese don't screw around. If they're interested, we need to be interested. So you haven't met Tapshaw yet? No, but we have officially reached out to her. We hope to have a face-to-face with her very soon. This was all sounding legit to Devine. Maybe Chilton wasn't targeting Tapshaw because she was Devine's roommate. Maybe he didn't even know they were roommates. So where does all your money come from? Just professional curiosity, he added. Chilton looked for a moment like he might lash out again. He shrugged. I can't give out names. But from all over. Family offices to institutional investors. My grandfather started Mayflower. I'm no wunderkind who built something from scratch. I'm just this generation's rep, been groomed for it from first grade. We have ties to everybody. Brad Cowell. Chilton looked up at the house. You must know him, since you're here. He's my boss. He invited me here to meet. Chilton looked at Devine in a different light. How'd your meeting go with him? Too soon to tell. So, you're friends with Cowell, then? We do business together. He did the same with my father before he died. Good luck with Hummingbird. Treat her right, and you won't regret it. But you're not the only game in town, so be prepared to pay a premium valuation. Oh, I met Michelle Montgomery, too. Very nice. You know her? Yeah, She's actually a family friend. I was over here the other night visiting her. I know. Funny that you know her, and she knows Cowell, and you work with Cowell, too. Another coincidence. No coincidence about it. I was the one who introduced Michelle to Brad. This was over in Italy. Really? You had no interest yourself? We grew up together. And I thought it would be good for Michelle. Rich boy and a girl who stays in student hostels grew up together. Curious. Well, have a fun time in there. Devine watched him walk inside and then he left, got on his bike, and sped off. He couldn't believe that he'd threatened the head of one of the biggest investment firms in the world. If Cowell got the cops involved. If he said Devine had tried to blackmail him. The guy could probably make it stick, and Devine didn't have enough money to hire the legal firepower to fight back, just like Cowell had intimated. So basically I'm sole. And what else is new? And if he got swept out to sea, there was no way in hell Emerson Campbell was throwing him a rope. Unlike being in the army, now it was sink or swim all by his lonesome. Chapter 35. Dude. Devine walked into the house and saw Valentine on the couch. Yeah. Cowell is not doing high-frequency trading from your building. Devine sat down next to him. How do you know that already? I thought you were still thinking about whether to look into it or not. So I change mind, kill me. Anyway, I track flow over pipe, and confirm on both ends. Is very unique stream of data. Like a river that is green, he laughed. Green. You get my little joke. Yeah, very little. There aren't many that do trading like that. Easy to check. Okay, you say Cowell isn't doing high-frequency trading, but I know that they do have a division that does that. And you said you confirmed that data flow, so I'm a little confused. That is what I am talking about, dude. You are right. They have high-frequency trading platform, only it operates out of building in Queens. That is pipe I trace. You're sure? He looked at Devine with his head cocked and his features full of incredulity. Dude. Digital signature is unique, okay? I'm no amateur. Okay, so what is Area 51 in my building, then? Did you manage to hack in there? Valentine looked down at his screen. It is, well protected. Take a lot of time to get in. And maybe not even then. Devine had a thought. Could they be doing crypto mining in my building? Is possible. Takes lots of energy and computational power. Lots of people doing it. But in the end, I think it is bad thing. Why? Is perfect for ransomware. You can trace money wire. But very difficult to do with something like Monero, a decentralized crypto, very private. You can negotiate terms, and the really professional hackers always keep their word and unlock the encrypted files. Only way they stay in business. But is still bad because you can't find where money went. Then I have to find another way to see what they're doing on that floor. Why? It might have something to do with Sarah Hughes' death. You mean, she might have found out what is going on there? Prime motive for murder, don't you think, depending on what's there? Maybe. But, dude, crypto mining is not illegal. But it might not be crypto mining. And Sarah might have heard or seen something she shouldn't have. And maybe that's where the untraceable email came from. This got Valentine's interest. How will you get in there? I can't access the floor with my card, something occurred to Devine. But maybe I can find another way. Devine climbed the stairs and knocked on Tapshaw's door. She opened it, dressed in pale blue capri pants and a white blouse. He smiled and she returned it. Got some news on Mayflower. I know it's not the weekend, but how about having that tequila now, before the bar closes? I can fill you in. She slipped on flip-flops and put her arm through his. Let's go. The bar was within walking distance, a few blocks off the main street. The Mount Kisco area was an interesting mix of working class and mega wealth. The bar they were going to would have no such mix. It was all folks living paycheck to paycheck. They sat outside, a shot of tequila and a bowl of nuts in front of each of them. Well, she said curiously. Mayflower? He told her about his meeting with Chilton. So when they come in with an offer, triple the valuation. They'll still bite. So long as you have the numbers to back it up, and I know you do. Can I kiss you? He grinned like a schoolboy. I have no problem with that. She leaned over and pecked him lightly on the cheek, then sat back. I really appreciate this, Travis. It was so nice of you. He lifted his shot glass. Hey, I'm a shareholder too, right? They tapped glasses and drank their tequila. So, after you take over the world, what's next? Asked Devine. You think way too highly of me, she said. Not from where I'm sitting. It's ironic that I founded a dating service, because I haven't been too lucky in that regard. Sometimes luck has nothing to do with it. Sometimes it just happens when you least expect it to. I'm still waiting for that to happen to me. Maybe I work too hard. There's no maybe about it. You do work too hard. But you clearly love it. So maybe you don't really work a day in your life. Isn't that how the old saying goes? She smiled and then her expression turned serious. You haven't seemed yourself lately, Travis. Is everything okay? A woman was killed at my office. What? They thought it was a suicide, but turns out someone murdered her. Oh my God. Why would someone do that? I don't know. Yet. Helen told me the police were questioning you, but she didn't say what about. I think they believe I had something to do with it. Did you know the woman? I did. What was her name? Sarah Hughes. Tapshaw slowly put down her shot glass, looking like she might be ill. Sarah Hughes? That's her name. Yeah. Wait a minute, did you know her? No, but I know the name. How? A woman named Sarah Hughes was one of my very first subscribers on Hummingbird. Chapter 36. It was the same Sarah Hughes. Devine was in his room staring at her picture on Hummingbird. He'd gone over her dating file. She'd had matches with 3 men. All had been right around the time she had signed up on the site, years earlier. Hughes looked younger and carefree, though she would have already pulled time at the Max prison otherwise known as Cowell and Cumley. She had obviously been looking for someone to share her life with. And hadn't found him. And perhaps she had grown disenchanted, because, after these 3 tries, there had been no more activity on the site for her. She was smiling, her hair was set just so, grazing her shoulders. He knew she had a nice laugh, an easygoing manner. Nothing pretentious about the woman. He had liked her. He could have maybe come to love her, given time. And now her body had been autopsied, with the remains to be handed over to her crushed parents. At age 28. Nothing could be more tragic. He looked up at his open doorway as Tapshaw appeared there. Is it her? He nodded slowly. I'm so sorry. You have a good memory for names. She walked over and stood beside him. My first 100 subscribers were the only ones I had for a long time. I studied them every minute of every day, figuring out how to get more just like them. I knew them in some ways better than I knew my own family. I can see that. She glanced at the image. Was she nice? I mean, in person. Yeah, she was very nice. Did you two, were you dating? He looked away for a moment. Maybe I would have wanted that. I sense a but coming. But she apparently didn't. Did you two? TMI, Jill. Right, sorry, she said, her face reddening. It's just the matchmaker in me. She looked at the screen again. Will this help find who hurt her? Maybe. I looked at her profile. There were 3 men she had matches with. But I don't know more than that. He glanced at her. Can you help? Get up. Tapshaw sat in the chair in front of the screen, cracked her knuckles, and her long, slender fingers flew over the keyboard so fast he could barely follow the movements. Here are the 3 men, she said. Devine looked at the photos of a trio of handsome gents with refined features. They all looked remarkably similar. And here are their backgrounds. More key slashes and another screen came up with the bios. 1 in the theater, 1 in finance, and 1 in medicine, he said, reading off the information. Do you know what happened to them? Her fingers flashed again and multiple screens came up. Okay, the 1 in the theater posted that he's in London working in the West End. I guess that can be verified. The businessman met his beloved on Hummingbird and is married with a newborn in Boston. Again, that can be checked. Now, the doctor, she studied the screen, brought up still more screens, studied them, shook her head and said, let me try something. The keyboard rattled again as she attacked it. Then an obituary popped up with a picture. That's him, said Devine. He's dead. What happened? He was around my age. Tapshaw ran her eye down the page. He was working in Chicago in a COVID ward near the beginning of the pandemic. He caught the virus and died. No wife and no kids. Damn, when you think you're having a bad day, think about people like that. She straightened and looked at him. When I founded Hummingbird, I have to admit, I did it really for myself. It's so hard to meet people and develop a relationship. But then I started thinking beyond myself. She looked at the screen. To people like them. So, do you have a profile on Hummingbird? I used to. And I got some matches. But none that really went anywhere. I think I'm resigned to building my business and then looking for someone. Well, thanks for all this info, he said. You are a true artist with computers. I got my first Apple MacBook when I was 8 and never looked back. I remember you telling me about your parents. Did they encourage you? Oh yeah. My dad has a slew of patents he developed for companies like Microsoft and Intel. He also lectures all around the world. My mom teaches physics at Caltech. Well, you clearly didn't inherit any brains from them, he joked. You told me before that you had a brother. Dennis. We're twins. He's a scholar athlete, sort of the perfect sibling. It can be intimidating. But I love him to death. Yeah, I've got the perfect sibling thing going, too. It can be tough. But I don't see how anyone can hold a candle to what you've accomplished. He looked at the keyboard. Hey, Jill, can I ask a favor? Sure. He pulled out his phone. I got a weird email from someone who I think might be involved with Sarah's death. What? She gasped. Have the police traced it? That's the thing. It seems to be untraceable. I've had people try, including Will, but no go. She looked intrigued. Will is very good. But you might be better. Send me the email and I'll see what I can do. Thanks, Jill. After she left, he forwarded her the email. Then Devine took the 2 remaining names from Yuza's match list and found them online. The actor was indeed in London's West End. He was an understudy in a play there, and had actually performed in the lead role on the night Sarah had died, so he was obviously out. The businessman was employed at Fidelity in Boston. Devine accessed his Facebook page by using the same skullduggery he had with Christian Chilton. On the night Sarah had been killed, the businessman and his family had been in the Netherlands on vacation, with pictures to prove it. A total dead end. Devine grabbed a beer, walked outside, and sat on the front porch of the townhouse. The air had turned cool, the sky was threaded with stars, and the quiet of the night was immensely soothing. He looked over as Helen Spears walked up to him, dressed in a dark jacket and matching skirt, a briefcase in hand. "You're getting in really late. And it's not safe to walk from the station at this hour," he admonished. "You do it all the time," she retorted. "Yeah, well, I outweigh you by over 100 pounds and I'm a badass Army Ranger." "What were you doing?" "Working at a firm in town. Part-time until I passed the bar." She sat next to him and took off her high heels, rubbing her stockinged feet. "Why the sad face?" "Just a long, shitty day, no other reason." "Yeah, I had one of those, too." "Then you could use this." He held up the beer. Spears took 2 swigs and let them go down slow. She handed the bottle back. "Need that lawyer yet?" "Getting really close, I think." "NYPD any closer to nailing whoever killed that woman?" He took another drink and passed the bottle back and told Spears to finish it. "I don't know about that. I do know that the guy here asking me questions lied about being with NYPD. There apparently is no Detective Carl Hancock, or at least that's my take from the reactions of the real detectives who questioned me." "A fake detective? What the hell is that about?" "I wish I knew. I seem to be right in the middle of a little conspiracy." She shot him a look. "Are any conspiracies actually little?" He eyed her. "Not when you're in the middle of one, actually." "You gonna do your yoga?" "Thinking of bagging it, actually." "Why?" He gave her a look up and down, taking the woman all in. She was just mesmerizing to him right now. "I don't know," he lied as he looked away. "Don't you, Travis?" He shot her a glance. "What? You ever see me reading Braille?" "No, because I'm not blind." She stood, put on her heels, and said, "Give me a few minutes to freshen up." He glanced up at her, thoroughly taken aback by this abrupt development. "You sure about this, Helen?" I mean, to Devine it all seemed sudden, but also a long time in coming, with lots of glances and sneaked looks and innuendos that danced around probably the most natural, and difficult, phenomena between 2 people. "I'm attracted to you, and you to me. We're consenting adults, are we not?" Devine didn't answer. He didn't think he had to. He gave her 10 minutes and then headed up. She was lying on the bed when he walked into her room. She had on a loose-fitting top and a pair of pajama shorts. As he slipped next to her, Spears met him with her mouth. After 5 minutes of feeling each other out in both familiar and unfamiliar ways, they slowly undressed one another. She pushed him flat on his back and climbed on top. She looked at his shoulder where the shrapnel had torn through, with some of the metal still in there. She next glanced down at his damaged calf. "Still hurt?" "Not right now, no." Her lips curled into a smile. "Thank you for your service, soldier," he grinned back. "Fuck me, legal eagle. Your wish is my command." 20 breathless minutes later, she toppled off her perch and nestled beside him. "Been a while," she said, nicking his chest with her nails. "For you or me?" "Both, I think." "Yeah." Spears closed her eyes, her hand gripping his, and fell asleep. He lay there with her for about an hour before quietly disengaging and heading to his room. Later, when 4 o'clock came and his phone alarm went off, Devine didn't budge. The rain was pouring outside and he heard a crack of thunder. A moment later the accompanying lightning brightened his room briefly. No workout this morning. He needed to sleep anyway. But he stared at the ceiling. And on its surface Devine saw the image of a dead Sarah Hughes. And his heart felt like it was about to break. Chapter 37. Devine had arrived at the train station a little early and had a chat with a man who worked there. The security cameras were often not working, he was told. And the police had not been by to check them. That information had cost Devine $10. He had a mobile ticketing app on his iPhone and paid for his train passage that way. The conductor would simply zap the screen with his reader. So there would be a record for when he had used it. The only problem was you could still buy single tickets at the machine using cash. There would be no record attached to that, or so the police would argue. And he could have driven his motorcycle into the city. If he took the Henry Hudson Bridge on the way in there would be a toll and record thereof. But there were alternate routes he could take that did not include toll roads. So that would not be conclusive, again, as far as the cops were concerned. But you didn't use your card to get into the building that night, and your name still showed up on the entry and exit log. Someone cloned your card, the only question is who. As he waited for the train, he thought about Cowell. The man must have somehow delayed giving the electronic log to the cops. How he had managed to do that in a murder investigation, Devine didn't know. The guy was rich and influential and probably had a direct line to the mayor's office. But at some point he would have to turn it over. And Cowell intimated my picture was on the security video. Will the police think I'm stupid enough to have left that kind of trail? But criminals were stupid. You heard such stories all the time. But what would his motive be? Not the pregnancy. Hughes had already terminated it. Then something occurred to him. If I knew she was pregnant with my child, and I wanted the kid and found out she had terminated it. That was a clear motive. The train opened its door and he climbed on board. With these perilous thoughts running through his head, he was mentally exhausted before he'd even gotten to work. The storm had spent its fury, and the 620 ran dry all the way to the palace pool. And there she was. Now he knew her name at least. Michelle Montgomery was staring into the pool water. This time her bathing suit was, shocker, not a bikini. It was a one-piece the color of the sky. After Devine had met the woman and intimated that there were lots of guys watching her, maybe Montgomery had decided to show some modesty. Devine thought that right up until the moment she turned, revealing that the one piece had a thong backside showing off her tan buttocks. Montgomery catwalk stepped away and then raised both her hands overhead and flipped off the morning Harlem Line riders with both barrels. He had to smile. The lady had a certain style, he had to admit. Along with a pair of brass balls. The train rode on while Devine thought about the previous night, with Helen Spears. It had been a while since he had been with a woman. He knew the exact date, in fact. And that might cause him problems down the road, because that woman had been Sarah Hughes. They had had sex at her place in Brooklyn. It had been a wonderful experience and Devine had thought there would be many more. But it was not to be. And it had not been his decision. It had been hers. His phone buzzed. By the string of weird digits, he could tell it was an international number. Hello? Mr. Devine? Yes. This is Ellen Hughes. I apologize for the early call. That explained it. The phone number was from New Zealand. The mother sounded eerily like Sarah on the phone. And he felt immensely uncomfortable hearing her voice when he had just been thinking about having had sex with her deceased daughter. "No problem, Mrs. Hughes. Please make it Ellen. I understand the police have been by to see you." "They have been. I told them what I knew and it was left at that." "Did they tell you why they came by?" "Yes, that you had contacted them." "Can you come by the house later? We'd like to talk to you." "I can come by after work. Say around 8. 8 will be fine. We'll see you then." He put his phone away and thought about this all the way into the city. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Devine was sitting at his cubicle when a message dropped into his business email box. 5 o'clock top floor. I'll have someone escort you. BC. He fingered his phone, very glad that all of his evidence from that night was safely on his personal cloud. But even with that, Cowell could have something up his sleeve. He looked around the room and noticed several people staring at him before quickly looking away. This had happened so frequently throughout the day that Devine finally stood and walked over to one woman who had done this multiple times. "Is there a problem?" Her name was Lydia White. She had dark hair and was heavy-set and was probably going to make it to the finish line at Cowell because she was smart, worked like a dray horse, and knew what she wanted. He hadn't spoken 50 words to her, and she had never given him the evil eye like this before. "I don't know." "Why don't you tell me?" "And that's supposed to mean what, exactly?" All tapping had ceased, and the rest of the burners stopped working to listen. "The detectives talked to you," said White. "They talked to a lot of people," replied Devine. "No, I asked around. It seems they really just talked to you, at least more than once." "And you knew Sarah?" "We all knew Sarah, everybody in this room." "Maybe you knew her better than the rest of us," said White in an accusatory tone. "And you're basing this on what?" he said. "I don't have to base it on anything." She looked him over. "You were in the army. You know how to kill people." "Yeah, I was killing the enemies of this country. And don't bother thanking me for my service. I think we're past that." White flushed at his words and looked away. He glanced around at the others. "Anybody else have a problem they'd like to bring to my attention?" The keys started tapping again, soon turning into an avalanche of sound. That was why most people here wore headphones or AirPods. Devine sat back down and put in his AirPods. They did nothing to quell all the noise in his head. He worked until 4:58. Then the door opened and there appeared Willard Paulson, Cowell's lapdog. He caught Devine's eye and motioned him to come. Devine left with the burners' gazes on him the whole way. Paulson said nothing, and Devine had nothing he wanted to say to the dweeb. Paulson used his card to access the elevator bank. It looked just like Devine's, a 125, as Valentine had described it. Easily clonable bullshit. "I didn't think this elevator went to the penthouse," said Devine. "Only Mr. Cowell has access." Paulson shot him a glance. "We'll get off at the floor below and someone will meet you and take you to Mr. Cowell." As they approached the 51st floor, Devine eyed Paulson, who was looking at his phone. Devine leaned against the wall and used his elbow to nudge the button for that floor. It didn't light up, and they whizzed right past it. "That's interesting. Not even the inner circle can get in there." The doors opened and Devine got off, where he was met by her smiling face. "Hello, Mr. Devine," said Michelle Montgomery. Chapter 38. The doors closed behind Paulson, leaving Devine and Montgomery all alone. She was dressed for the office, not the pool. Dark pinstriped jacket and slacks, white blouse, no hint of cleavage, 2-inch pumps, hair parted and a little slicked back on the sides. Her tan wasn't as vivid under artificial light. He followed her down a long hall. "So, why did you get picked for this assignment?" he asked. "Because I don't think Brad trusts anyone who works here. By the way, I loved your act this morning. Both finger barrels to the whole train." She smiled. "Did you also like the view?" He involuntarily glanced at her bottom. "I thought so," she said impishly. When they arrived at another elevator, she held a phone up in front of a reader there. Cowell's phone. The doors opened, they entered, and she hit the button. "So, can I be allowed to hold a billionaire's phone for a second?" She looked over at him, smiled, and passed it across. The phone was one of those new, Big Apples. The cover was gold and shiny. And the screen-saver was a Bugatti Chiron. "Of course it is." He took out his phone and snapped a photo of Cowell's screen. "Why'd you do that?" she asked. He laughed. For posterity she laughed, too. He handed back the phone. She said, "So, how did a billionaire's phone feel?" "Heavy as a ball and chain. I'm actually surprised Cowell trusts anyone with it." She shrugged. "What am I going to do with it? Make a long-distance call?" She obviously doesn't know the possibilities, thought Devine. "But I do. I ran into your family friend last night. Christian told me." "And what else did Christian tell you?" "That you kicked his ass and the asses of his two large friends." "And did he tell you why?" "It was over a girl. He didn't say he was in the right, just in case you were wondering. He's actually a nice guy, a little full of himself, but I've seen far worse from guys with money." The doors opened directly into the foyer of the large penthouse. "Nice place," said Devine. "Yeah, if you like stuffy, overfurnished, and mundane. I like the other house a lot better." "Minimalism is my thing," she called out. "Brad? He's here. Do you know why I'm here? I don't get involved in his business. I told you that already. You coming by my place like I asked you to? How late are you up?" "As late as it takes. I'll text you my address. It's not far from here." "Maybe farther than you think, at least from my perspective," he thought. "Devine," called out Cowell as he rounded a corner. He held out his hand. And Montgomery placed the phone directly in it. "This way." "Thanks, Michelle." Montgomery smiled inscrutably at Devine and disappeared somewhere. Cowell said, "Follow me." They entered what looked like a study. Cowell closed the double doors and said, "What do you want to drink? Beer?" "No, we'll drink brandy." "Okay, so much for having a choice with this guy." Cowell poured out 2 snifters from a bar set against a wall and handed one to Devine. Then he took out an electronic wand from inside a cabinet and ran it over Devine. "Just checking for wires and stuff. Can never be too careful these days. Take out your phone and turn it off." As Devine turned his phone off, Cowell said, "Everybody, and I mean everybody, is spying on everybody else with this electronic shit. I don't like using email or texts. I don't even like calling people, because you never know who's listening. The important stuff. I do it the old-fashioned way. Analog. Face to face." They sat across from each in leather club chairs. "So, I've been thinking about our little discussion. And I need to see your hand before you see mine." Devine showed him the pictures and video on his phone. "What were you doing up there anyway?" asked Cowell, shaking his head. "Seeing where Sarah Hughes died. Then I heard you two going at it. So you didn't go up there to catch us in the act?" "Not my intent, no," said Devine. "But you did take the pics and the little film. Wouldn't you?" Cowell said, "So, let me show you my hand." You killed Hughes. No, I didn't. Let me rephrase that. The evidence that I've seen is enough to convict your ass of murdering Sarah. And that evidence is video of you entering the building, and your security card showing you accessing the building and going up to the 52nd floor in time to kill her. Both can be fudged, as you already conceded. And why haven't you turned that over to the police? Before, you said I had you to thank for that. What does that mean? I haven't turned it over to the cops because we actually had a technical glitch. Devine sat back. I'm confused, Mr. Cowell. See, at that point I would have made a perfect patsy for the murder. Leaves Cowell and Cumley unaffected. I knew Sarah. I was a disgruntled employee, former military with maybe some PTSD baggage, look at the shiny object here and not over there. Police are off the premises. So what gives? What gives is that I do not have to explain myself or my reasoning to you. So, in exchange for what's on your phone, the video of you and your entry log disappears. What do you say? How can I possibly be sure you'll really do that? And how can I know you don't have that stuff stashed in multiple places? At some point we have to trust each other. If that's the case, why exchange at all? Mutual assured destruction. I was about to propose it myself. But there is no statute of limitations on murder. The video of me and Jen shows up somewhere 10 years from now, what I got is miraculously discovered and goes right to NYPD. And you go to Sing Sing or whatever place they have going at the time. And you never get out. Are we clear on all that? Why do you care if anyone sees the pictures or video? You're not married. You're both consenting adults. It's the optics, Devine. I'm the head of a major investment house. I don't need that crap plastered over the trash press. Clients wouldn't like it. They'll think I'm reckless. They'll think I'm demeaning to women. And ladies run some of our biggest clients, he added in a growl, and I talked to you before about that. Use your damn brain. Okay. Fair enough. Cowell eyed him. So, who killed Sarah? No clue. Did you have the same relationship with Sarah you do with Jennifer? Just like the last time you asked that, I'm not going to answer. But I will say that what Jen and I have is special. Devine visualized them on the desk and tried hard not to laugh. You mean like you have with Michelle Montgomery? Michelle is short-term. She knows that. She's great to look at, great in the sack, and that's the extent of her repertoire. Jen is different. Gorgeous, with the brains to match. Devine felt his temper rising with these callous statements about Montgomery. He decided to change the subject. Sarah had an abortion. He couldn't tell from Cowell's features whether he was aware of this or not. Well, I'm not the father, said Cowell. How can you know for sure? A certain act has to take place for that to happen. It did not take place between Sarah and me, he paused. Not for lack of trying. She was like Jen. Brainy, beautiful, but also aloof, played hard to get. She drove me nuts, but I could never land her. You really are a dick, thought Devine. Cowell finished off his brandy and rose. Okay, we done here, Devine stood. Done. Good, now get your ass back to work and make me some damn money, Devine. Chapter 39. Devine was leaving the building for his meeting with Ellen and Fred Hughes when the woman hurried up to him. She had obviously been waiting outside for him to appear. Rachel Potter looked fired up and itching for battle as she approached him, microphone in hand, while her beefy cameraman hovered behind her filming it all. Mr. Devine, Rachel Potter, Channel 44 News. I understand that NYPD is investigating you in connection with the murder of Sarah Hughes, a story I previously broke. Do you have a comment, Mr. Devine? No, he pushed past her as people on the street gawked and started whispering. Potter raced after him, the power pack on the back of her waist jiggling with the movements. Are you denying that you are a suspect in Sarah Hughes's murder? Are you denying that you had a relationship of a sexual nature with her? Are you denying that you are the father of the child she aborted? Are you denying that you had a motive to kill her? It was like machine gun fire, only with words. Devine allowed this barrage to go on for a half block as more damaging and lurid statements in the form of questions that the woman never expected answers to rain down on him like explosives from carpet-bombing planes. Is this live? He asked, suddenly whirling around so fast she bumped into him. Would it be a problem for you if it were? She said in a simpering manner. She stuck the mic in his face. So, talk to our viewers, Mr. Devine. Here's your chance. Tell us your side. Okay, do you deny taking me prisoner in your news van while attempting to coerce me into giving you a scoop because you said you wanted to get away from shitty Channel 44 and make it to the big league single-digit stations? He stood there, and Potter stood there, her face shedding color like a landing plane did altitude, while the camera shot was jumping due to Beefy's trying hard not to bust a gut. How dare you make such an accusation, she wailed. Took the words right out of my mouth, lady. He turned and stalked off. This time Potter did not follow. He dialed up an Uber and took it to Yuza's old home in Park Slope. Old home. It makes it sound like she's been gone for decades instead of days. Ellen Hughes answered his knock. She was dressed in jeans, a sleeveless white blouse, and sandals. The inside of the house was warm. It would be winter in New Zealand now, he thought. Maybe they were trying to take in as much heat as possible before heading back. Fred Hughes was in the living room drinking what looked to be lemonade. He had on jeans, too, and a lavender polo shirt. He looked up absently at Devine. Ellen and Devine sat across from each other. Ellen began, the police have told us some things. Really, such as? They traced the clinic that Sarah used for the abortion. How did they do that? Asked Devine. I'm not sure. It was a place outside the city. Were the doctors able to provide any information to the police? Do they know who the father was? No, at least not that they've told us. Devine sat back, looking and feeling disappointed. If they had, would your name have come up? Why would you ask that? Is it something Sarah mentioned? No, she was not very transparent with me on her relationships. I thought you two were close. You said you talked pretty much weekly. Ellen looked uncomfortable with the question. The fact is, Sarah and I were estranged over the last year or so. She seemed to have changed. Changed? How so? She was not the girl that I raised, replied Ellen. I don't understand. You don't have to. I just want to know if you could have been the father. Okay, do they know how far along Sarah was? Asked Devine. 8 weeks. At least that's what we were told. And when did she have the procedure done? In December, Ellen replied. Then I was not the father. I hadn't even met her at that point. But you had sex with her. Outside of marriage? Is that the reason for the estrangement? Sarah was having sex outside of marriage? That is not how we raised her. She glanced at her husband. Fred. He didn't look at her or Devine. He merely said, young people sometimes make poor decisions. Ellen rolled her eyes at this mild rebuke and shook her head. Yes, very poor. She took the life of our grandchild, which is a mortal sin. I'm sure it must have been an incredibly difficult decision for her, said Devine. It shouldn't have been her decision at all, Ellen said heatedly. He put up a hand. I'm not going to get into all that with you right now. But she must have had a good reason. The woman I knew was kind and gentle. Ellen exclaimed, then you obviously didn't know her. But, no, you did. Know her. You slept with her like the slut she was. How can you say that? She was your child, Devine snapped back. She was a good person. And she didn't deserve to be murdered. Neither did that poor, innocent baby. Silence lingered for a few moments until Devine broke it. Did anyone check Sarah's social media accounts? I know she was on Instagram. Fred said, the police looked at all that and found nothing helpful. No pictures or references to current or past boyfriends. But that could mean nothing, since you weren't on any of it, Travis, noted Ellen sharply. Did the police tell you that specifically? She looked down and didn't answer. Did they ever find her diary? Asked Devine. They found nothing like that, as I told you before. How about on her electronics? Or in her personal cloud? So were you two dating? She asked. Relationships like that aren't allowed at Cowell and Cumley, said Devine. That gets you fired. You kept it secret, then, persisted Ellen. He ignored this. Do you know the name of the doctor who performed the procedure on Sarah? Yes, why? Can I have it? You say you're not the father, so what does it matter to you? It matters to me because a friend of mine, someone I cared about, was killed. I'd like to find out why and by whom. Ellen looked at her husband. He pulled something from his jeans pocket and handed it across. It was a slip of paper. On it was a name and address of a clinic in Westchester. Thank you. I'll see you out, said Ellen. They stood on the stoop for a moment. Ellen said, I can see you do not approve of my beliefs. They're your beliefs, so I have to respect them. But not agree with them. Like I said before, Ellen, this is really not the time or place to have that discussion. You have the absolute right to believe what you want, and so do I. Her mouth suddenly twisted in disgust, but she wasn't looking at him, Devine observed. He looked over his shoulder to see two women on the pavement holding hands and kissing. Devine turned back to her. The disgusted look was gone, but she said, I can't wait to get the hell out of this town. Chapter 40. Well, twice in one day. What a lucky girl I am. Michelle Montgomery had answered Devine's knock on the front door of her walk-up. She had taken off her business suit and wore faded, holey jean short shorts, a white short-sleeved t-shirt, and no shoes. Her toenails were painted scarlet. Depends on how things turn out, he replied. She ushered him inside, and he took in the space. Clean, uncluttered, minimal furniture, some decent artwork, colorful rugs on the hardwood floors, a couple pieces of what looked to be African sculpture, and the scent of reefer. Well, a couple more breaths and I'll be feeling quite mellow after my long day of toil at Cowell and Cumley. I've got some good weed if you're interested. If you have some cold beer, I'd be very interested. She got the beers and said, come on, I know where there's a breeze. The AC here isn't the best. She led him up to the flat roof, where a couple of deck chairs were set up. He took off his jacket and loosened his tie. They sat and she pointed out a sliver between two buildings and said, water view. That apparently costs extra. And worth every penny. And so is that breeze. He turned his face and let tendrils of air slide over his skin as he drank his beer. How'd it go with Brad? Surprisingly well. We reached a mutual understanding. I guess that's good for you, then. Good for us both. Hey, Were you with Brad last Thursday night? Thursday night, she thought for a minute. No, I was at his house, but he wasn't there. He probably was in the city. Maybe at the place where Sarah died. Do you know a Jennifer Stamos? No. Okay. Chilton said you were family friends. Since I know his family dates to the Mayflower and his blue blood family comes from money, I guessed you did, too. But then you mentioned staying in a student hostel in Italy. We're not blue bloods and my family's not rich. My father worked on the Chiltons' Rolls Royces and Bentleys, and my mother cleaned their house and took care of their kids. I was the wild and fun daughter of the hired help who lived on the premises. Interesting. You have any siblings? 2 sisters. One younger and in college and thriving, and one older and married. To a doctor. And very happily. Good for them. Do they look like you? I think my younger sister is better looking than I am. Not what I meant, but that's hard to believe. Believe it. My older sister, Beth, is the one with the brains. He thought back to the disparaging remarks Cowell had made about her. I don't think you're too shabby in that department, Michelle. I couldn't even make it through college. You probably didn't want to be bored with all the cookie-cutter courses in return for a boatload of student debt. And you wanted to see the world, like you said. And look where it landed you. She fingered her beer. Yeah, I get paid to hang on the arm of a wealthy man and look wonderful. I like to think of it as living by my wits, but it's not really that. She looked down at herself. I need this. Brad is not interested in my brain, in case you hadn't noticed. Use what you have. Guys do it, why not girls? She glanced at him. Guys do it in a very different way. And I like you more when you're less agreeable. She stared off. My mother wanted me to be a model. Pushed me from an early age. All the auditions, shooting local commercials when I was 6, this pageant, that pageant, teeth fixed, lessons on how to walk a certain way and talk a certain way. I never got to have a normal childhood. She got mad when I tried to do my schoolwork. She told me my strength, unlike my older sisters, was not my mind, but somewhat lower on my body. She was pissed off when I finally walked away from it all. Said I had betrayed her. Yeah, like it wasn't my life, but her little vicarious fantasy. My father rode me all the time, too. I was never good enough. Not like my brother and sister. She said suddenly, how about giving me a foot rub? She put her feet up in his lap. A little surprised by this, he put his beer down and started rubbing her feet. You have very strong hands. And I can feel the calluses. What every guy wants to hear. I am saving up, she said abruptly. Brad pays me and invests it for me. My portfolio is going gangbusters. Good for you. I've got like $10 in my account. She took a sip of beer. My goal is to retire when I'm 30. He started grinding away at her heels, applying lots of pressure. Oh my God, this is like heaven. You should charge for that. I just might, Miss Portfolio, he said. And then what would you do after you retire? Maybe go back to college. Learn something that doesn't require me to wear a bikini. Sounds like a plan. It has to be. When my looks go, it's over. Come on, don't sell yourself short. You seem damn astute to me, more than a lot of the so-called brainiacs I work with who can barely pack a lunch or cross the street safely. You're lying to make me feel better. I don't lie to make anyone feel better, including myself. She put a hand on his arm. But you want to have sex with me, right? I am the fantasy train girl, right? The further they went in this direction, the less he liked it. Was Cowell paying her to do this, as some sort of chess move in the battle between them. I'm not on the train now. I'm rubbing your incredibly tense feet and enjoying the 4-inch Hudson River view. And you're flesh and blood, not a fantasy. And we're having a nice conversation that is heading to pretty deep waters for some reason I'm not sure about." He looked over at her. "And why would you want to have sex with me?" She almost coughed up a mouthful of beer. "Okay, that's a first. No guy's ever asked me that before, especially when I've made the first move. I usually have to stop them from ripping my clothes off." She eyed him appraisingly. "You're a nice guy, or at least you seem to be. You're certainly different. You don't seem to care about what so many people care about in this city. Meaning money, prestige, all of that. It's a great town for culture and entertainment and I love the vibe, but it's also hyper-competitive. Whatever folks have, it's never enough. I hate that." "You mean like Brad Cowell," he said. She finished her beer and stared dully out at the gap to the water. He picked up his beer and asked, "If you went back to college, what would you get a degree in?" "People," she said slowly, drawing the 2 syllables out. "So psychology, then?" "No, I want to be a photographer. A picture can capture everything. No matter how much people lie to you, their true selves are always revealed in their pictures. Always, even when they know you're taking them." She looked at him. "Especially then, because they try so hard to hide who they really are, it comes out in some other way in their body language, their expression." She slipped her phone from her pocket. "Say cheese." Montgomery took his picture and looked down at it. "What do you see there?" he asked, mildly curious. "A troubled man. But a good one. You have a lot on your mind. So, you think we'll get through all of it okay?" He didn't know why he was asking, but for some reason he wanted to know her answer. "I don't know, Travis. I don't think anyone knows for sure. Especially us." She glanced over at him. "What would you do today if you knew tomorrow wasn't coming for you?" "I'd go and see my father." "Why?" "To make peace with him." The image of him and his father getting drunk the night they had celebrated Devine's getting the job at Cowell and Cumley came into his head. "No, I'd tell him to stay out of my life and let me run it the way I want to. And that I didn't want or care about his opinion of me anymore." She stared at him for an uncomfortably long moment. "What?" he finally said. "That's pretty much exactly what I said to my mother." Chapter 41. Devine left her on the roof and hit the street once more. He had only gone about 10 feet when he had an idea. He used his phone to look up the real estate records to see who owned Montgomery's building. Bingo! It was owned by the good old Locust Group. He put his phone away and was starting to walk toward the nearest subway station when 2 men approached from the shadows. Detectives Shoemaker and Ekman. They both looked grungier and even more pissed off than the last time. And that was saying something. Shoemaker took the cigarette out of his mouth and tapped it dead on the pavement with the heel of his shoe. "He'd probably like to do the same to me," mused Devine. "So, are you following me now?" he asked. "I feel very special." Neither man said anything. "Found Detective Carl Hancock yet?" "He doesn't exist," said Ekman. "Tell me something I don't know." "Because we think you made him up." "And why would I do that?" Ekman barked, "To make yourself look innocent. An alleged victim of some nutty conspiracy to throw us off the scent." "Oh, right. And it worked so well. I mean, you guys spent, what, minutes, going down the rabbit hole because of it." Shoemaker said darkly, "Shut up with the smart mouth. Who were you visiting in that building?" "It's got nothing to do with what you're looking into." "We'll be the judge of that," snapped Ekman. "No, you won't be. You think we're messing around here, said Ekman, drawing so close Devine could smell his fuggy breath. You think we screw around with murder investigations? I think you're trying to do all you can to solve it. At least I hope you are. Have you checked the video feed? Examine the electronic entry log for the time in question. You have a time window you can fit your suspects in. I actually pointed all that out to Detective Hancock. The only response was twin glares. He looked at each of them. Please tell me you've at least done that. There seems to be a little electronic hiccup, conceded Ekman. Oh, it's bigger than a little hiccup, Mr. Homicide Detective. Okay. And in case you talk to her again, Mrs. Hughes asked me to meet with them tonight. I already have. She told me about your finding the abortion clinic. He glanced around, thinking. But maybe you followed me here from Brooklyn. She shouldn't have told you anything. Did you explicitly tell her not to? Because I think with that lady, you give her any wiggle room and it's off to the races. Just my 2 cents. When they didn't respond, he continued, now, here's something really relevant to the investigation. Will there be any DNA left in Sarah's womb that you could match to whoever the father of her baby was? Why? Asked Ekman. Because if you have any, I'll volunteer my DNA to clear me from the pack. You're only offering because you know there's nothing there. Are you sure? She was pregnant. Ekman snapped, and she aborted the fetus months ago. We'd get nothing admissible. Shoemaker was watching Devine through slitted eyes. And why do I think Mrs. Hughes told you how far along Sarah was, and you knew you were in the clear on the window, even though you'd slept with her? You make that sound like a bad thing. And now you're trying to play all innocent by offering up your DNA. You make me sick. Well, that was clearly not my intent. But if there's nothing else, I have a train to catch. Shoemaker put a hand on his shoulder. Do not, I repeat, do not leave the area. I already told you I wouldn't. Since you guys can't seem to catch Sarah's killer, I guess I'll have to do the honors. If you obstruct this investigation in any way, began Ekman. I was thinking more along the lines of improving it. You better watch yourself, Devine. Right. I hope you guys have a productive rest of the night. In case you want to follow me, I'll be on the Metro North out to Mount Kisco. If you could ever manage to find Carl Hancock, he could tell you all about that. Chapter 42. On the train home, Devine looked out the window as they passed Cowell's place. He knew Montgomery wouldn't be there tonight, but he still found himself staring. Muscle memory, perhaps? Or something else? Part of him had wanted to sleep with her. He was a young, single guy after all, and she was beautiful and sexy and willing, and some things were just that simple. And it wasn't like he had sworn off sex while he was searching for Sarah Hughes's killer. I hopped right into bed with Helen Spears, didn't I? But that one had been a long time building, and she had walked up to him on the front porch and shared his beer, and words were also exchanged, and things came to a head when she made her feelings clear. But still, he felt guilty for enjoying himself with Spears while Hughes lay dead. By the time he had left Montgomery's place, the passion of the moment had passed and been replaced with something far more somber and intricate. They both had been lost in thought about their lives, past and future, as he took his leave. Whoever said life wasn't complicated had never really lived. Later, he walked home from the station and there was Valentine on the couch. Devine sat down next to him and said, I want you to see what you can dig up on the Locust Group. There are a lot of them out there, but the one I'm interested in is tied to some specific properties. He took out his phone and texted him the information. What is big deal about this Locust thing? Asked the Russian. I don't know, but their name keeps showing up. I'd like to know if Brad Cowell has ties to them. Okay. I get on it, dude. But at some point, you need to pay for this shit. I am not freebie, I am America capitalist. What's your rate? $500 an hour. But for you, $250. Devine gaped. Shit, if you make $500 an hour, why are you living in this dump? Is much better than my flat in Vladivostok. That had no door and no windows. Just blanket hung in doorway. Devine walked upstairs, slipping off his tie and jacket as he did so. As he passed Spears's door it opened and there she was. She was not dressed in an alluring transparent nightie but in an NYU law t-shirt and sweatpants. Over the woman's shoulder he saw a stack of legal tomes and bar study guides piled on her desk. What's up, Helen? You haven't asked about a lawyer yet. Don't wait too long. Actually, can we talk about that? She held the door open wider and stepped back. But just talk. I'm studying. He held up his hands. Don't worry, I won't let you have your way with me again. She shut the door and sat in her chair while he perched on the bed. He recalled the sexual gymnastics that had taken place right here, the heat, the intensity, her soft skin. Travis, she barked. He looked up to see she had clearly just read his sorry-ass guy mind. Right. The cops have been by to see me again. They really think I'm guilty, but they have no evidence. They can't show I was there at the time in question. What about cameras, security card logs? Apparently there was a hiccup, or so they said. There's nothing there. Damn, that's incredible. I know. But are there other ways for them to come after me? Why? Were you involved in her death? I was not in any way, Helen, I'm telling you the truth. Why would I be out there busting my ass to find out who did kill her, if I'd been the one to do it? Well, to make it appear as if you're innocent. He knew she was right and it still pissed him off. Well, I am innocent, he hesitated. But what? She said in a prompting manner. But I did have a relationship with her. We kept it secret because of the fraternization rules at Cowell. Did you sleep with her? He took a moment to process this and form a response. Yes. But only once. Could you have been the father of the child she terminated? Because that would be a prime motive. How did you know about that? It's all over the news. No, I wasn't the father. How can you be sure? She had the abortion in December. I started at Cowell in early February. I didn't even meet Sarah until then. But do you have proof of that? She said. How do you prove a negative? You can't, not in court, which means it's irrelevant as a defense. Devine flopped back on the bed. Great. She sat down next to him and patted his shoulder. But it sounds like the cops can't tie you to the murder forensically. He sat up and looked at her. Not for lack of trying. And they might find another way. Has anyone looked at a motive for someone killing her? She asked. Just the pregnancy angle, I think. They seem to believe no one else in the whole world ever had sex with the woman other than me. And there's something else. What? You can't tell anybody. I'm going to be a lawyer. If I can't keep confidences, I won't have a very long career. I hacked into the firm's security log entry system. The only card logged in during the time in question was mine. She looked at him stoically, her gaze piercing. I wasn't there, Helen. I swear, he held up his security card. And ask Will, he says it's easy to clone one of these suckers. Even his little baby cousin could do it, he says. Go on. Brad Cowell told me that he knew about my card being on the security log and also that there was video of me entering the lobby at the same time. But that can be faked, too. But then this hiccup you mentioned happened. Cowell basically told the cops the system went down. There's no evidence to give them. He made that happen. Why would he do that? He reluctantly told her about the pictures and video he had taken of Cowell and Stamos after they'd had sex. So you basically blackmailed the guy into not throwing the cops enough dirt to arrest you. He looked at her with an air of desperation. I know it doesn't look good, but the evidence was made up. I didn't do it. I had to fight fire with fire. No, it doesn't look good. But have you considered another possibility? Like what? That Cowell doctored the evidence to incriminate you. But then why not use it? Then it all hit Devine. Of course. He basically told me why. Right. You turned the tables on him with your dirt before he could pull the trigger and throw you to the cops, so he had to change plans and stonewall NYPD. He bought a company recently that can manipulate any video. Before he knew about the dirt I had on him, he basically said he wanted to get the cops off his case by framing me. Surprisingly, Spears was shaking her head. What? He said. Have you considered the possibility that there might be video and entry log evidence of Cowell being in the building when the woman was killed? If so, he would definitely take steps to erase it. Then he would have the video doctored, maybe using this company he bought, and there you would be instead. Devine looked both intrigued by and wary of this theory. And his motive? He might have been the father of her baby. And he might have known about her abortion and decided to use that against you, because he might have found out about you and Sarah having had sex. Which means, if I'm right, that he could have ended up playing you and the cops. Devine once more slumped back on the bed. In a hollow tone he said, meaning I did a deal with him to avoid being charged with Sarah's death, even though I'm innocent. And in putting together that deal, he might have destroyed the real evidence of his guilt and just gotten away with her murder. What a smart boy you are.